Gao Feng said to He, "Don't worry. I'm just a support-type spirit chi professional and don't have much combat ability on my own. If I'm ever lucky enough to fight alongside you, I hope that you'll be able to protect me, and I will do my best to support all the combat-type spirit chi professionals in the team." Lin Yuan was a healing-type spirit chi professional but had not used any healing abilities during the martial arts stage. Rather, he only used his physical body and clashed against Zhong Zai's Diamond X/Fantasy V life-changing fire beast. Although He also declared himself to be a healing-type spirit chi professional, he had shown himself to be skilled at defense. This was the reason Gao Feng said what he said. Gao Feng did not care that He disliked being touched by strangers and just took it as He had a lower EQ. He could understand why a person would be averse to being touched by strangers. Lin Yuan nodded at He. If He knew how to back down when necessary, there was a possibility that he would not be too difficult to manage when Zhong Zai and Gu Lang arrived. At that moment, Lin Yuan remembered that He went to take over the large whale fall because he wanted to obtain the pure water elemental energy within. It was clear that he wanted the water elemental energy to evolve his phase. The sudden hibernating wetland dragon was both water and earth type. Thus, He did not need to choose between water elemental energy and earth elemental energy. Moreover, most of He's phase were earth type. It was much more difficult to obtain natural pure earth elemental energy than it was to obtain pure water elemental energy. It could be said that what He truly lacked was earth elemental energy. But regardless of whether it was earth elemental energy or water elemental energy, Lin Yuan had more than enough of both. If He's power could be increased at this juncture, it would only be beneficial for them. Thus, Lin Yuan asked, He, has the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's bloodline evolved yet? He shook his head and replied, "Unless I'm able to encounter another large whale fall, I will need close to 1,000 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls of at least floating life quality to transform the sudden hibernating wetland dragon." He could not help but be frustrated. His master was not a creation master, and it would be too much to ask of him to obtain so many high-purity Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. He could not go and beg the Moon Empress, and his master was on bad terms with Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch. Hence, it would be more difficult for his master to obtain high-class creation master resources than it would be for the other members of royalty. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he asked, "If you are able to obtain the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls you need, how long will your phase bloodline take to transform?" Now that the element well appeared in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan would be able to produce elemental energy purer than what was within Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. There was now enough water in the element well to fill half a bowl. If Zhong Zai's Fiery Sky Ho was able to obtain fire elemental energy that was purer than the one within it, there was a chance that its bloodline would be evolved again. Lin Yuan did not immediately offer the water from the element well to Zhong Zai because the Fiery Sky Ho would need more than a few days for its bloodline to be evolved. Thus, even if Lin Yuan offered the water to Zhong Zai, it would not help in their upcoming fight against the Freedom Federation during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If He's Fei could evolve its bloodline and become stronger before the Radiance 100 sequence selection began, there would be no need for Lin Yuan to give him 1,000 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. He did not hesitate and told Lin Yuan about his situation. "If I have enough Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, the country governor Kuei and sudden hibernating wetland dragon will definitely be able to be evolved. It will take longer for the country governor Kuei's bloodline to be evolved. About a day. The other phase will be able to transform within 2 hours." Now that He said this, Lin Yuan took out a wooden box and threw it at He. "There are 1,000 Earth-type defined life elemental pearls. Now that you have time, you should go and evolve your power. If you can finish evolving your power by tomorrow night, we can talk then." After the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone evolved, it produced Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls at an astonishing rate. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope managed the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. It separated the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls into different types and stored 1,000 of each type in a wooden box. After only a few days, there were already over 20 Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. From now on, heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls would be common goods in Lin Yuan's eyes. And he's master was not a creation master. Thus, high-class creation master resources were all the more precious to him. This was the reason he always fought with Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang over resources. Now that Lin Yuan was giving him such a mountain of resources, and he felt as though there was no one in the world besides his master and senior brother who treated him better than Lin Yuan. And he stared at Lin Yuan for a moment before he downed the wine in his cup. I'm going back now. I'll return once my phase have evolved. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. It will be too much trouble to travel back and forth. I have space here. Why don't you evolve your phase here? You don't have to try and be frugal with the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Just let me know if you don't have enough. I have more. And he was at a loss about how he could thank Lin Yuan. Gao Feng noticed that and he was looking at Lin Yuan with an increasingly strange gaze and hurriedly said, Go and evolve your phase. Accidents might happen during the evolution. What if a day isn't enough? Lin Yuan set and he up inside the Dome Guild Club. After being assessed by the association, the Dome Guild Club sign had been put up. Gao Feng said to Lin Yuan suggestively, Friend, does your guild club still need members? Gao Feng had always wanted to find a suitable guild club to participate in the S tournament with. Normally, the only place Gao Feng could fight was on Star Web, and it was always individual battles. Individual battles were a nightmare for Gao Feng. They recently implemented duo battles, where one was allowed to fight on the celestial stairway with a teammate. This new mode of battle was good news for healing and support-type spirit chi professionals. Healing-type and support-type spirit chi professionals could seek out a combat or defense-type spirit chi professional to form a team with. Healing-type and support-type spirit chi professionals could only show their true value when they had teammates. However, duo battles did not bode well for Gao Feng either. Pure support-type spirit chi professionals were very rare. Most support-type spirit chi professionals had some level of combat and controlling abilities. A pure support-type spirit chi professional's value could only be exhibited in a group with many people. Even if Gao Feng did seek out a teammate to fight a duo battle with, he would only be a burden to them. If Gao Feng's partner could not take on two opponents at once, their opponents could just target and eliminate Gao Feng first. After all, a pure support-type spirit chi professional was easy prey if he did not have many self-protection techniques. He could only continue living if his teammates protected him. Given that Gao Feng was the only direct descendant of a top faction, it should be easy for him to find a powerful teammate for fighting a duo battle with him. However, doing so would be meaningless for Gao Feng. After Gao Feng became Cicada Song's disciple, many top guild clubs approached him to try and recruit him. However, he had turned all of them away. He knew he was only invited because he was Cicada Song's disciple. Otherwise, it was rare for there to be a support-type spirit chi professional, even in a team of 5 members. With a support-type spirit chi professional, there would only be 4 usable team members. Unless all 4 members were strong enough, Gao Feng would not be able to be fully useful. Thus, Gao Feng had no choice but to give up on the idea of participating in the S tournament. This had always been a sore spot for Gao Feng. Now that an opportunity was suddenly presenting itself to Gao Feng, he was so excited that he started blinking continuously. Gao Feng did not know if there were still available places in Lin Yuan's Dome Guild Club's main team. Even if there was no place in the main team, he was also willing to be part of the reserve team. After all, he was so familiar with Lin Yuan, and he could ask to be put in more often. To Gao Feng, there was not much difference between being part of the main and reserve teams. Lin Yuan was momentarily silent when he heard what Gao Feng said. He had intended to invite Gao Feng to join Dome Guild Club after the Guard Yi banquet ended. But at that time, Gao Feng had just become a disciple of royalty and was busier than usual. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to put off the invite till after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Yet now, Gao Feng stumbled on the fact that Lin Yuan had a guild club and even asked to join. Alas, Lin Yuan was hesitant. This was not because he was questioning Gao Feng's eligibility, but because Lin Yuan was unsure if he would even participate in the S tournament. Lin Yuan felt that, given his power, he would be a bully if he took part in the S tournament. Moreover, disciples of royalty never participated in the S tournament. Lin Yuan asked Gao Feng, I was going to invite you to join the Dome Guild Club. It won't be any problem for you to join. Lu Jie, Listen, Chu Xiai and I are members. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru, who used to be part of the Extreme Guild Club, are members of Dome now too. Chu Xiai and the 4 ex-members of the Extreme Guild Club make up the reserve team. Do you think it's still appropriate for us to participate in the S tournament? Gao Feng was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. He's right. I'm a disciple of royalty now. Everyone at the Radiance 100 sequence selection will know my identity. From now on, it will be inappropriate for me to participate in the S tournament. But now Gao Feng felt rather indignant. Why can't disciples of royalty participate in the S tournament? There isn't such a rule laid out by the Guild Alliance. I might be a disciple of royalty, but I'm only 23 years old. The Guild Alliance's rules state that any young expert in the Radiance Federation below the age of 30 can participate in the S tournament. Moreover, the popular participants of the S tournament only retire at 30 years old. Long Tao, Shirsu, and the rest are all stars of the S tournament. Long Tao and Shirsu are members of the Radiance 100 sequence but are allowed to join. How are disciples of royalty any different? I won't be able to defeat either of them. Thus, Gao Feng replied, Friend, I think it's doable. We're still within the eligible range of age. So why can't we join? I'm only 23 years old this year and should be able to take part for another 7 years. Those few A-level guild clubs have always dominated the S tournament. Dome can do whatever it can. With you and Chu Ci participating, our team has the youngest average age of members. It's time for the S tournament to change and for there to be some new sparks. Lin Yuan had felt that it would be no different from bullying if he took part in the S tournament with his current power. But there was also no need for him to completely back out. Firstly, his age fit the acceptable age range. Secondly, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Xianing had been training non-stop for the past few months with the goal of participating in the S tournament. If Dome did not participate in the S tournament, it would be unfair to the 4 of them. Thus, Lin Yuan said, Okay, we'll take part. After the Radiance 100 sequence selection ends, every time will return to calm. At that time, we'll choose Dome's final main team member. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran will take part in the elimination rounds. We'll decide on our next step after we get through to the round robin. Lin Yuan felt that given the 4 of their powers, it would be easy for them to get through the elimination rounds. Although the 4 of them had only comprehended 1 willpower rune, they were all B-rank spirit chi professionals. Although Lu Pinru used to be C-rank, she broke through while she was in the Return from Faraway Mansion. Also, after Master Hongshin evolved their main phase, they had reached Platinum X. This was the limit that a B-rank spirit chi professional could reach without using the Possess Star Intelligent Dark Clouds to roll grades. When Lin Yuan said that they were going to register, Gao Feng patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, Lin Yuan, to tell you the truth, this is a childhood dream come true for me. Thank you. Lin Yuan smiled back at Gao Feng and said, There's nothing to be thankful for. Other people might not think that support-type spirit chi professionals are worth much, but you are a treasure to our team. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng were both free at the moment, unlike He, who was in a rush to increase his power after obtaining resources. This was because Lin Yuan and Gao Feng had already reached their peak battle state. Zhong Zhe and Gu Lang arrived together in the evening, and Lu Jie returned not long after them. And he had finished unexpectedly quickly. After the 6 of them greeted each other, they sat soberly around a table in one of the pavilions on the submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and the Mother of Bloodbath watched the young men speaking at the center of the submerged Flood Dragon Lake. They felt that this conversation seemed like a version of the Imperial meeting with younger members. The 6 young men were all considered the cream of the crop of the Radiance Federation. There were only 5 Radiance envoy spots. That elderly man also had a direct descendant who was definitely going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Thus, it would be impossible for all 6 of them to become Radiance envoys. But even if they did not become Radiance envoys, they would still become members of the royalty in the future and protect the Radiance Federation. With such an outstanding batch of young people, the Radiance Federation's future was sure to be bright. Wind was always freezing at the highest peaks. Although it was still warm and sunny on the ground with blooming almond flowers, the winds at high altitudes could still cut through iron boards. The real imperial meeting would last for 2 days. Lin Yuan and the rest were preparing for battle. However, this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection was going to be much more crowded than in previous years. In previous years, the Radiance 100 sequence selection took place in the Radiance Sacred Hall, and spectatorship was controlled. Regular citizens could not watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection, only the final 10 who were chosen and their fight against the current 90 members. In spite of this, the Radiance 100 sequence selection was always much more crowded than the S tournament. Only the S tournament's finals and all-star match attracted crowds that could be compared to that of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. But this year, the Radiance 100 sequence selection structure had changed, and this was also the first year that it would be taking place on Star Web, where it would be broadcast to the public. Throughout the selection, any citizen of the Radiance Federation who had access to Star Web would be able to watch. Normally, the people who were chosen came from those who had already been picked by 36 cities' city lords. For example, Chu Ci caught Ling Zhao's attention back in Redbud City. Some of the city lords' chosen people did not have favorable reputations in other cities. Still, they were considered geniuses in their home cities and represented their city's best and brightest. As such, there were always people wildly rejoicing when people from their city were chosen to be part of the Radiance 100 sequence. A month ago, the cities had sent out their chosen members and drummed up a huge commotion. Besides the people the cities sent, some powerful members of the Guild Alliance used their connections to be sponsored as contenders for the selection. There were also people like Lin Yuan who made a name for themselves and managed to be eligible of their own accord. The Radiance Sacred Hall strictly controlled the eligible contestants. Hence, there were usually around 10,000 contestants for every Radiance 100 sequence selection. But this year, the eligibility was relaxed to accommodate the fact that the Radiance 100 sequence selection was taking place on Star Web this year. In order to encourage the younger generation to expand their horizons and find the motivation to push forward, any person below 20 years old who owned Silver Phase and those between 20 and 30 years old who owned Gold Phase were allowed to participate. However, every contestant's personality and background were also checked thoroughly. Their traits would be compared against the list of qualities that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence should have that the Radiance Federation's royalty came up with. There were special teams on Star Web who designed the battleground for the selection. They designed a 1,000 square meter space with several open dimensional rifts. All the contestants would enter the space together. This method of testing was more comprehensive than just fighting on a stage because it would only test a person's combat abilities. Meanwhile, this style of testing would also test a person's adaptive abilities, survival instincts, battle knowledge, and even interpersonal skills. These abilities might not be as direct of a way to test one's strength, but they were all necessary. This was the reason the Radiance 100 sequence selection was mostly made up of healing-type spirit chi professionals. A team would have a higher chance of surviving in the wild than individuals did. Moreover, it was easy to tell one's true colors if they saw their teammates as competitors. The Radiance 100 sequence selection was the Radiance Federation's way of passing on its legacy. The members of royalty were all taking this change in structure seriously. With Mystic Moon's breakthrough, Star Web had improved, and the Radiance 100 sequence selection's location was even more complete. At that moment, every post on Star Web was about this matter. Even the purchase with no loss store was not excluded from this. At that moment, an elderly man watching the selection inside the Radiance Sacred Hall saw an elegant man appear behind him. The elderly man turned and said, "Long Lamplight, how can you be in the Radiance Sacred Hall at such a time? Are you here to check on the space like I am? I have to admit that the design is pretty good. The dimensional rifts will open at the same time and will remain open for 72 hours. 3 days of struggle will be the only way to push these imps to their limits." Ji Chongding's lips twitched. The old man usually seemed amiable and friendly, but he was actually a Pandora's box. There was so much more to him than what met the eye. The Moon Empress had been the one who suggested the change in this year's Radiance 100 sequence structure. But Lu Wenqing was the one who was truly behind the design. Even the creation of the battleground and the types of dimensional rifts that were opened were all spearheaded by Lu Wenqing. The Radiance 100 sequence selection used to be over in a day, but it took 3 days now. But there was no denying that the more danger a person was in, the less able they would be to keep their true colors to themselves. People could manage their emotions and put on a facade for a day. When Mystic Moon's power increased, Star Web's sensitivity was raised significantly as well because he was in charge of Star Web's spiritual sensitivity. Now, being injured on Star Web would feel the same as being injured in real life. Many people had discovered this while fighting on the Celestial Stairway. Luckily, Star Web's sensitivity could be manually adjusted. If it was adjusted to 10%, one would not feel weak even in a near-dead state. However, in order to make their live streams exciting and generate more popularity for themselves, many Star Web hosts set their sensitivity to 100%. As a result, they could not act as cavalierly as they used to while fighting. Although dying on Star Web would not affect their true selves, they would still feel the pain of a gaping wound and their vitality slipping away. As such, none of the hosts dared to drop their guard for fear of experiencing what it would be like to die. The hosts who could not take it anymore would lower the sensitivity. However, this added a layer of excitement for the spectators of the fights. Now, they liked watching the hosts be driven into a corner after taking several hits, and the live streaming rooms with the most comments were also the ones that had 100% sensitivity. Many second-level Star Web hosts pushed themselves to turn up the sensitivity to 100% and went viral. In less than 2 days, there was an unspoken fact known amongst Star Web hosts that those who did not set their sensitivity to 100% would inevitably lose a good portion of their audience. The members of royalty had expected that adding the sensitivity setting to Star Web would lead to people going full throttle. Now that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened in the Radiance Federation, every Spirit Chi professional would be able to enter it to develop themselves. The Radiance Federation had also set itself firmly against the Freedom Federation. This was the beginning of an era where Spirit Chi professionals had to possess some level of bloodthirst. At 100% sensitivity, the Star Web fights would feel like they have real stakes of life or death. This would train their entire population. Presently, the sensitivity could be weakened, and most of the Star Web users could continue to watch the Star Web hosts with blissful naivety. However, they had no idea that it was decided at an imperial meeting that after the Radiance 100 sequence selection, only those of advanced age would be allowed to set their sensitivity below 60%. Everyone else's sensitivity would be automatically locked at 100%. This would truly change Star Web into another world where Spirit Chi professionals would be able to revive themselves constantly. Ji Chongdeng shook his head and said, "Wenqing, I'm in no mood to admire the design. Those brats are in for a hard time with you at the helm. 10,000 square meters, 20-dimensional rifts, and 3 days. The alien beasts will have taken up every corner of the space in just half a day. Wenqing, are you trying to induce the true meaning of being a hero from this event or test to see how dark the human heart can actually be? The true meaning of being a hero won't emerge from this Radiance 100 sequence selection. Black and Cicada Song's disciple Gaofeng will definitely tamper with the balance. Do you remember what Cicada Song said during the Imperial meeting? He said that the alleviating wind is no longer the strongest support-type sacred source lifeform, and that the title now belongs to his disciple's sacred source lifeform. Can you imagine how powerful Gao Feng's sacred source lifeform must be for the humble Cicada Song to say such a thing? Black and Gao Feng will eventually be fighting for the sake of the Radiance Federation, and they're the true heroes of the selection. As for the darkness of the human heart, I'm sure we'll see a fair share of that," replied Lu Wenqing. Ji Chongdeng nodded. In order for a person to achieve something, they could choose to attack their teammates at the right time. But if they did this, they would be crossing over to the dark side. Dangers would abound during the battle. It would be impossible for anyone to get any sleep during that time. If a person did not sleep for 3 days straight, their exhaustion would lead them to act on instinct. There had been people within the Radiant Sacred Hall who had failed in terms of character and were rejected by Lu Wenqing. But now that the method of selection had changed, it would be impossible for these people to even appear amongst the Radiance 100 sequence anymore. Ji Chongdeng had come to see Lu Wenqing about serious business. Thus, he took a step forward and said, "All the current Radiance envoys are out training. Yet, a Freedom envoy has arrived from the Freedom Federation. The girl leading the group from the Azure Federation is also the current 4th Azure envoy." Thus, that old man decided to recall Yifan as an added level of protection. Lu Wenqing fell silent for a moment before commenting. Yifan has evolved his Fey with the Baron bloodline in the Mystic Realm. Now, the other 4 are lagging slightly behind. You're probably the one who suggested this. Ji Chongdeng nodded. Yifan is a power offense-type spirit chi professional who also has strong defense abilities. He is more suitable than the other 4 to watch over the situation. Ji Chongdeng's voice was full of pride when he mentioned Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan was Ji Chongdeng's first disciple and Inhe's senior brother. Compared to Inhe, who rarely left the house and had an eccentric temper, there was no doubt that Ji Chongdeng placed more hope in Lu Yifan. But given that Inhe was his youngest disciple, there was no question that Ji Chongdeng spoiled Inhe slightly more than Lu Yifan, and he might be able to take part in next year's Radiance envoy selection. However, the current Radiance envoys will have to be the ones to step in during the major Federation meeting 2 years later. Those chosen next year can only be the reserves and gain experience, said Lu Wenqing. Ji Chongdeng nodded. He felt that the 2 generations of Radiance envoys, who had a gap of 3 years between them, could not be compared. After all, every batch of chosen Radiance envoys was regarded as the strongest people of that generation. 1 year made a great difference. Ji Chongdeng had come to see Lu Wenqing because he wanted to ask him to add a seat for Lu Yifan in the audience stands. The Radiance envoys represented the entire Radiance Federation's younger generation, and they were only second to the members of royalty. The words they said carried almost as much weight as the members of royalty. The change in StarWeb's sensitivity affected every StarWeb user. However, this topic's popularity was overtaken by the conversations surrounding the Radiance 100 sequence selection. When Lu Shuang lost to Black, she assumed that her popularity would take a hit. But instead, she became even more popular than ever. This allowed her to understand the extent of Black's popularity. Lu Shuang had been tracking Black's movements of late. Ever since he fought against her, he had now shown up on StarWeb and had not even accepted an interview after the fight. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning also had not released any private interviews that she did with him. Through this, Lu Shuang became aware that Black could not care less about his popularity. Nonetheless, Black's persisting popularity proved how charismatic and alluring he was. Lu Shuang felt that part of Black's attraction came from how mysterious he was. Even after deep pondering, Lu Shuang could not figure out how to replicate that same shroud of mystery. This was because his mystery stemmed from the string of miracles that he created. He had beaten all 100 levels on Star Tower, made it to the Celestial Stairway, become God class, and even taken the record for the most consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, replacing the one set by a Radiance envoy. Black's talent only intensified his mystique. Moreover, no one knew what his phases were. Although so much time had passed, he was still the 7th most trending search topic, while his 8-tailed cat took the 9th spot. Lu Shuang had never seen someone remain on the most searched list for so long. At that moment, Lu Shuang was not fighting on the Celestial Stairway because she realized that talking about Black in her livestream brought a lot more income. River T. Shuang, do you think that Black will be able to successfully become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence? Lu Shuang immediately replied, "Let's go. Bets are starting in my live streaming room. I bet that Black will not only be able to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, but that he will even manage to become sequence number 90. Lu Shuang turned on the betting function in her live streaming room. But even after some time passed, not many people placed bets against her. Clearly, the general consensus was that Black would be able to attain sequence number 90. Lu Shuang had fought against many members of the Radiance 100 sequence and even won against the top 20 members. Everyone now saw Black as being powerful enough to become one of the top 20 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Shuang was unaffected by the lack of bets against her, as they would all end up losing. Another comment appeared. Devil in heaven. Shuang, I want to hear you talk about Black's eight-tailed cat. Lu Shuang had already replied to this matter many times. Devil in Heaven was one of Lu Shuang's old fans, and people always showered her with gifts when she addressed the matter. Black's eight-tailed cat reflected the exquisite rhino giraffe's spiritual attack. So, it definitely is a spiritual type fae. Given Black's age, there's no way that he's an A-rank spirit chi professional. This means that he has rolled grades. That eight-tailed cat is Diamond X/Fantasy V. It is not a myth breed fae like what some analysts said. This I can be sure of. After chatting about Black for a while, the comments about the Radiance 100 sequence started to increase in quantity. Unplanned meeting. This Radiance 100 sequence selection has a completely different structure from the past. It's so cool that it's being broadcast on Star Web. Shuang, you should live stream then. I will definitely watch it. According to the official information, it will be broadcast from different angles. We will focus on Black. I don't believe that Black will be able to refrain from summoning a single fae throughout the entire Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lu Shuang's eyes lit up, and she replied, Good idea. The Radiance 100 sequence selection will be starting tomorrow. I will be live streaming from Black's angle. Please come and watch. If Black does well, don't forget to leave me gifts. This immediately triggered another wave of comments. All a dream. It's so shameless for a host to ask for gifts. Soundless laughter. Shuang has been led to the dark side. She's been trying to gain gifts by taking advantage of Black. Although you don't act like a woman, you are still a woman. I'll give you gifts daily if you manage to woo him into your clutches. Moonlight, go and grab snacks. All the snacks on Star Web have become more expensive. If you don't grab them now, you won't have anything to eat when you're watching tomorrow. Every citizen of the Radiance Federation was looking forward to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The 100 buildings near the Radiance Sacred Hall were now open and filled with the chosen participants from the major cities. The 100 buildings was now a collection of the Radiance Federation's best and brightest. All of them were waiting for tomorrow to come. A young man staying in one of the single suites in the 100 buildings was buttoning his collar. The silver mask he was wearing hid his facial features. However, his bone structure was so exceptional that he still exuded a magnificent beauty despite wearing the mask. This person was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not expect to have fans amongst the major city's chosen participants. They were all wearing silver masks, and everyone besides Lin Yuan who passed by them mistook them for Black. After Genius Bloodline transformed, the silver mask also changed significantly. When he returned to the accommodation, a girl had even sneered at him and called him one of Black's fake fans because his mask was wrong. After buttoning his collar, Lin Yuan thought, by now, Lu Jie has probably arrived in the Radiance Sacred Hall and is going through the ranking. Lu Jie had actually completed the Radiance 100 sequence ranking and had come in at sequence number 30, reclaiming his title of Heart of the Insect Swarm. Lu Jie could regain his ranking because it was an honor that the Radiance Sacred Hall bestowed on heroes. When the Insect Queen had been in a near-dead state that not even the Bamboo Monarch could heal, Lu Jie had no choice but to pull out of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Jie had been so depressed he hid from the rest of the world and became a hermit. But now that the Insect Queen had healed, it was only natural for Lu Jie to return to the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Jie's return would undoubtedly make this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection even more exciting. Sequence number 91 to sequence number 100 should be the ones to fight against the new contenders. But now that Lu Jie beat out the original sequence number 30 Lan Baobao, the sequences below sequence number 30 all shifted down a spot. There could only be 100 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, the original sequence number 90 would now be part of the fray as well, and there would be 11 members of the Radiance 100 sequence taking on the new contenders during the selection. This undoubtedly made this year's selection even more competitive. Due to Star Web's update, Lu Wenchang had decided that this year's Radiance 100 sequence would be taking place on Star Web. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence was eyeing the Radiance Envoy selection that would be taking place a year later. Although many of them felt they would definitely fail, they would still fight for the chance to be a Radiance Knight. Those who had been keeping their true powers under wraps would be showing their hands now. This was because only the top 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence were eligible to become a Radiance Envoy or Radiance Knight. Lu Jie was aware of this and thus made sure that he just made the cut at sequence number 30. But now, Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan was going to announce his identity as the Moon Empress disciple and that he was black at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Since Lin Yuan was going to reveal how outstanding he truly was, Lu Jie had to follow him as his retainer knight. Lu Jie was not intending to hide his power at the Radiance 100 sequence selection like he did last time. Rather, he was going to try and attain sequence number 1. The Radiance 100 sequence's sequence number 1 had remained tightly in the grip of a girl. Many members of the Radiance 100 sequence had missed out on the chance to compete to become a Radiance Envoy but had also reached the age limit. At that time, they would exhibit their power. The best opponents for these people would be sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence, Xia Qing. 3 years ago, despite not having even reached 20 years old, Xia Qing had passed the selection and become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. At that time, she had been a black horse that appeared like a force of nature. Before her appearance, there had been no news of her on Star Web. In her second year, when she was sequence number 91, she beat out sequence number 1 of her batch Liang. As a result, he fell to sequence number 2. From the moment she reached the top, Xia Qing requested to change her title from Lack of Oxygen to Fable. After her title changed, Xia Qing said, "I have to become a Radiance Envoy." The meaning behind her title did not have to be analyzed. News about Fable caused a serious buzz amongst that batch of Radiance 100 sequence members. Many of them had been curious about Xia Qing's identity, and Lu Jie was no exception. Many guild clubs had sent her invitations, including the Rhine Guild Club and Dragon Gate Guild Club. Almost every A-level guild club had sent her an invite. Given her identity as sequence number 1, she would boost any team. Moreover, she was powerful enough that Liang could not even hold out more than 20 moves against her. Liang had summoned 4 Fays, while Xia Qing only summoned 2. Besides special circumstances like what happened to Lu Jie, the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence usually contracted 3 Fays and more as well as some source-type lifeforms. Thus, Xia Qing had not used her full power against Liang yet had been able to crush him. Lu Jie had been curious about Xia Qing's background. She did not come from any veteran or top faction. Otherwise, those within the Radiance 100 sequence who came from top and veteran factions would have recognized her. Moreover, Xia Qing was a recluse. Besides the annual Radiance 100 sequence ranking, she only appeared when she had to announce matters for the Radiance Sacred Hall. Lu Jie had been unaware of Xia Qing's background, but he learned about it after becoming Knight Leaning Moon's disciple. It turned out that she was the granddaughter of that old man. During this year's ranking, Lu Jie had focused on her so that he would be able to properly test himself against her. There was a stage at the front of the Radiance Sacred Hall's main hall. At that moment, Lu Wenqing was standing on that stage. There were 5 seats below the stage that were usually empty as they were reserved for the Radiance Envoys. There were 100 seats behind the 5 seats, and Lu Jie was seated on one of them. Normally, the Radiance 100 sequence members had their designated seats and could not sit anywhere else. However, there was one day a year when there was an exception, and that was during the ranking. It was only on this day that there was free seating. Bai Hao, who was seated next to Lu Jie, asked him, "Jie, why do I feel like you're different than usual? There is a strong fire in your eyes. Are you planning on climbing even higher?" Lu Jie nodded. Wang Fan rubbed his hands together and said, "Bai Hao, out of the 3 of us, your rank is the lowest now. If you put in real effort, you can break past sequence number 79. Won't it feel good to reach sequence number 50 and above?" Bai Hao shrugged. He was not interested in his Radiance 100 sequence ranking. Bai Hao was well aware that his Fays were rather unorthodox. They had explosive power but were not made for endurance battles. After 3 moves, they would be as good as useless. Given his unique battle style, he was not suited to become a Radiance Knight or Radiance Envoy. Thus, Bai Hao did not care about his Radiance 100 sequence ranking. When Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had come under fire due to the misunderstanding over the Warm Sun Fund, Bai Hao had not been able to provide any practical help. All he could do was voice his support on Star Web. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, positioning himself directly against those attacking Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess resulted in him appearing on StarWeb's most searched topics list. But the next day, the tides had been turned. Before Bai Hao could jump for joy, he realized that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had stopped live streaming since then. After going several days without Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streams, all of his thoughts surrounded how she had been attacked and under suspicion. She must have been so upset by how badly wanted to comfort her. But she had not even shown a strand of hair on Star Web since then. Hence, he could not comfort her no matter how much he wanted to. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had revealed that she was acquainted with Black. Bai Hao had even thought about trying to contact Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess through Black so that he would be able to comfort her privately. But now that the Radiance 100 sequence ranking was taking place, he had no choice but to invest his efforts into increasing his power. If he used his full power, there was a chance that he would be able to become one of the top 50 members. If his enemies pinpointed his weaknesses, they might also be able to kick him down from his position of sequence number 79. Sequence number 91 to number 100 had only joined last year, and many of them were strong. There were even a few of them who had the potential to reach the top 50. Although Bai Hao was currently sequence number 79, many sharks lurked below him. The oldest of these people were mostly 26 or 27 years old, while the youngest ones were 22 or 23 years old. Given their ages, they were all eligible to fight for a chance to be Radiance envoys. Thus, all of them were going to reveal their true powers. If Bai Hao did not increase his power, he would be humiliated if he was kicked out of the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, Bai Hao decided to put off asking Black about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess contact details until the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended. Forget about the top 50. I just need to keep myself in the top 80. Bai Hao looked at Lu Jie with gratitude and said, "Jie, where are all of your recent riches coming from? You lent me 80,000 Radiance dollars at once and even gave me spiritual ingredients that would be difficult to purchase with money. Do you still have enough left for yourself?" Wang Fan said, "Jie, I used the spiritual ingredients you gave me but didn't spend the money. You managed to make it to sequence number 30. If you continue trying to climb the ranks, you'll definitely be able to fight for a chance to become a Radiance envoy. You have much more potential than Bai Hao and me. We are even considering leaving our resources to you, so you can use them to increase your power." Before Lu Jie got to know Lin Yuan, he shared resources with Wang Fan and Bai Hao. If there was any time when one of the three needed money, the other two would not hold back. Lu Jie had also received significant help from Wang Fan and Bai Hao in the past. Without them, the insect queen would have been able to gain the rare insect species phase that were the lightning-gathering moths. After Lu Jie became Lin Yuan's retainer, he could not use Lin Yuan's resources to help Bai Hao and Wang Fan. But after he became Night Leaning Moon's disciple, she gave him a mountain of resources. Lin Yuan and Night Leaning Moon had prepared all the resources that Lu Jie would need to increase his power. Thus, Lu Jie gave all the resources he had on hand to Wang Fan and Bai Hao 2 weeks ago to help them to increase their power. When he heard how concerned Wang Fan and Bai Hao were for him, Lu Jie smiled and said, "I no longer need resources to increase my power. The resources will be better off used to help the two of you increase your powers." Lu Jie's words were so filled with confidence that he seemed almost pompous. What did he mean by no longer needing resources to increase his power? Wang Fan and Bai Hao had not seen the Insect Queen in a long time. Could it be that the Insect Queen had evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V? Wang Fan and Bai Hao hastily shook their heads. That level of power would be that of a disciple of royalty. Only 6 months had passed since the Insect Queen's roots had healed, and there was no way that it could have evolved so rapidly. At that moment, Shirsu said, "Lu Jie, you were Black's partner in all the Duo Celestial Stairway battles that he participated in. You know him, right?" Lu Jie turned toward Shirsu and nodded. Lu Jie knew that Shirsu, Long Tao, Zhao Xiaochun, Fang Duo, and the rest had all brushed past death alongside Lin Yuan in the dimensional rift and that they were all his friends. "Yes, I know Black." Shirsu immediately slapped Lu Jie's shoulder and asked, "Then, do you know what kind of Fei Black's 8-tailed cat is?" When I fought abyss demons with him, he used 2 plant-type phase. One of them was healing type, while the other could unleash a lethal sea of flowers. I've never seen him use cat species phase. Shi Su's words attracted the attention of numerous members of the Radiance 100 sequence who were close by. Almost every member of the Radiance 100 sequence had watched the match between Black and Lu Shuang, but none of them were able to figure out the secret of the phantom image of the 8-tailed cat. Lu Shuang's Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Earthwalking, which Snake and Diamond X/Fantasy V Exquisite Rhino Giraffe's powers exceeded the combat powers of the Radiance 100 sequence. Although all of them hid their powers, their true powers still did not reach Lu Shuang's level. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence was younger than 30 years old, while Lu Shuang was already 37 years old. With such a large age gap, there was no way to make a fair comparison. After another 7 or 8 years, the current members of the Radiance 100 sequence would be able to reach the same level of power as Lu Shuang or even become more powerful than her. During the Starlight Dueling Ground battle, Black used an unknown tactic to defeat Lu Shuang. Black's performance and powers caused a commotion in the Radiance 100 sequence's group chat. All of the members were certain that Black would become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and that Lu Wenqing would soon add him to the group chat. A few of them had already begun to discuss what his title would be. Shi Su's question left Lu Jie stunned. Lu Jie had been training in the Spirit Guard's land and immediately joined the discussion with Lin Yuan, Gao Fengzongzhe, Gu Lang, and An He when he returned. After the discussion, he received Lu Wenqing's order and headed to the Radiance Sacred Hall. He barely had time to eat or drink in the 2 weeks that he had been in seclusion. Each time he had the chance to eat, he would eat as quickly as if he was training in the wild and finish within 3 minutes. This was so he would be able to spend more time increasing his power. As such, he had not had the time to log onto StarWeb and learn about recent events. Because of this, Shi Su's question befuddled Lu Jie. 8-tailed cat? Could he be referring to Genius, who spent its day clinging and nuzzling up to Lin Yuan? Lu Jie was not a creation master and could not see a phase abilities and exclusive skills, but he was able to tell what their grades were. In Lu Jie's memory, Genius had been Diamond I/Fantasy 3 when he last saw it. Moreover, Lu Jie had assumed that Genius was a support-type Fae because it had used connected tails on him. Wang Fan had mentioned the fight between Black and Lu Shuang. Before the Insect Queen's roots were injured, Lu Jie had encountered Lu Shuang on the Celestial Stairway in the past. At that time, she had not attained the level of power that she had now. Lu Jie was skilled at formation battles because of the Insect Queen's combat skills. However, the battles on the Celestial Stairway took place at random locations, and there were no bunkers at the locations. Hence, it was very difficult to succeed by using formations. Lu Jie had lost to Lu Shuang and was well aware of how powerful the exquisite rhino giraffes and 2 earth-walking witch snakes were. If not for the fact that they were currently in the Radiant Sacred Hall, Lu Jie would have immediately logged onto StarWeb to watch the battle between Black and Lu Shuang. Genius was a support-type Fae. Lu Jie was shocked when he heard that Genius managed to defend against one of Lu Shuang's full-strength attacks. Lu Jie suddenly realized that he really did not understand Lin Yuan. He did not even know Lin Yuan as well as Genius. Since he did not have the answers, he could not give Shi Su a reply. Moreover, Lu Jie would never expose the details of Lin Yuan's phase. Luckily, Shi Su had only asked because he had never seen Black's cat species Fae before. Lu Jie nodded and said, "Black does have a cat species Fae called Genius." Lu Jie's words were like bait that hooked the other's interest. If Lu Wenqing was not currently standing on the stage, all the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would have crowded around Lu Jie. At first, they all assumed that Lu Jie would continue talking. But Lu Jie did not go on to mention the 8-tailed cat. Shi Su blinked and thought, "Hello? Are you going to stop at merely telling us the cat species phase name? What's the point in us knowing that it's called Genius? What about its abilities and exclusive skills? We want to know how it managed to block one of Lu Shuang's full-power attacks." Liang was also extremely curious and was about to ask a question when a short-haired girl dressed in silver half-armor walked in. Once she walked in, all discussions that were going on stopped, and she became the center of attention. Liang stared fearfully at the girl, and all his curiosity about Black vanished. He still remembered fighting her 3 years ago when he was 22 years old, and she was 19 years old. During the fight, she had toyed with him and had no intention of retaliating against him. That battle had ripped apart Liang's pride. He had been training doggedly for the past 3 years so that he would be able to clash against her again at this year's Radiance 100 sequence ranking. He was not expecting to overturn his embarrassing defeat. He just wanted to see if he had managed to close the gap between them in the past 3 years. Long Tao walked over and sat next to Bai Hao before asking Lu Jie. All of us have 3 chances to challenge. Once the last chance is used, our ranks will be confirmed. We will have to wait to be challenged if we want to change ranks in the future. If you want to climb the ranks, why don't I challenge you so that you can defeat me and take my rank? This will save you one of your own challenges, and you will be able to make it further. There were many rules within the Radiance 100 sequence. Those of higher ranks could challenge those of lower ranks at any time, but those of lower ranks could only challenge those 10 ranks above them. As such, if one hid too much of their power and ended up in the bottom 60 ranks, they would only be able to reach the top 30 at best unless someone of a higher rank challenged them. But once a challenge failed, they could still continue to challenge until they used up his 3 chances. This would give the challenger time to learn about their opponent and come up with a battle strategy. Long Tao had spoken softly, and only Bai Hao and Lu Jie had heard him. Astonishment spread across Bai Hao's face. What was Long Tao saying? He implied that he would not be able to defeat Lu Jie and wanted to help Lu Jie. Long Tao was sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence and was the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley. He was always cruel and standoffish toward outsiders and only smiled at his teammates. When did Lu Jie and Long Tao become so well acquainted? Additionally, Long Tao seemed to be certain that Lu Jie would be able to defeat him. One could not put up too much pretense during the Radiance 100 sequence rankings because Lu Wenqing forbade it. When they gathered together at Zhongzhe's place, Long Tao, Li Xian, Gaofeng, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest had discovered that Lu Jie was the Night Empress disciple and that the Guardi banquet had been held for his benefit. The Radiance Envoy selection would be taking place next year. At that time, all of them were going to try out, including Lu Jie. Lu Jie nodded and said, "Thank you. I do want to see how far I can go." Lu Jie's gaze fell on Xia Qing, and shock soon appeared in his eyes. Zhao Xiaochun had taken a seat next to Xia Qing and handed her a braised pig trotter. Zhao Xiaochun herself was holding and happily gnawing on another pig trotter. It seemed delicious. Not only did Xia Qing not reject Zhao Xiaochun's offer, but she received the pig trotter without hesitation and started munching on it. Although Xia Qing ate much more elegantly than Zhao Xiaochun, she was not any slower. It was at this moment that Lu Jie suddenly recalled the rumor that Zhao Xiaochun sometimes brought along a wingman with her when she terrorized hotel buffets. Could it be that Xia Qing was the wingman? Suddenly, the image of Xia Qing that had been built up in their minds crumbled. Shi Su was the only one who remained calm. Ever since he opened the House of Enviable Fragrance, Shi Su had essentially placed shackles on Zhao Xiaochun, and she no longer frequented other restaurants. For the sake of love, Shi Su went back to being the working emperor so he could earn enough to feed her. During this time, he noticed that Zhao Xiaochun often brought Xia Qing with her to the House of Enviable Fragrance. After getting into a relationship with Zhao Xiaochun, Shi Su realized that she ate continuously because of a source-type lifeform she had contracted. By eating, she was increasing the source-type lifeform's power. Evidently, this was the case for Xia Qing as well. There was once when Xia Qing was feasting in the House of Enviable Fragrance that a strange noise appeared from within her body. It sounded like the low growl of a beast. But Shi Su had never seen Xia Qing summon a beast-type fae that made such a noise during battle. Xia Qing hid it too well. Lu Wenqing stood on the stage and gazed with pride at the 100 people below him who represented the best and brightest of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Inside the hall, a large bronze clock rang out as it struck 12. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence straightened this posture and looked at Lu Wenqing. At that moment, the Radiance 100 sequence's ranking was going to officially begin. Lu Wenqing announced, "In the past, the rankings took place on battle stages. That structure was unfair to many people's fighting styles. This time, the ranking is going to take place on StarWeb. Although it will still be one-on-one battles which are disadvantageous for support type and healing type spirit chi professionals, the battleground has been expanded to a square kilometer. Grassland, a mountain, a river, trenches, a forest, and a desert can be found within the area. The ground is also uneven. With such a battleground, all of you should be able to sufficiently make use of your combat styles. In past years' rankings, all of you always held back. But this time, you can give it your all. Many members of the Radiance 100 sequence inhaled sharply. Frankly, most of them had guessed that this year's Radiance 100 sequence ranking would take place on StarWeb. After StarWeb was updated, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence had fought on the Celestial Stairway and sparred against their teammates on StarWeb with the sensitivity set at maximum so that they would be able to experience what it was like to die over and over. This realistic experience of dying was completely different from what it used to be like fighting on the Celestial Stairway. When the Radiance 100 sequence members were out on assignments, they often got injured and brushed against death. However, none of them had truly experienced death. Those who had experienced death recoiled at the memory. At that moment, Lu Wanqing changed the topic and said, "In February of next year, the Radiance Envoy selection will take place, and the next Radiance 100 sequence ranking will only happen in March. Thus, this is your last chance to show what you're capable of. Let me see if you are truly worthy of being part of the Radiance 100 sequence." While he spoke, Lu Wanqing's gaze fell on Xiaqing and Lu Jie. Xiaqing was done eating by the time the bronze clock rang and had stored the bones inside a diamond fey storage box. On the other hand, Zhao Xiaochun had still been munching away, but her expression soon became stern, and she even stopped chewing. She was waiting for Lu Wanqing to finish speaking before she continued eating. When Lu Wanqing noticed this, he shook his head vexedly and said, "Zhao Xiaochun, your source-type life form is more special, and you will be in a state of starvation if your belly isn't kept full. I give you permission to finish the pig trotter." Zhao Xiaochun blushed and hastily swallowed the food in her mouth. She would never eat while Lu Wanqing was talking, even if it meant that her source-type life form would die. Lu Wanqing's words lit a fire within the members of the Radiance 100 sequence who aimed to become Radiance Envoys. Even if they knew that they could not become Radiance Envoys, they were determined to become Radiance Knights. The Radiance Knights received better treatment and resources than the Radiance 100 sequence. More importantly, it was an honor to be a Radiance Envoy. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation would be carrying out their bet 2 years later. This new batch of Radiance Envoys and Radiance Knights would be the substitutes. But even so, all of them wanted to do their part for the Radiance Federation. Lu Wanqing looked at the Radiance 100 sequence members, who were burning with passion, and said, "Now, take out your Star Web cards and step into the Radiance Sacred Hall in Star Web. Starting from sequence number 1 Xiaqing, the battles will take place going down the ranks." Inside the Radiance Sacred Hall on Star Web, Xiaqing stood up and said, "I give up my 3 challenges." This challenge structure gave the lower-ranked members of the Radiance 100 sequence more chances, and also those who were eliminated would have no reason to complain. If they could not even defeat the 3 challengers they chose, there was no excuse for their elimination. After Xiaqing gave up her 3 chances, Liang stood up and said, "I would like to challenge sequence number 1. Xiaqing." Liang had been doing this every year for the past 3 years, and everyone had become accustomed to it. Liang walked over to Xiaqing and spoke with resolution. "I haven't used my secret weapon since the last battle on the dueling ground. But this time, the Radiance 100 sequence is taking place on Star Web. This means that I will be able to use my secret weapon without holding back." Xiaqing's expression did not change when she heard what Liang said. But as Liang's teammate, Su was surprised by what he heard, and a smile spread across his face. "Liang, you can finally use that move." Besides being part of the Radiance 100 sequence, Su and Liang were also part of the Rhine Guild Club's main team. Both of them knew each other's secret weapons better than anyone else. Liang's words attracted the attention of many Radiance 100 sequence members. Although Xiaqing had defeated Liang, he was still sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Many had challenged him, but none had truly defeated him. Thus, Everyone saw his challenge to Xiaqing as performative. This year was no exception. But there was one person who did not share this sentiment, and that person was Lu Jie. 2 years ago, the insect queen had entered a near-dead state, and Lu Jie had backed out of the Radiance 100 sequence. As such, he had missed the fight between Liang and Xiaqing for the past 2 years. Lu Jie's goal was Xiaqing, but he did not know anything about her. If he could watch a fight between Xiaqing and Liang, he could see how Liang pushed Xiaqing as far as he could. This would allow Lu Jie to gain an understanding of Xiaqing and make it easier for him to take her on. Lu Jie was skilled at formation combat and needed to choose the right strategy to be effective during battle. Long Tao was aware of this, which was why he was willing to give up one of his chances to Lu Jie. Otherwise, Lu Jie would only be left with one challenge chance by the time he reached rank 10. But now, if Lu Jie could take over Long Tao's spot as sequence number 3, he would have all 3 of his chances that he could use to try and defeat Xiaqing and claim the throne of sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. By challenging her multiple times, he would be able to force her to reveal more of her methods and eventually adapt. When Liang saw how indifferent Xiaqing looked, he took a deep breath and said, "In previous years, I always got the feeling that you didn't use your full power. This year, I hope that you'll take it more seriously." Xiaqing lifted her head to look at Liang and said, "You aren't powerful enough for me to use my full strength. I didn't even summon my main phase during our previous fights. Don't challenge me 3 times in a row this year. I won't hide my power this year. I will show you just how large the gap between us is." Xiaqing's tone became increasingly cold, but there was not a hint of arrogance. Her words did not leave a bad taste in the mouths of Liang and the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence. All of them were just shocked by her power. It turned out that Xiaqing had not once used her main fei in all of Liang and Xiaqing's previous fights, and when she was challenged by the previous members of the Radiance 100 sequence who had retired after aging out. Not using one's main fei was different from hiding one's power. Liang said honestly, "If you can defeat me to the point that I'm fully satisfied, I will give up the chances to challenge you a second and third time." Xiaqing's lips curled upward, and she said, "That's a deal." Soon, Lu Wenqing led both of them to the area where the rank fights would take place. Since the actual locations were randomized, they could not be sure of where they would end up. Liang and Xiaqing found themselves in a trench. A square kilometer in size was considered neither large nor small. It was difficult for 2 people to coincidentally end up at the same spot. But Liang was a power offense-type spirit chi professional and did not need to warm up before fights. He raised his hand, and 3 faceless elemental figures rose around him. Soon a long-eared squirrel with 3 tails, each a different color, appeared in Liang's arms. Liang's looks were plain, and he had been learning the art of wooing girls from Shi Su. With his unkempt beard, he came off even drabber. But when he became serious, his resolute gaze had a unique magnetism to it. Lu Jie knew what phase Liang had. It was clear that Liang had not shown his secret weapon. Liang had and nurtured contracted 3 source-type lifeforms. They were completely different from Lin Yuan's source sand, Zhongzai's source fire, and when used elemental paper. Liang did not need as much pure elemental energy. After all, he could not invest all of his resources into the 3 elemental source-type lifeforms. Liang used the easiest method of utilizing his spiritual-type spiritual ingredients and his blood as a medium to guide the 3 source-type lifeforms focused toward maturing. Liang's faceless wind, water, and snow element could produce powerful elemental attacks. They could even change the terrestrial shapes. As for the squirrel in Liang's arms, it was his main fei, the 3 Mystic Currents mouse, that he had not revealed up till now. The 3 Mystic Currents mouse was also a machine gun for spells. Its 3 tails contained a sea of elemental energy. It would work with the 3 faceless elements to unleash elemental attacks that could last at least 3 hours. Just as Liang was about to summon his secret weapon, Xiaqing waved his hand and summoned a large toad with a half-red and half-blue body. The toad was as large as a small building, and there were air currents and flame patterns on each side of its body. It was as though the flames would ignite the air currents at any time. Xiaqing had never summoned this toad species Fey before. Before Liang could summon his secret weapon, Xiaqing exclaimed, "Suck burst oxygen toad. Use flaming flowing oxygen." The enormous toad opened its mouth and forcefully sucked in a breath. The air currents in the surroundings seemed to be pushed by a powerful force as they were sucked into the suck burst oxygen toad's mouth. Soon, the air current patterns on the suck burst oxygen toad's body dispersed, and the flame patterns became increasingly active. The black flames ignited all over the suck burst oxygen toad's body. Liang quickly realized that he could not breathe. Rather, no matter how hard he inhaled, no oxygen entered his nose. He immediately realized that after Xiaqing's main Fei used its ability, it burned up all the oxygen in the space. Liang needed to put distance between himself and this space so that the airflow around him would be out of the giant toad's reach. Once the air behind him circulated over, he would have access to oxygen again. Liang commanded, "3 mystic currents mouse. Use the 3 of them to create an elemental shield." 3 walls made of elemental energy immediately appeared in front of Liang. At that moment, Liang had not noticed that the suck burst oxygen toad's eyes had rolled and that it had stopped sucking in the air. Suddenly, the black flames on the suck burst oxygen toad grew even brighter. As the black flames continued to burn the air turned into sticky tar. Star Web's battleground was a replica of a space in the main world. The stickiness was a sign that the air was about to disintegrate. Long Tao choked as he watched the fight between Liang and Xiaqing. The suck burst oxygen toad has reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. One of Liang's faceless elemental figures is at Diamond V/Fantasy 3, while the other 2 are at Diamond 4/Legend. Although the 3 Mystic Currents mouse has reached Diamond 7/Fantasy 3, every small increase in a fantasy breed phase quality is the equivalent of 3 or 4 increases in grade. The suck burst oxygen toad's combat style is also related to elemental energy. The difference in grades between elemental type phase will have definite implications during battle. Even if Liang does have a secret weapon, he won't be able to beat a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fei. Just who is Xiaqing? While Long Tao was speaking, Liang summoned a new Fei. A white-haired 4-winged fairy source-type lifeform appeared on Liang's shoulder. Liang immediately commanded it to fuse with the 3 faceless elemental figures. The appearance of the white-haired fairy source-type lifeform instantly attracted the attention of the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence. 4-winged fairies were not a common sight. Everyone had expected Liang to use his secret weapon in this battle against Xiaqing and had been waiting for it. But it turned out that Liang's secret weapon was the Diamond 8/Fantasy 4 4-winged fairy. Many people's gazes fell on Lu Jie. Lu Jie's insect queen was also a 4-winged fairy. Long Tao was not the only creation master among the Radiance 100 sequence members. At that moment, sequence number 7 Lao said, "I can't believe Liang contracted the mutated fairy source-type life-form elemental puppet. Suppose the element puppet absorbs the energy inside the 3 Mystic Currents mouse while it's fused with the 3 faceless elemental figures. In that case, it will definitely be able to produce an attack of Diamond X/Fantasy V level." Lu Jie shook his head gently. The full-powered attack of any Fey that reached Diamond X/Fantasy V would be of Diamond X/Fantasy V level. They could produce 10 consecutive attacks before they were drained. But the elemental puppet that had fused with the faceless elemental figures would be out of energy before it could even produce 5 attacks. Liang's secret weapon would not be of any help against Xiaqing's suck-burst oxygen toad. Moreover, Xiaqing was that old man's granddaughter. As such, the phase she contracted had to have the ability to roll grades during combat. Hence, it was still up to Xiaqing to give Liang the chance to take down the suck-burst oxygen toad. The elemental puppet had fused with the 3 faceless elemental figures, and representative colors of water, wind, and thunder appeared on its body. Its originally skinny body was now as rotund as a balloon. The elemental puppet did not stop absorbing elemental energy. The 3 Mystic Currents mouse removed the seal on its tail, and a large amount of elemental energy flowed into the elemental puppet's body. Just as Liang was about to remove the elemental walls to properly clash against Xiaqing, The huge toad with black flames all over its body appeared on the other side of the elemental walls. The black flames on its body had turned into hundreds of long whips. When the black whips of flames moved in the air, the viscous air was like the glue that picked up ink. This scene was like a demon standing by and watching as a knight strengthened himself, not making a move because he still had absolute faith in his victory. When the elemental walls were removed, Liang was stunned by the sight in front of him. However, Xiaqing did not order the suck-burst oxygen toad to attack. Instead, she said, "Up till now, I have only instructed the suck-burst oxygen toad to use one ability. Why don't you use your strongest attack? Then, the distance between us will become obvious to you." Although Liang knew that he would not be able to beat Xiaqing, her words still pricked his pride. Liang bellowed, "Elemental puppet. Use elemental benefit and elemental tremors. Unleash the elemental energy through elemental whirlpool." The elemental puppet's 4 wings immediately started to move. A large 3-colored whirlpool appeared next to the elemental puppet. When the whirlpool appeared, the elemental puppet immediately slimmed down and fell to the ground weakly. Liang said to Xiaqing, "This is my strongest attack." Xiaqing said softly, "Suck-burst oxygen toad. Use gather oxygen toad croak." The suck-burst oxygen toad had wanted to use the long flame whips to break apart the whirlpool. But when it received Xiaqing's instruction, it tossed away its original idea, and its throat immediately started to inflate and deflate rapidly. Soon, a croak filled the air. What happened next made every spectating member of the Radiance 100 sequence widen their eyes. Everyone watched as the whirlpool made of all the elemental energy that the elemental puppet gathered collapsed. The elemental energy within the whirlpool was like timber that had come into contact with fire as they were immediately set alight. Liang wanted to use the elemental energy within the whirlpool to test out a full-powered attack. This would allow him to see the difference between his and Xiaqing's power. But now there was no way he would be able to do the test. When she saw the shock on Liang's face, Xiaqing said, "My gather oxygen toad croak can quickly gather the oxygen in the air. The high-magnitude tremors will be set alight by the pure oxygen. It can be said that the suck-burst oxygen's existence directly counters your battle style. I don't want to attack a friend. Give up." Liang fell silent for a moment before he looked deeply into Xiaqing's eyes. He raised his left fist as a white flag. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Liang was also unwilling to attack a friend. Thus, he understood what Xiaqing was trying to say. However, he needed to properly digest the facts. Previously, he had been unable to defeat her when she was not using her main fei. He had no idea if the suck-burst oxygen toad was Xiaqing's main fei, but it was enough to render him helpless. The gap between them could no longer be measured. After Liang left the location, he said to Lu Wenqing, "I give up my remaining challenges." Liang returned to his seat, and his body seemed to crumple slightly. Su did not know how he should comfort Liang. Lu Wenqing looked at Xiaqing and said, "Little Qing, at this point, there's no point in continuing to hide your identity. Tell Liang who you are and save him some misery." Xiaqing did not immediately reveal her identity. Rather, she said to Liang, "I had already reached God class on the Celestial Stairway 3 years ago. It's only to be expected that you're no match for me. If you can become a Radiance Knight, you will have no lack of Creation Master resources. You won't have to go out and earn them for yourself. At that time, all your fays will increase in power. Your faceless elemental figures were too impatient and lacked resources. As a result, they didn't fully release their powers. Once you have access to purer elemental energy, your combat power will double at least." Lu Wenqing knew that Xiaqing's character was like this. She was very straightforward and did not like to beat around the bush. He had wanted her to offer Liang comfort, yet she taught him a lesson instead. When Liang heard what Lu Wenqing said, he realized that Xiaqing had to come from an extraordinary background. If she had already reached God class 3 years ago, she had to either be a disciple of royalty or related to one. If that were the case, there really was no choice in them competing. Liang had been holding out hope of becoming a Radiance envoy. But now, He redirected his aspirations onto becoming a Radiance Knight. Just as Xia Qing had said, he would definitely transform once he became a Radiance Knight. Xia Qing and Li Ang's combat had quenched the fighting spirit of many. A full-powered Diamond X/Fantasy eye-level attack was the extent of power that a member of the Radiance 100 sequence could reach. Since Liang had given up his remaining 2 challenges, Long Tao was up next. Everyone assumed he would challenge Xia Qing as well before challenging Liang. Long Tao had kept a low profile these past few years and had not challenged anyone else. Clearly, he had been hiding something big. Liang came from a veteran faction, while Long Tao came from a top faction. Coiling Dragon's Valley had immense Creation Master resources, and Long Tao was a Class 3 Creation Master. Hence, Long Tao had greater access to Creation Master resources than Liang did. Moreover, there had been a rumor floating around that Whale Ocean Commerce had been sealed off by the Spirit Guards for an unknown reason and struck off the list of top factions. There was a report that came out of Coiling Dragon's Valley recently that said that their elder leader's main Fae had reached Immortal. Now, many people saw Coiling Dragon's Valley as having taken over Whale Ocean Commerce's place as one of the top factions. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Long Tao display his power. Yet, Long Tao said, "I want to challenge Lu Jie." Lu Wenqing immediately looked amused when he heard what Long Tao said. Lu Wenqing had seen the way Lu Jie fought at the Guard Yi banquet. Lu Wenqing's eyes were opened when he saw the way that Lu Jie fought with insect species carcinoma Fae formations. This combat style was highly compatible with his title of Heart of Insect Swarm. After the Guard Yi banquet ended, Lu Wenqing had even asked Night Leaning Moon about Lu Jie's nurturing process. Night Leaning Moon had not held back, and Lu Yenqing had learned about Night Leaning Moon's final weapon plan that she had for Lu Jie. Lu Wenqing sucked in a sharp breath. It was terrifying to think about a spirit chi professional commandeering tens of Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma phase. As long as Lu Jie had enough time to hide, he could even use his insect species carcinoma phase to wreak havoc on an entire continent. No matter how powerful an individual was, they would not be able to turn the tide when they were faced with a disaster brought on by insect species carcinoma phase. It was easy to solve a problem when it had just started. But if matters progressed too far, the members of royalty would not be able to use methods that caused widespread damage for fear of harming the citizens. Trying to protect citizens in the face of carcinoma phase was a problem that had never been solved. However, carcinoma phase could often counter each other. When the sawtooth devour ants and poison dust flying moths appeared in Golden Edge City, the battle between the 2 types of insect species carcinoma phase was what had given Chef Supreme the chance to solve the crisis. With so many insect species carcinoma phase, Lu Jie would be able to create disasters as well as fix disasters. It was all a matter of which he preferred. Thus, Lu Wenqing felt that the crux of Lu Jie was now how powerful he was but what kind of character he had. The way Lu Jie had single-handedly took on the insect tide at Cold Frost City proved that he had a kind heart. It can be said that Lu Jie had become the Radiance Federation's top strategic resource. That night, all the elders of the Radiance Federation had witnessed the events for themselves. They knew that Long Tao was challenging Lu Jie to help him. Lu Jie's goal was not Liang but Xia Qing. Xia Qing had just used the suck-burst oxygen toad and needed to conserve power. But if Lu Jie was targeting her, how was she going to conserve her power? It seemed that there was going to be a preview of the fight between Lu Jie and Xia Qing that would be taking place a year later at the Radiance Envoy selection. Lu Wenqing looked at Lu Jie and asked, "Lu Jie, are you going to accept Long Tao's challenge?" The lower-ranked members of the Radiance 100 sequence could turn down challenges. But there was no way that Lu Jie was going to do so. Lu Jie stood up. Now, all the eyes of the Radiance 100 sequence were on him. They all looked at Long Tao and Lu Jie with confusion. Was there some grudge between them? Long Tao had clearly walked over to Lu Jie and started chatting with him. The 2 of them had appeared to be on friendly terms. Why was Long Tao suddenly challenging Lu Jie, who had just regained his rank as sequence number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence? Long Tao had not told anyone about Lu Jie's identity. Zhao Xiaochun and Fang Duoduo looked at Long Tao with confusion. Xia Qing's gaze also landed on Lu Jie. She did not know Lu Jie because she had not attended the Guard Yi banquet. She also had no clue that he was eventually going to challenge her. But she was very interested in watching fights because it was also a way of strengthening herself. When Wang Fan and Bai Hao heard the whole story, they realized that Lu Jie must have gained an opportunity. Otherwise, someone with Long Tao's personality would not have involved himself with Lu Jie. Lu Jie would also not have been able to provide the two of them with so many resources. When Lu Jie nodded, Lu Wenqing sent him and Long Tao to the battleground. Before they were transported, Long Tao said to Lu Jie seriously, "I want to see how large the gap in our abilities is. I will give my all in this fight." Lu Jie nodded and said, "I will take this seriously." Long Tao was sent to the edge of a river. A large amount of water elemental energy flowed within the river. Lu Jie found himself in a dense forest. There were many places to hide in the forest, making it very compatible with his formation battle styles. Could be said that both of them had been transported to favorable territories. After a moment of silence, Long Tao waved his hand, and a 4-meter-long dragon appeared behind Long Tao. The dragon was the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon had changed significantly from the last time that Lin Yuan saw it. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon was walking down the path of becoming a terrifying dragon species Fei. As the young leader of Coiling Dragons Valley, he had nurtured the Sea King Cretaceous dragon to Diamond X/Fantasy 4. One more evolution of its grade and it would reach the limit of the younger generation's power. Long Tao did not use the Sea King Cretaceous dragon to scout out Lu Jie's location. Instead, he ordered it, "Sea King Cretaceous dragon, use Water Overseer and Maximum Seas." The moment the last word left his lips, all the water elemental energy in the area started to gather together. Even the water elemental energy within the river was pulled toward the growing mass of water elemental energy. The mass of water elemental energy turned into a flowing river midair as more and more water swirled around the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. In an instant, a mammoth entity of water was formed. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon manipulated the water so that it moved along with its own movements. The water had fully become part of the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon also used 8 dragon shadows, and 8 dragon shadows appeared in the water. Each of the shadows was equally mighty. 2 dragons, one red and the other blue, appeared in midair. As the 2 dragons moved their invisible feelers, rain started pouring from the sky. The rain increased the size of the mass of water, and a 7-meter-long shark appeared in front of Long Tao. Long Tao jumped onto the shark's back. When he met Lin Yuan, the reef sturgeon had been Platinum 6/Epic. Now it was Diamond X/Legend. Clearly, Long Tao was not going to provide the reef sturgeon with a willpower rune. Long Tao's actions shocked the Radiance 100 Sequences members. The Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Sea King Cretaceous Dragon and the 2 Diamond X/Fantasy 3 Deep Blue Dragon Jellyfishes were enough to demonstrate that Long Tao was even stronger than Liang. If they fought, there was a good chance that Long Tao would be able to defeat Liang. Additionally, Long Tao had not used his secret weapon. Long Tao had won the Wave Halberd Killer Whale at the auction. No one knew the extent to which he had nurtured it. Everyone could not help but look at Lu Jie with concern. They had no idea how Lu Jie was going to deal with Long Tao with just the Insect Queen. No matter how many types of insects the Insect Queen summoned and how many different abilities those insects had, it would not be strong enough. Once it entered the water that was under the Sea King Cretaceous dragon's control, the 8 dragon shadows that were each 60% as strong as the main body would rip the insects to shreds. The deep blue dragon jellyfish had control of the skies and put a damper on the hurricane owlet moths and plasma caterpillars. Unless the Insect Queen was able to produce Diamond X/Fantasy 3 hurricane owlet moths and plasma caterpillars, they would stand no chance against the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes. While everyone was looking at Lu Jie with worry, Lu Jie gave a thumbs up, and a large purple moth appeared in the air around him. The moth's abdomen glowed faintly, and black patterns were all over its body. When it flapped its wings, the black patterns on its body seemed to extend into the air. The space around it seemed to ripple. Most of the Radiance 100 sequence members were unfamiliar with this moth. But those who came from top and veteran factions were all too familiar with it. The moth had appeared 2 months ago at the Guard Ye banquet. The one who had wielded the moth at that time was the chief spirit guard's disciple. He had summoned it when he challenged a group of young experts from top factions. The people who realized this all looked at Lu Jie with astonishment. Could it be that Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple? The members of the Radiance 100 sequence who came from top and veteran factions all widened their eyes. As they scrutinized the moth, they became certain that it was definitely the dimensional light moth. Chief Guard Ye's disciples' fight on the martial stage and the battle between Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe had exploded the horizons of the young experts from top and veteran factions. Zhongzhe had used his Fei with the Baron bloodline and his sacred source lifeform. Even the young experts from top and veteran factions could not hope to obtain such things. There was no certainty if there were any elders of veteran factions who had sacred source lifeforms, and only a few elders of top factions had sacred source lifeforms. Moreover, only Radiance envoys and the disciples of royalty could obtain Feis with the Baron bloodline. Everyone feared and respected Zhongzhe. Not only was the younger generation of experts befuddled by Lin Yuan's combat style, but even the leaders of veteran and top factions were at a loss. They could tell that Lin Yuan's combat style involved combat skills and fighting strategies. How did any spirit chi professional have time to learn all that? Lin Yuan had definitely used a sacred source lifeform. The silhouette of a girl that had appeared behind him was proof of this. But what abilities did this sacred source lifeform have? No one could tell. Firstly, Lin Yuan had extremely powerful immunity to elements, unbelievable combat abilities, and the ability to hide his spirit chi professional rank. Next, he could use that sword that could unleash crows. None of these were definitive tells. Thus, Lu Jie was the one at the center of most discussions after the Guard Ye banquet. He had not only used insect species carcinoma phase, but every Fei had also reached Diamond X/Legend. This was an unprecedented combat style. At that time, the dimensional light moth had spat out 40 shield ladybugs in succession. This had left the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, who came from veteran and top factions, scratching their heads. Clearly, there was no way he could have contracted so many insect species phase. Moreover, one of the insect queen's abilities was to produce a large number of shield ladybugs. But at that time, no one had connected the dots and guessed that Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple. But now, the two identities were finally overlapping in their minds. How could such a coincidence exist? Moreover, no regular person was able to control the dimensional light moth. Instead of summoning the insect queen, Lu Jie had summoned the dimensional light moth and kept the insect queen within the dimensional light moth's abdomen. This was because Lu Jie did not want to continue hiding his identity. The Radiance envoy selection was going to take place a year later, and there was no need to continue hiding. He had already informed Night Leaning Moon that he would not be trying out to become a Radiance envoy. Instead, he wanted to become Lin Yuan's Radiance Knight. Lu Jie felt that this was the best way he could carry out his duty as Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Additionally, Lin Yuan had given Lu Jie the Firefly Demon Fetus before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, and Lu Jie had fused it with the Insect Queen. As a result, the Blade Queen Bee had evolved, and its psychotoxin was now much more potent. When the Insect Queen absorbed the psychotoxin, its bloodline mutated again, and it gained another pair of wings. Now, the Insect Queen was a 6-winged fairy, and its ability to control insect species carcinoma phase had become extremely powerful. Lu Jie could now commandeer the insect species carcinoma phase with greater proficiency. The 6-winged Insect Queen was now Lu Jie's secret weapon. It was only natural that one had to properly protect his secret weapon. Lu Jie would only be willing to reveal it during his fight against Xia Qing. There was no need for him to reveal the Insect Queen's 6 wings in his fight against Long Tao. After the Dimensional Light Moth was summoned, Lu Jie immediately ordered it to release 50 of the shield ladybugs that the Insect Queen had produced. The shield ladybugs were the main method of defense for the Insect Queen. In whatever situation, they could be living shields for Lu Jie. Each of the 50 shield ladybugs had reached Diamond X/Fantasy I. When the 50 Diamond X/Fantasy Eye Shield Ladybugs appeared, the spectating members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all stunned, and their gazes immediately fixed onto Lu Jie. Xia Qing's also focused her gaze on Lu Jie. The 50 shield ladybugs opened the shells on their backs to reveal their wings and flew into the sky. All the shield ladybugs chose a tree and landed in it to preempt any enemies that tried to use sneak attacks. Lu Jie had too many ideas for how he could defeat Long Tao. The easiest way would be for the Insect Queen to produce 10 Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Plasma Caterpillars and a Diamond X/Fantasy V Lightning Gathering Moth. The Lightning Gathering Moth would gather the plasma produced by the Plasma Caterpillars and produce a full-powered fantasy breed level attack. Long Tao's battle style required a supply of water. Water was an exceptional natural conductor. The Lightning Gathering Moth did not need to aim the attack at Long Tao's phase but at the water, and all of Long Tao's phase would end up seriously injured. However, Lu Jie did not decide to do this because he had spent the past few months contracting insect species carcinoma phase and had not had many opportunities to fight real battles that could raise his combat abilities. He could not attack with his insect species carcinoma phase when he fought on the celestial stairway. Thus, Long Tao was the best sharpening stone for Lu Jie. At that moment, Lu Jie spotted a mass of water approaching him. The deep blue dragon jellyfishes were extremely eye-catching as they resembled red and blue streaks of light. Since Long Tao had set up his water supply, Lu Jie gave another thumbs up, and a small insect species carcinoma fey resembling a light bulb appeared in his hand. This was the insect species carcinoma fey that Lu Jie had used when Lin Yuan was on Raging Wave City's island and was afraid that his harvesting of the large whale fall would cause harm to the other aquatic lifeforms. The quiet floating hat insect. Lu Jie had used the young miniatures produced by the quiet floating hat insect to send all the wild aquatic fays from the shallow shores to the deep sea. Lu Jie ordered the quiet floating hat insect, "Go ahead and spawn. Turn the entire area of water into a sticky globe." The quiet floating hat insect immediately started twisting its body. Through its translucent body, Lu Jie could see fluids moving. Many eggs moved into its special organ, and it did not take long for translucent insect eggs to roll out of the quiet floating hat insect's abdomen. At that moment, one hurricane owlet moth flew out of the dimensional light moth. It picked up the sticky eggs and carried them toward the approaching rain. The hurricane owlet moth was platinum/normal, and Lu Jie had no intention of using it in combat. The hurricane owlet moth just needed to carry the eggs over to the water, and it would have fulfilled its purpose. Long Tao caught sight of Lu Jie from far off. He had no idea what methods Lu Jie was going to use. All the information he had on Lu Jie came from the fight on the martial stage during the Guard Yi banquet. At that time, Lu Jie had summoned insect species carcinoma phase like the blade queen bee and hypha tapeworm that were skilled at terrestrial battles. Hence, Long Tao started using his spirit chi so that the Sea King Cretaceous dragon could cover the ground and air with water. From afar, Long Tao saw that Lu Jie was not moving much, yet he dared not attack immediately. The power of a terrestrial battle came from being able to attack and defend from a contained area. Long Tao planned on covering the entire area around Lu Jie with water and seeing how Lu Jie reacted to it. Long Tao did not pay too much attention to the hurricane owlet moth that was flying toward him. Rather, he focused on Lu Jie. He did not even use his creation master ability to sense the hurricane owlet moth's grade. Rather, he used the two deep blue dragon jellyfishes to attack the hurricane owlet moth using the rain. The two deep blue dragon jellyfishes had an average power of Diamond X/Fantasy 3. When the rain made contact with the platinum eye/normal hurricane owlet moth, the droplets pierced through it, and it fell into the water below. The hurricane owlet moth's sudden death without putting up any fight caused Long Tao's expression to turn solemn. The quiet floating hat insect's eggs had entered the water. Long Tao had not realized what was going on yet. But even if he did, it was already too late. The quiet floating hat insect's eggs needed to absorb the water elemental energy from within the mass of water in order to hatch. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon produced the mass of water using water elemental energy. It contained more water elemental energy than a real body of water. The heart of the water elemental energy was the Sea King Cretaceous dragon. It could be said that in order to hatch, the quiet floating hat insect's eggs, had to steal the Sea King Cretaceous dragon's water elemental energy. As an insect species carcinoma fae, the quiet floating hat insect could cause devastating damage to water territories. The sea clans had been able to tolerate the sea burial lotus flower but not the quiet floating hat insect. In a blink of an eye, light blue forms floated up to the surface of the water. Every floating form had a small hat and looked like small transparent islands floating on the water. In order to maximize the size of the water, the Sea King Cretaceous dragon had not made the water very deep. Its depth was only about 20 meters. The young quiet floating hat insects could extend their tentacles to a depth of 500 meters. If they absorbed enough energy, they could even extend to 1,000 meters. As such, the quiet floating hat insect's transparent tentacles were all pressed at the bottom of the water, even blocking the flow of water. According to Lu Jie's instruction, the quiet floating hat insect instructed the young insects to dissolve their tentacles to change them into sticky fluids. The spectating members of the Radiance 100 sequence watched as the water turned into a pool of glue. The 8 figures produced from 8 dragon shadows were all trapped within the glue. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon used Sea Bite in succession before using Sea Emperor's dragon breath. Finally, it broke through the glue and flew up into the air while covered in the disgusting sticky substance. No matter how hard the Sea King Cretaceous dragon tried to shake the sticky substance off, it was to no avail. Moreover, once the glue left the water, it would start to dry rapidly. This slowed down the Sea King Cretaceous dragon's movements. It was even difficult for the Sea King Cretaceous dragon to open its mouth. The Sea King Cretaceous dragon was so uncomfortable that it wanted to use extremity of sea to gather water elemental energy to wash off the glue. But it was immediately stopped by Long Tao. Long Tao had already figured out that the glue-like substance had come from the quiet floating hat insect. The quiet floating hat insect's young insects had strong regenerative abilities. Even when they were ripped to shreds by aquatic phase, they could regenerate as long as they had access to sufficient water elemental energy. It was likely that the quiet floating hat insect's young insects' detached tentacles were hidden within the glue. If there was even one piece, the water elemental energy that the Sea King Cretaceous dragon gathered to wash itself off would cause the tentacles to regenerate. If one of the quiet floating hat insect's young insects attached itself to the Sea King Cretaceous dragon, it would find a large amount of its water elemental energy being drained away. Although the Sea King Cretaceous dragon was Diamond X/Fantasy 4, while the quiet floating hat insect was only at Diamond X/Legend, wild silver insect species carcinoma phase were already capable of bringing down cities. When a diamond insect species carcinoma fae was serious, even Thearch-class experts would be rendered helpless. After each quiet floating hat insect's young insect hatched, they would have half the insect queen's power. This meant that they would be at diamond grade. There were at least 500 insect eggs within the small area of water. In order for the Sea King Cretaceous dragon to escape from the glue, it would have to defeat 500 diamond phase. Long Tao had not clashed against Lu Jie directly before, but now that he suddenly felt the helplessness that the young experts from top factions felt when they fought against Lu Jie on the martial stage. Long Tao planned on using his ultimate move. He was not going to waste any more time because he had no clue what new insect species carcinoma fae Lu Jie was going to pull out from his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, an enormous whale larger than the Sea King Cretaceous dragon appeared in midair. The whale was around 90 meters long, and there were white patches all over its black body. There was a 10-meter-long fin on its back that resembled a halberd. After the whale was summoned, it immediately let out a roar. Long Tao said to Lu Jie, "Now, I'm going to use my strongest attack." Lu Jie replied softly, "What a coincidence. I also want to try out my new defense technique." A flat-bodied insect species carcinoma fae with complex flower patterns on its back appeared on Lu Jie's palm. At the same instant, Xia Qing said sternly, "The demon flower fragrance shield stinkbug. It's Diamond X/Legend 2. Xia Qing looked at Lu Jie with fear. She had a deep impression of him from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he had single-handedly held off the insect tide from conquering Cold Frost City for half an hour. As a result, the insect queen had entered a near-dead state. Xiaqing was the one who had begged the bamboo monarch on Lu Jie's behalf. When she found out that the bamboo monarch could not heal the insect queen's injured roots, she even asked her grandfather for a second opinion while simultaneously contacting Chef Supreme. If the Moon Empress had not been in seclusion at that time, Xiaqing might have visited the Leaning Moon Mountain as well. Xiaqing had never told Lu Jie about this. She was genuinely happy for him that he had made it back to the Radiance 100 sequence. However, the power that Lu Jie exhibited far exceeded that of his age group. At that moment, Xiaqing suddenly remembered her grandfather mentioning that Chief Guard Ye's disciple was a young man who excelled at using insect species carcinoma phase in battle. Xiaqing immediately drew a link between Lu Jie and Night Leaning Moon's disciple. The spirit guards had captured every carcinoma fae in the Radiance Federation. Only the spirit guard chief's disciple would have access to so many insect species carcinoma phase. At that moment, Xiaqing seemed to understand something. Long Tao was clearly friends with Lu Jie. So why would sequence number 3 challenge sequence number 30? It could only be that Long Tao was trying to help Lu Jie, and that Lu Jie had set her as his goal. This immediately filled Xiaqing with an overflowing battle spirit. Xiaqing did not even see Liang as a worthy match. But now, there was no doubt that Lu Jie was one of the strongest young experts in the Radiance Federation. Xiaqing felt that only this level of power was worthy of her. When Lu Jie summoned the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug, Xiaqing realized that there was no longer any uncertainty about the outcome of this match. The vapors from the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug would produce similar flowers that decorated its back in the air. By consuming life force, it could increase the strength of its demon flowers. Every demon flower was only around the size of a fingernail. The insect queen could produce numerous insect species phase. The demon flowers produced in the air already possessed diamond defense attacks. As the demon flowers consumed the insect species phase consumed by the insect queen, their power would quickly reach that of fantasy breed. If a punch landed on the shield in the form of the vapor shield, it would come into contact with 20 demon flowers. Each of the demon flowers had fantasy breed level defense. If they were not all broken at once, the attack would be unable to break through this wall of defense. However, the attack from the wave halberd killer whale would definitely be stronger than that of a fist. Although Long Tao was a Class 3 creation master, he had not recognized the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug because information on insect species carcinoma phase was not available on Star Web, and there was no expert on them who could teach the information. As such, it was very difficult to find a way to obtain such information. Long Tao ordered the wave halberd killer whale use Tide Ballad. The wave halberd killer whale's body turned the color of blood. The blood-red color spread outward until it stained the reef sturgeon, sea king Cretaceous dragon, and deep blue dragon jellyfishes. The energy within the aquatic phase that Long Tao had contracted fused with the red energy, and the combined energy was transferred to the wave halberd killer whale. Tide Ballad could drain the energy of other aquatic phase and unleash it after combining it with its own energy. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the wave halberd killer whale's tail started to swish. The clouds even turned into the shape of giant waves as they enveloped the wave halberd killer whale. At that moment, the Demon Flower Fragrance Shield Stinkbug raised its abdomen and released a string of rainbow vapors into the air. The rainbow vapors formed a pyramid-shaped shield that protected Lu Jie. There were beautiful flowers all over the rainbow shield. Soon, 200 Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye flesh-mincing blade insects crawled out of the dimensional light moth's abdomen and entered the demon flowers. They became the demon flowers' food and increased their defensive ability. The demon flowers seemed to have a life of their own. As they consumed the flesh-mincing blade insects, their shields expanded until they eventually blocked Lu Jie's interior. Long Tao sternly ordered the wave halberd killer whale use Flood Blood Whale Fall. Charge! Flood Blood Whale Fall was the wave halberd killer whale's diamond ability. It was a method of combat that was self-sacrificing. Since the quiet floating hat insect's young insects had absorbed too much of the Sea King Cretaceous dragon's water elemental energy, the wave halberd killer whale's attack would not be at maximum strength. However, it did exceed the power of a fantasy breed fae. Liang sighed a small breath when he saw this. It seemed that regardless of who won or lost this battle, His position as sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence would soon be taken from him. The power that Long Tao was exhibiting now exceeded that of Liang. Before Liang could sigh again, his eyes widened as he saw the previously calm sea of glue turn choppy. Many invisible tentacles were moving within the sea of glue until they manipulated the sea of glue into a giant wave that reached the clouds in the sky. The wave moved toward the wave halberd killer whale and prevented it from charging into Lugia. This was occurring because the quiet floating hat insect was controlling its young insects. Long Tao had only instructed the Sea King Cretaceous dragon to escape from the sea of glue and not attack it. Hence, the quiet floating hat insect's young insects within the sea of glue had not died. Normally, the quiet floating hat insect would never use its young insects to attack in the air but continue consuming food within a body of water. However, the quiet floating hat insect was under the insect queen's control and had gained enough intelligence to know the best move to make during battle. It could be said that everything that was happening now had surpassed what Long Tao knew about the quiet floating hat insect. As such, he was completely unprepared. But the wave halberd killer whale had already used flood blood whale fall and had gathered all the energy in its body to a singular point. Hence, Long Tao was completely unable to halt the wave halberd killer whale at this point. If the wave halberd killer whale was stopped, it would not be able to continue fighting. Thus, Long Tao felt that the best option would be to allow the wave halberd killer whale to crash into the sea of glue that enveloped invisible tentacles. The sea of glue was fluid and was able to slow down anything that it came in contact with. The sea of glue turned into a 500-meter-long wall of glue that the wave halberd killer whale charged into. The quiet floating hat insect's young insects feelers immediately extended toward the wave halberd killer whale. At this point, the wave halberd killer whale had turned into a large blood-colored furnace and rapidly burned up the energy within its body. Thus, the sea of glue quickly started to boil and bubble. The quiet floating hat insect was very averse to heat. As such, the high temperature of the wave halberd killer whale's body instantly killed all of the quiet floating hat insect's young insects. Still, it was not over just because the young insects were dead. The young insects' bodies immediately turned to glue and made the sea of glue even stickier. Long Tao pursed his lips when he sensed the energy inside the wave halberd killer whale being used up. The wave halberd killer whale would definitely be able to break through the wall of glue, but once it did, the energy in its body would also be used up. Long Tao knew that he had lost. Even if the wave halberd killer whale used its self-sacrificing attack, there was no way he would be able to turn the tables. When the wave halberd killer whale broke through the wall of glue, its body started to weaken visibly. The high temperature of the wave halberd killer whale's body boiled up the sea of glue until it was only half of its original size. At that moment, the shield ladybugs that Lu Jie had set up in the trees started to make their moves, all crashing into the wave halberd killer whale. The 50 shield ladybugs had all reached Diamond X/Fantasy Eye. They flew in a straight line, and the combined noise of their flapping wings resembled that of a train. They made a beeline for the wave halberd killer whale and used their bodies to protect Lu Jie. This was the reason the insect queen had created them. No one would think much of Lu Jie's combat style if he lacked power. But as long as he was strong enough, the 50 Diamond/Fantasy shield ladybugs using their bodies to protect Lu Jie would stun anyone who witnessed the sight. When the shield ladybugs slammed against the wave halberd killer whale, they were all crushed and fell to the ground of the forest. Every crash depleted the wave halberd killer whale's power, and their shells left its body with bloody gashes. Many insect parts were also left buried in the wave halberd killer whale's body. When the 27th shield ladybugs broke apart on the wave halberd killer whale's body, the wave halberd killer whale exploded as well. Since the remaining 23 shield ladybugs had finished their mission, they flew back to Lu Jie and formed a line in front of the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug. The shield ladybugs would not hesitate to attack anything that advanced to complete their mission. The pieces of the wave halberd killer whale's exploded body flew far and wide, but none of them made contact with the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug's demon flower shield. This sight allowed Long Tao and the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to see how far the canyon between them was and how powerful Lu Jie was. After a moment of silence from the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, a voice said, "No wonder he's Chief Guard Ye's disciple. This exclamation allowed those who had not realized the truth yet to learn what Lu Jie's identity was. Apparently, Lu Jie was Chief Guard Ye's disciple. All of Long Tao's Fays had been killed, so Lu Jie and Long Tao were transported out of the location. Long Tao composed himself and said with a smile, "The gap between us truly is large." However, Long Tao was not dispirited in the slightest, and he went on to say, "I think that I'll become an A-rank spirit chi professional within 6 months." Long Tao did not mean anything else when he said this. He said this because he and Lu Jie were friends. Lu Jie replied with a smile, "Let me be the first to congratulate you then." Lu Jie thought, a year later, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest will probably be able to become A-rank spirit chi professionals. I will be at that level too. At that time, the 12 firefly demon fetuses that Lin Yuan gave me will have reached myth breed. I will only reach my peak once I become an A-rank spirit chi professional. Lu Wenqing walked up to Long Tao and Lu Jie and patted their shoulders as he said, "Long Tao, you might have passed this challenge and become sequence number 30, but the rules state that you still have to pick your challengers based on your original rank." Long Tao nodded apologetically at Liang. After Liang challenged Xia Qing once, he had given up his other 2 chances. This meant that Liang no longer had any chances to challenge. Long Tao could challenge Liang now and push Liang down to sequence number 30. But Long Tao felt that it would not be appropriate for him to do so. If he did not challenge Liang, he would not have any challenges left. Long Tao chose to challenge sequence number 7 Lao and send him down to sequence number 30. Next, it would be Lao's chance to use his 3 challenges and climb the ladder if he wanted to. After challenging Lao, Long Tao noticed that Lao, at full strength, was not any weaker than Liang. He would likely be able to stand toe-to-toe against Liang. After pushing Lao down, Long Tao challenged Liang and rose to sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence while Liang became sequence number 7. Liang looked gratefully at Long Tao. As the challenges continued, many people challenged Xia Qing, but none succeeded. Soon it was Lu Jie's turn to challenge. Lu Jie told his 2 friends, Bai Hao and Wang Fan, about his situation. He also answered all their questions honestly. At that moment, Xia Qing walked over to Lu Jie and said to Wang Fan, "Can I have your seat for 5 minutes? I have a few things to say to Lu Jie." Wang Fan hurriedly gave up his seat. At that moment, Lu Jie's mind was muddled. He clearly had no ties with Xia Qing and had no idea what she would need to talk to him about. Bai Hao had been staring at Lu Jie and thinking, "Brother, you've caught the attention of a goddess. Can you show some sort of affable reaction? You're so frustrating. How are you supposed to find a partner like this?" Xia Qing is one of the most beautiful girls of her generation. Her features are not only breathtaking, but her figure is outstanding too. Why aren't you chatting her up? Xia Qing had a small smile on her face as she sat next to Lu Jie. Lu Jie's actions had made him worthy of being called a hero of the Radiance Federation. Xia Qing had felt bad for Lu Jie when he was unable to cure the Insect Queen. But now, the Insect Queen was fully healed and was given a new opportunity. Xia Qing was over the moon about this. Lu Jie was slightly uncomfortable under Xia Qing's gaze, and he wondered why she needed to talk to him. At that moment, Xia Qing said, "Why don't we put off our fight to next year's Radiance Envoy selection? You have already reached sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence and are eligible to compete for one of the Radiance Envoy spots." Lu Jie was slightly stunned, and he replied, "I'm not challenging you because of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, but because I want to be number 1. Also, my goal isn't to become a Radiance Envoy, and I won't be vying for a spot. I'm good with just becoming a Radiance Knight." Lu Jie's words left Xia Qing with a stupefied expression. As Night Leaning Moon's disciple, he had been carefully taught by her and had enough power to become a Radiance Envoy. Xia Qing did not know how many insect species carcinoma phase Lu Jie had under his control. He had defeated Long Tao with just the quiet floating hat insect. He had not even used the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug that he summoned. This was partly because Long Tao had been too cautious and given the quiet floating hat insect's young insects too much time to get prepared. Otherwise, the quiet floating hat insect would not have been able to halt the wave halberd killer whale. Additionally, Diamond/Legend insect species carcinoma phase were much too powerful, and fighting against Lu Jie was no different from fighting a mini-catastrophe. The quiet floating hat insect and demon flower fragrance shield stinkbug had not had the chance to work together. But if the insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Jie controlled could cooperate perfectly, he could produce power on an unimaginable scale. Xia Qing did not want to fight Lu Jie because she did not like fighting in front of an audience and felt that it was overly tedious. She was also not afraid of Lu Jie. Although Lu Jie had control of more than 8 insect species carcinoma phase, Xia Qing was still confident that she would be able to emerge victorious. The suck-burst oxygen toad was not Xia Qing's main fei. Xia Qing was just afraid that the fight between her and Lu Jie would end up depressing the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, Xia Qing privately approached Lu Jie and said what she said to him. However, she could not understand why he did not intend to become a Radiance envoy. Xia Qing looked into Lu Jie's eyes and asked, "Why? Shouldn't every member of the Radiance 100 sequence aim to become a Radiance envoy?" Lu Jie shook his head. After a few days of pondering, he finally understood why Night Leaning Moon did not want him to become a Radiance envoy. It was true that if he was ever called to choose between Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation, he would undoubtedly choose Lin Yuan. He was not suited to become a Radiance envoy with such a mentality because they needed to be focused on representing and protecting the Radiance Federation. Lu Jie would only become a Radiance Knight if Lin Yuan became a Radiance envoy. If he could not protect Lin Yuan as a Radiance Knight, Lu Jie saw no point in being one. However, there was no way that Lu Jie would tell Xia Qing this. Eventually, Lu Jie just said, "Everyone has their own goal." Xia Qing glanced at the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence before saying, "If so, I can take the sequence number 3 spot and let you have sequence number 1. However, I have a request. I hope that you can give me an answer when you become a Radiance Knight." Xia Qing's tone was full of confidence. Lu Jie knew that Xia Qing's confidence was not shallow but genuine belief in her own power. Lu Jie replied, "That's a deal. Even if you're not a Radiance envoy at that time, I will tell you the reason after I become a Radiance Knight." While he spoke, images of Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and an he appeared in Lu Jie's mind. As a support-type spirit chi professional, there was no way that Gao Feng would be able to become a Radiance envoy. Hence, only Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and he and Xia Qing could become Radiance envoys. The name list for the new batch of Radiance envoys was all but confirmed, and they were only going through the selection to decide on the ranking. Lu Jie and Xia Qing spoke softly to each other, so most of the people around them did not catch the contents of their conversation. But Wang Fan and Bai Hao were just sitting next to them and had shocked expressions on their faces. Was this the kind of conversation that big shots had? They traded the position of sequence number 1 so easily. But at the same time, Wang Fan and Bai Hao were genuinely happy for Lu Jie. Lu Jie's current status and power were unfamiliar to the two of them, but they still understood him as a person. Lu Jie was still their good friend with whom they had gone on missions, overcome hardships, and shared blessings. When it was Lu Jie's turn, he chose to challenge Xia Qing. Xia Qing only used the suck-burst oxygen toad during the fight, and Lu Jie only used the demon flower fragrance shield stinkbug and hypha tapeworm. After fighting for a while, Xia Qing surrendered. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence now knew that Xia Qing and Lu Jie had to have made a deal with each other. Both of them were hiding their power. No one knew what Xia Qing's secret weapon was. However, Lu Jie had used the Dead Soul Demon Insect and Blade Queen Bee before but did not summon them during this fight. The best match for the Blade Worms would be the hypha tapeworm. Lu Wenqing had silently acknowledged the situation. He looked at Xia Qing with an odd gaze. He had watched the proud Xia Qing grow up and felt it was strange for Xia Qing to put herself at a disadvantage. Lu Wenqing looked at the outstanding Lu Jie again and thought, "Is it possible that Xia Qing has her eye on Lu Jie? If that were the case, that old man would be in trouble." Many Radiance 100 sequence members were disappointed that Lu Jie and Xia Qing had not fought properly. However, this was just an appetizer. Every fight that came next led to changes in the Radiance 100 sequence ranking. All of them ended up fighting their most difficult opponent. Leo defeated Liang to raise himself from sequence number 7 to sequence number 4. White Devil raised herself from sequence number 18 to sequence number 16, while Unknown Flame fell from sequence number 57 to sequence number 59. She sat crumpled in her seat next to Wang Fan as he tried to comfort her. Wang Fan raised himself from number 63 to number 46, but he was eventually targeted and defeated, leading to a fall to sequence number 55. Compared to the unfortunate time that Wang Fan and Anna were having, Bai Hao was having a much better time as he raised himself from sequence number 87 to sequence number 52. When he was challenged later, he did whatever he could to end the battle as soon as possible. He used his strongest attack without wasting any time and wiped out the few spirit chi professionals who challenged him in an instant. As such, Bai Hao managed to keep his rank of sequence number 52. Lu Jie was the biggest black horse present, and the second one had to be Zhao Xiaochun. Zhao Xiaochun exposed the secret weapon she had been hiding up till now, the source-type life-form glutton innkeeper worm, and raised herself from sequence number 21 to sequence number 9. Shi Su managed to retain his position as sequence number 6. Fong Duoduo did not fall far from sequence number 43 to sequence number 46. This massive reshuffling of the Radiance 100 sequence ranks exceeded the expectations of everyone. Now, the last 10 people in the ranking who had to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection were decided. They would have to take on the new contenders to try and keep their spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. After the Radiance 100 sequence's re-ranking ended, Lu Wenqing coughed and said, "Now, take your seats according to your new rankings. Tomorrow, you will sit according to your new ranking to spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Lu Wenqing left StarWeb to report the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking outcome before attending the last Imperial meeting before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. A sunny rain had just fallen. Lin Yuan was in the 100 buildings and was about to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to evolve some phase when he received a call from Gao Feng. "Lin Yuan, where are you?" "I'm in the 100 buildings. I just finished talking to the City Lord of Wind Mist City. I can come and see you now." The faction that Gao Feng belonged to was situated in the Wind Mist City, and he was now Cicada Song's disciple. Thus, it was unsurprising that the City Lord of Wind Mist City would seek Gao Feng out for a discussion. It was likely that there were other city lords who wanted to chat with Gao Feng. Gao Feng's master was in charge of all of the city lords. Since Gao Feng was looking for him, Lin Yuan would not turn him down. Today would be the last free time they would have before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan told Gao Feng his building and room number. "I'm in building 13, room 226 on the second floor." When Lin Yuan found out that Gao Feng wanted to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he intended to take Gao Feng under his wing. But now it was clear that Gao Feng did not need Lin Yuan to protect him. The Breeze Hibiscus, Spirit Spring Lily, and Yellow Spring Lily had an average power of Diamond X/Fantasy V. The only people who owned Diamond Phase within the Radiance 100 sequence were those whose ranks were pushed down. Although the Breeze Hibiscus was not skilled at combat, its grade was an unchangeable fact. No normal Fae would be able to handle the violent winds that the Breeze Hibiscus generated. Soon, someone knocked on Lin Yuan's room door. When Lin Yuan opened the door, Gao Feng walked in and sobbed as he spoke. "Lin Yuan, you have to help me. I heard from an he that in the 3 days that the selection is taking place, 20-dimensional rifts will be opened. It will be a survival battle. Spirit Chi professionals are allowed to form teams. I can handle normal opponents, but there's no way I'll be able to take on insect tides." Gao Feng now knew how the memory-consuming 8 tunes box could be useful. Clearly, he was the best candidate to take on the Freedom Federation envoy group. Hence, Gao Feng was afraid that he would run out of luck and be eliminated by the insect tides before meeting Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. He took out one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and handed it to Gao Feng. If one entered StarWeb with a diamond face storage box, all the items within it would be filtered out. The Spirit Chi professionals would definitely be allowed to take items like food and water with them to a 3-day-long survival battle. At that time, Gao Feng would just need to take the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle with him, and Lin Yuan would be able to sense Gao Feng's location and go and meet up with him. After their discussion yesterday, all of them reported the abilities of their phase. As such, Gao Feng knew about Lin Yuan's ethereal jellyfish, and all of his worries smoothed themselves out. The selection was taking place tomorrow, and Gao Feng felt that he would have nothing to do if he returned to his own room. Lin Yuan also had his own room and did not have any roommates. As such, Gao Feng stayed and spent the night with Lin Yuan. The next morning, the sun hung high in the cloudless sky. Although the Radiance 100 sequence selection was going to take place on Star Web, the opening ceremony was going to take place in real life. Usually, this was the only day that people would be able to see the 13 members of royalty. At Gao Feng's strong insistence, Lin Yuan put on a set of black spirit chi clothes. This set of spirit chi clothes was very similar to the one he wore when he first appeared as black. But the mask had changed significantly due to the transformation of Genius Bloodline. When Lin Yuan put on the new mask, he had even been called Black's fake fan. Although Lin Yuan was also dressed as black today, no one would recognize him as long as he wore this new mask. Rather, those who wore the old silver mask were the ones who ended up being mistaken for black. When Gao Feng noticed this, he forcefully suppressed a smile. But when he saw those people wearing silver masks sneer at Lin Yuan, Gao Feng could not help but guffaw loudly. He laughed so hard that he ended up coughing and spluttering. Lin Yuan felt extremely awkward standing next to Gao Feng. At that moment, two strange yet elegant cries filled the air. This immediately attracted the attention of the people walking out of the 100 buildings. It was not just these new candidates walking out of the 100 buildings. Even the people in the furthest corners of the royal capital could see the two twisting figures in the sky. One green and one white figure were pulling a throne. There were moonstones that shone with moonlight embedded into the throne. The people who saw this from afar immediately exploded with delight because they knew that the Fey carriage pulled by giant snakes was called the Freezing Moon Pagoda carriage and that it belonged to the Moon Empress. All the people cheered as the Freezing Moon Pagoda carriage neared because they knew that the Moon Empress was sitting inside. She was a member of royalty who always protected the Radiance Federation. However, the young people who walked out of the 100 buildings and city lords were all shocked and in fear rather than surprised and happy. Lin Yuan had seen the Freezing Moon Pagoda carriage before. The Freezing Moon Pagoda carriage had always been stored in the Leaning Moon Mountain's moon stable. The two snakes were usually in human form as they guarded the moon stable. They had special bloodlines. When Lin Yuan last saw the two snakes change from human to their original forms, they had only been about 1,000 meters long. But now they were 3,000 meters long. Evidently, the two snakes' power had increased. When Lin Yuan last used Morbius to check on the two snakes, Morbius had not been able to learn anything. This meant that they had reached Immortal. Once a phase power reached a certain extent, it was unlikely for its size and appearance to change significantly unless it underwent a special evolution. But the two snakes' appearance and size had both changed drastically. Previously, the two snakes' wings had been rounder and glistened, but now they resembled fins that extended to their tails. There also appeared to be lotus petals beside the fin-like wings. Lin Yuan could tell from just the wings that the two snakes' bloodlines had been purified. The two snakes' bodies were twisted together while they pulled the Fey carriage. A light green and white lotus throne was in front of the wings. As they pulled the Fey carriage, they exuded a strong frigid aura. At the same time, the snake scales had also changed from sharp and rough to resembling jade. Lin Yuan guessed that the two snakes had reached eternal. The two roars had come from the snakes. The tall pagoda was shrouded by moonlight that stretched out into the sky like ribbons. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon stood on both sides of the Moon Palace, taking their place as the Moon Envoys. Mystic Moon was dressed in a silver robe, while Cold Moon was dressed in a blue robe. Although the two snakes had fully retracted their auras, the astonishing sight was still beyond the understanding of most members of the younger generation. The city lords also felt their souls tremble. This was the Moon Empress of the Radiance Federation. Even her Fey carriage had earth-shattering might. Lin Yuan had always appeared next to the Moon Empress and often visited the Radiant Moon Palace to have question-and-answer sessions with her, as well as enjoy the food she cooked. Lin Yuan had never seen the Moon Empress from this angle. Gao Feng gasped, "Brother, the Moon Empress carriage is so." Before Gao Feng could finish speaking, 7 eagle cries broke through the clouds, and 7 giant purple-winged eagles appeared on the horizon, pulling a castle-like palace. The architectural style of the palace was different from that of the Radiance Federation. All 7 eagles had wingspan close to 1,000 meters and flew in a V formation. Every flap of the eagle's wings came with bright blue and purple electric streaks, so the eagles immediately became the most eye-catching sight in the sky. There were 3 elderly men standing in front of the palace, and their auras directly clashed against that of the freezing moon pagoda carriage. However, the 2 snakes did not react in any significant way. Confused expressions appeared on the 3 elderly men's faces. Li Yong had decided to use the mystic thunderclap kite eagle carriage to diminish the might of the Radiance Federation's royalty. There was nothing more impressive in the world than having 7 immortal mystic thunderclap kite eagles pull a Fey carriage. The group from the Freedom Federation had been waiting for the Radiance Federation's royalty to ride out in their Fey carriages. Eventually, the first Fey carriage to make its appearance belonged to the Moon Empress. A decade ago, the Moon Empress killed one of the Freedom Federation's royalty and eliminated one of the Freedom Federation's legacies that they had not been able to replace up till now. It could be said that the person that the Freedom Federation had the largest axe to grind with was the Moon Empress. Thus, after the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage appeared, the 3 elderly men immediately rode out on the mystic thunderclap kite eagle carriage to deliver a blow to the Moon Empress. At that moment, a chilling female voice said from within the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage, "Soaring white, soaring green." The light green and white snakes immediately started to glow faintly, radiating an uncanny feeling. 2 10,000-meter-long shadows appeared behind them. An instant later, the 2 figures turned into 2 girls wearing light green and white dresses. The girls opened their mouths and breathed in sharply in the direction of the mystic thunderclap kite eagle carriage. The light green and white light immediately grabbed hold of the 7 immortal mystic thunderclap kite eagles, and it was as though something was being drained from within them. A moment later, the 7 mystic thunderclap kite eagles collapsed. Lin Yuan had secretly tried to use Morbius to check on the 7 mystic thunderclap kite eagles, but could not see any abilities or exclusive skills. After Morbius woke up, Morbius could hide so that targets did not notice that they were being probed. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized he could see the 7 mystic thunderclap kite eagles' data. Currently, the mystic thunderclap kite eagles' grades had fallen to Sovereign 9/Creation 6. The 3 elderly men bellowed, "Moon Empress, we came from the Freedom Federation to visit the Radiance Federation. Why did you attack the mystic thunderclap kite eagles?" The chilling female voice said, "According to the Radiance Federation's rules, any envoy group who visits must travel by foot. This is only a warning. If it happens again, Soaring White and Soaring Green will not stop at just absorbing a small portion of their qualities and grades." The 3 elderly men were clearly unsatisfied with the Moon Empress' reply. Li Yang's Fey carriage was damaged, and they did not know how to account for it when they returned. At that moment, the female voice turned even more vicious as she snarled, "Next time, it will be death." The 3 elderly men did not expect the Fays pulling the Moon Empress Fey carriage to have reached eternal. Not even the aura of 700 of the mystic thunderclap kite eagles would be able to match up to the 2 eternal snow splendid celestial soaring. No one had more experience with the Moon Empress temper than the experts from the Freedom Federation. After all, one of the Freedom Federation's royalty had died at her hands. She was the type of person who acted without warning. The mystic thunderclap kite eagle carriage had been forced to land, and the 3 elderly men and young experts from the Freedom Federation were about to walk to the Radiance Sacred Hall when a hoarse voice said from the sky, "Moon Empress, was it really right for the Fays pulling my Fey carriage to have their grades depressed just because they were flying?" A man in a long golden robe appeared in the sky in front of the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage. The Moon Empress replied coldly, "The Freedom Federation has not visited the Radiance Federation in a decade. Have you already forgotten the Radiance Federation's rules? If you have forgotten, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." While she spoke, the Moon Empress released her aura. Now that the Moon Empress had obtained the lifespan mouse, her power had crossed a threshold, and she had taken a large step forward. The aura the Moon Empress released was on the level she had been at when she first obtained the lifespan mouse. Fear crossed his face when the man in golden robes sensed the Moon Empress aura. The Moon Empress said, "Any non-Radiance Federation citizen is allowed in the Radiance Federation skies. As a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, are you trying to say that you want to be part of the Radiance Federation by entering our sky? Or are you going to go down? Otherwise, I will take your action as a provocation. I'm sure you're well aware of why that person from the Freedom Federation died 10 years ago." The Moon Empress words caused the man's expression to change again. Regulations were of the highest priority in the Radiance Federation. The battle 10 years ago had started because the Radiance Federation's rules had been broken. Li Yong knew that if he persisted, the Moon Empress would not hesitate to attack him. From the aura the Moon Empress released, Li Yong felt that he had a similar level of strength to her, so there was no reason for him to be afraid even if she did attack him. Still, there were 12 other members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. Li Yong was not as stupid as that old fellow to start fighting with the Moon Empress the moment he arrived at the Radiance Federation. As he thought about the plan and preparations they had in motion, a strange expression spread across the man's face. His figure then disappeared from the air and appeared in front of the Freedom Federation envoy group. Although a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty had arrived, none of the people from the Freedom Federation envoy group looked excited. Given how Li Yong had submitted after clashing against the Moon Empress aura, he had positioned himself as the weaker side. Li Yong ignored this and said to the people behind him, "Come with me to the Radiance Sacred Hall." In stark contrast to the Freedom Federation envoy group were the young experts walking out of the 100 buildings. They were all looking up at the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage with excitement and admiration. They knew that the Moon Empress had come out victorious in the clash against the Freedom Federation's member of royalty. This was a huge boost to their pride. However, Lin Yuan and Gao Feng had solemn expressions hanging on their faces. The Freedom Federation had sent out a member of royalty during this visit, but he only appeared after events started to unfold. This indicated that the Freedom Federation was definitely up to something. They had to be planning something by sending out a member of their royalty. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng did not join the other members of the younger generation in cheering. They were more focused on the bigger picture. The two of them were aware that power was the only thing that allowed the Radiance Federation to win that pride. If the two snakes pulling Fey carriage had not evolved, there was no way they would have been able to compete with the might of the 7 mystic thunderclap kite eagles. If the Moon Empress was not strong enough, she would not have been able to fend off the member of the Freedom Federation's royalty named Li Yong. What had just happened was essentially a farce. Now that the matter was settled, the two snakes continued pulling the carriage to the Radiance Sacred Hall. Not long after the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage arrived, more Fey carriages appeared and headed toward the Radiance Sacred Hall. These Fey carriages were of all shapes and sizes. The weakest Feys pulling the carriages were immortal. Every Fey carriage had the crest of a member of royalty. This was a visual feast for the regular people. At that moment, a young man at the back of the Freedom Federation envoy group passed Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. Qian Yu walked over to Li Yong and asked, "Has the Freedom Federation finished the preparations?" Li Yong looked at Qian Yu and said, "Since I've arrived, it's to be expected that the Freedom Federation has finished preparations. Are you prepared?" The young man's eyes clouded over, and he said after a pause, "We are prepared. 6th page Lashing's Black Mass Cup started pouring long ago. We are just waiting for the Freedom Federation to act, and we will instantly follow. Moreover, I have called all 4 knights over as an added safety net." Li Yong was not given a chance to ask more questions before this young man returned to his original position at the back of the group. Yu Changjian, Kai Hua, and Kai Hua looked at this young man with fright, while the others looked at him with pure terror as they walked into the Radiance Sacred Hall. When they reached the door of the Radiance Sacred Hall, Li Yong realized how large the interior actually was. The Radiance Sacred Hall was 10 times larger than the Radiance Palace. The white pillars in the 4 corners jutted up into the clouds, and the space seemed almost dreamlike. Thousands of white pillars circled the hall, and there was a connecting space between every pair of pillars. These connecting spaces were the audience seats. There were 13 golden pillars at the front, on top of which sat 13 thrones. This was where the members of royalty were going to sit. 1642 Fourth Secure Federation Treasure. There were 5 rainbow stone pillars lined up with the 13 golden pillars, and they were just as tall as the golden pillars. The 5 rainbow stone pillars were where the Radiance envoys would sit. However, the Radiance envoys generally did not participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The stone pillars were rainbow-colored to represent the color of uncontracted sacred source lifeforms. This was clear enough to tell that the Radiance Federation valued their Radiance envoys. Or rather, they valued their legacies. There were 10 5-colored stone pillars below the 13 golden pillars and 5 rainbow pillars. These 5-colored stone pillars were shorter, and each pair flanked a rainbow pillar. These 10 5-colored pillars were where the Radiance Knights sat. There were also 100 silver pillars significantly shorter than the 5-colored pillars. This was where the Radiance 100 sequence sat. However, the 100 seats would not be filled during the Radiance 100 sequence selection because sequence number 91 to sequence number 100 would be competing. Before they passed the selection, they did not have the right to share in the glory of being a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan stood next to Gao Feng as the two followed the crowd into the courtyard. At that moment, a moo filled the air, and a giant light green cow with flames at its feet and yin-yang patterns on its body appeared. A young man dressed in red and gold robes was on the light green cow's back. There was a long scar extending from the corner of his eye to his ear. Yet, the young man's face did not seem malevolent at all. Rather, it gave him the aura of persistence. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius to check on the cow species Fei. The yin-yang double instrument cow was Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. Given its grade and quality, the cow species Fei could already change into human form. Despite clearly being younger than 30, the young man already possessed such power. Since he appeared at the Radiant Sacred Hall, it proved his identity. Lin Yuan had received a call from He when he was chatting with Gao Feng last night, and he had told him that his senior brother, the current third Radiance envoy Lu Yifan, would attend the Radiance 100 sequence selection and host the test. And he worshipped his senior brother. Lin Yuan realized this when he held a discussion with Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, Gao Feng, and He. There was no way that He would call and lie to him. The young man riding the yin-yang double instrument cow apparently was He's senior brother, Long Lamplight's first disciple, and the current third Radiance envoy. The yin-yang double instrument cow landed on the center rainbow stone pillar, and the crowd cheered when they saw the young man take his seat. It was very rare for the 5 Radiance envoys to make an appearance. Lin Yuan still had not had the chance to meet them, much less others. Lu Yifan stood at the center rainbow stone pillar and looked down at the young experts who were about to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lu Yifan felt as though he was looking at the 18-year-old version of himself. He said loudly, "Everyone quiet. As the third Radiance envoy, I hope that all of you will do your best during the test. Now, let us welcome the Radiance 100 sequence." The moment Lu Yifan finished speaking, 90 jade-holding cinnabar cranes carrying 90 members of the Radiance 100 sequence flew to the silver pillars. The jade-holding cinnabar cranes were very lucky and usually kept in the 100 Beasts Monastery. They were only used to carry the members of the Radiance 100 sequence during the annual Radiance 100 sequence selection. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Gao Feng noticed a maskless Lu Jie standing at the position of sequence number 1, while Long Tao took the position of sequence number 2. Now, Lu Jie had the title of sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence and heart of the insect swarm. Lu Jie and Long Tao looked out into the crowd to find where Lin Yuan and Long Tao were. It was very difficult to pick out 2 people amongst thousands. Moreover, Lu Jie and Long Tao realized that many people were wearing silver masks. When they realized that finding Lin Yuan and Gao Feng would be impossible, they shifted their gazes to Lu Yifan. Clearly, Lu Yifan was acquainted with Xia Qing as he nodded at her. Long Tao looked at Lu Yifan with both respect and yearning. Long Tao wanted to become a Radiance envoy. But after discovering Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Zhongzhe's powers, he knew that becoming a Radiance envoy would be an impossibility for him. Thus, Long Tao set his sights on the 5-colored stone pillars behind Lu Yifan. It was the same for Lu Jie, but he had a completely different idea from Long Tao. Lu Jie was not giving up because he lacked power but because he realized what it was that he truly wanted. Hence, Lu Jie aimed for the 5-colored stone pillars right from the beginning. Nonetheless, Lu Jie's gaze moved between the 7 rainbow stone pillars, as he wondered which seat Lin Yuan would be taking a year later. At that time, he had to stand firmly behind Lin Yuan. Most of the contenders for the Radiance 100 sequence were focused on the members of the Radiance 100 sequence because those were the positions that they were aiming for. If they could prove themselves, they would be carried off on the back of the jade-holding cinnabar crane to one of the silver stone pillars before the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended. Lin Yuan looked at the members of the Radiance 100 sequence and noticed that Zhao Xiaochun's progress was the greatest. The couple Zhao Xiaochun and Shi Su, one of them was sequence number 6 while the other was sequence number 9. Shi Su and Zhao Xiaochun were the only couple in the top 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. At that moment, Lu Yifan said austerely, "Let us welcome the 4th of the 7 secure Federation treasures, the Mountain River Grain God Bells." The moment Lu Yifan spoke, a bell chime sounded out, followed by several more in succession. A power rushed into the Radiance Sacred Hall. Everyone watched as an enormous set of bells was suspended at the center of the Radiance Sacred Hall. The bells were bronze and had the patterns of rivers carved into them. Every river had a ley line underneath it, and every line seemed capable of morphing into a dragon at any time. Although no one had struck them, the bells continued to chime. Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress mention that the 7 secure Federation treasures were instruments made from the corpses of 7 10 stars and above sacred source life forms, and they were able to influence celestial phenomena to a certain extent. However, Lin Yuan did not know what the Mountain River Grain God Bell's function was. It seemed that it was related to defense. The entire area within the Radiance Sacred Hall had become a separate world. After introducing the Mountain River Grain God Bells, Lu Yifan said, "Let us welcome the envoy groups from the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation to take their seats." As the 4th Azure envoy of the Azure Federation, Lin led the Azure Federation envoy group to their seats. However, the Freedom Federation envoy group did not follow Lu Yifan's instructions. Liang stood unmovingly in front of the Freedom Federation envoy group. As such, Qin Yu could not move forward either. Since a member of royalty had arrived, a Freedom envoy had lost the yoke of authority. This was where the Freedom Federation differed from the Radiance Federation. At that moment, the Mountain River Grain God Bells suddenly grew brighter, and the 180 ley lines inscribed on the bells lit up. The ley lines turned into dragons that reared their heads. The power of the rivers crashed down on Liang. Each anvil of power from a dragon was like a real flowing mountain river. This power was on par with that of a celestial phenomenon. Liang glanced at the power that was plunging down on him and started walking toward the seats. Liang was well aware of the power of the Radiance Federation's secure Federation treasures. In order to defend against it, Liang would have to reveal his power. Once he revealed his power, it would be impossible for the members of royalty not to step in. He thought about his reason for coming and forcefully suppressed his temper before continuing to walk forward. Qian Yu scrambled to follow him. Every member of the Freedom Federation's royalty had their own motives. No matter what Liang did, Qian Yu and the rest would be punished if they failed in their goal of coming to the Radiance Federation. Hence, Qian Yu did not want a clash to break out. Ever since the power of the Mountain River Grain God Bells forced Liang to walk toward the seats, the mighty aura circled the sky and returned to the engravings on the Mountain River Grain God Bells. The aftereffect of the returning power caused the Mountain River Grain God Bells to release another chime. When the 2 visiting envoy groups took their seats, Lu Yifan announced, "Let us welcome in the members of royalty." 13 fey carriages of various shapes and sizes appeared in front of the golden stone pillars. The 13 members of royalty appeared dressed in their coronation costumes and took their seats on the golden stone pillars. From the moment that the members of royalty sat down, the Radiance 100 sequence selection officially began. Lu Wenqing oversaw the Radiance 100 sequence tests and said, "The Radiance 100 sequence selection will now officially begin. Everyone, use your Star Web card to enter Star Web and enter the transportation door in front of you. You will find yourself at the testing ground. This test will last 3 days. After 2 days, the area of the testing ground will start to shrink. Different dimensional rifts will also appear in the testing ground. The test will end when only 10 participants are left, and these are the people who will take up sequence number 91 to number 100 of the Radiance 100 sequence. The original sequence number 91 to number 100 of the Radiance 100 sequence will join the test as contestants. This is the end of what I have to say. Since the test is taking place on StarWeb, none of you will be in any real danger. As such, no additional rules are required for this Radiance 100 sequence selection. Now let us begin. After Lu Wansheng was done speaking, he said to the 2 elderly men beside him, "Wen Chu Wu Chu, go and give the envoy groups temporary StarWeb cards, so they will be able to watch the selection." The 2 elderly men leaped toward where the 2 envoy groups were seated. The 2 envoy groups were greatly looking forward to experiencing the marvel that was StarWeb. It was impossible to replicate something composed of 3 sacred source lifeforms. There was no place more crowded and lively now than StarWeb. It was not an exaggeration to say that anyone with a StarWeb card had already entered StarWeb to watch the official broadcast or was waiting in live streaming rooms for their favorite hosts to live stream the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If they had a particular contestant that they had their eyes on, they could adjust it so that they had a focused perspective on this expert. There were 5 times the normal amount of posts and fan club activity. The bad-tempered users had already started screeching in the live streaming rooms. Why hasn't it started yet? Hurry up. I don't want to wait any longer. I will be setting my focus perspective on Black. There's no way he won't use any big moves or summon phase throughout the entire Radiance 100 sequence selection. I think that Black will be able to continue hiding his power. He did not even have to expose his power when he fought against Lu Shuang. How can his opponents during the Radiance 100 sequence selection be stronger than her? Didn't you see the battle rules announced on StarWeb 2 minutes ago? It's a survival battle. Black will not only have to face opponents but also the insect tides from the dimensional rifts. Will Black continue to remain so high and mighty in such a situation? As a citizen of Millstone Town, the test reminded me of Black's plant-type Fae. No one from Millstone Town will forget the sea of flowers that clashed and chewed up the insect tide. Who cares about Black? My son is one of the 100 contestants sent from Raging Wave City. I will be watching him. Lu Shuang's popularity had exploded after her fight with Black. Moreover, she had recently been using Black to boost her popularity. As such, there was a huge audience in Lu Shuang's live streaming room. After looking at the rules for a moment, Lu Shuang said, "This test is mainly assessing teamwork. There's no way a person can defend against a Class 3 insect tide on their own. A Class 2 insect tide has the same power as Platinum phase. Even if they have Diamond phase, they won't be able to last 3 days on their own unless their phase are suited for endurance battles. Moreover, the dimensional rifts will be opening at random. If 2 dimensional rifts happen to open-close together, one will have to take on double damage at once. Thus, surviving the next 3 days will be impossible without forming a team. They will have to work together." At that moment, Lu Shuang's chest thudded. She knew that this would be not only a test of strength but also character. Although Lu Shuang had never participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection or been a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, she was not weak. She had not participated when she was eligible because she was a defense-type spirit chi professional who used spiritual-type phase. This combination was too unorthodox and made her an easy target. Besides using up spiritual power, one also had to use spiritual energy during the fight. It was easy to replenish spiritual power, but replenishing spiritual energy took some time. This was why Lu Shuang had given up on becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. But this year's test method eliminated the disadvantages faced by healing-type and support-type spirit chi professionals. Healing-type and support-type spirit chi professionals were always more welcome in a team than power offense-type spirit chi professionals. If this had been the method of testing when she was eligible for participation, the exquisite rhino giraffe's ability to recover the spiritual energy of other phase would definitely have led it to be protected by the other team members. Lu Shuang felt confident that she would succeed with this method of testing. Her father was a spirit guard, and her mother was an official secretary in Cloud Lake City. So the background she had been brought up in allowed her to hone a keener judgment than others. A month ago, balloon flowers had bloomed in the Radiance Federation's sky. These flowers had spat out lava that rained down from the sky, and a giant golden tree had protected the land from being burned by the rain of lava. Lu Shuang knew that a violent clash between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation was inevitable. The location of the clash would be the major Federation meeting. However, the effects of the impending clash were already starting to roll out. News of the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and the construction of the representative cities in the Abyssal World had appeared too abruptly. As such, the price of phase in the Radiance Federation had skyrocketed. The members of royalty had resorted to releasing thousands of their own resources to soothe the volatile market and bring the prices of resources back down to a stable level. They also had to oversee the construction of the representative cities in the Abyssal World. Lu Shuang could tangibly feel the era shifting. Even the air was different. Spirit Chi professionals used to perform many tasks and could make a living for themselves without risk by harvesting wild crops. But with the expansion of the Abyssal World, they would become grievously injured or even lose their lives in an instant if they were careless. The members of royalty had declared that all 36 major cities had to build a representative version of themselves in the Abyssal World. On the one hand, this increased the Radiance Federation's territory and allowed them to gain more resources by controlling the source of the resources themselves. But it was also a military tactic, as every Spirit Chi professional would have no choice but to undergo hard training. In such times, the members of royalty felt that the mindset and characters of the Radiance 100 sequence took precedence over how much power they possessed. A Spirit Chi professional's power depended on their ability to comprehend willpower runes, the rate at which they promoted their rank, and how many Creation Master resources they had. Creation Master was such a special occupation that one could evolve a normal Fey to Diamond grade in the span of a few short days. As long as a person had the ability to comprehend willpower runes, did not promote his Spirit Chi professional rank too slowly, and had sufficient Creation Master resources, they would be known as a genius. If one lacked Creation Master resources and only had talent, it would not translate into many practical effects. After all, Spirit Chi professionals depended on their Fays to do battle and not their own bodies. As long as a member of royalty wanted to, they could turn the most seemingly useless chunk of carbon into a shining diamond. Nonetheless, this was a slight exaggeration. This method of selecting the members of the Radiance 100 sequence was much more objective than filtering them through battles. Moreover, it would be impossible that the 10 that emerged would be weak. Lu Shuang did not feel any uncertainty about Black's chances of becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He had defeated her, after all. There was no doubt that he would secure a place for himself. Lu Shuang felt that it was almost bullying for experts who had attained God class to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, most of the viewers in her live streaming room were Black's fans. Hence, she had no choice but to set her individual perspective on him. Starlight Luanai, Shuang, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you saying anything? If you don't speak up more, Poison Beauty's popularity will surpass yours. She has encountered Black thrice, and people are already calling her Black's wife. They're saying that she and Black are fated and a match made in heaven. Both Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty were veteran hosts. If Lu Shuang knew how to take advantage of Black's popularity to boost herself, so did Poison Beauty. Moreover, Poison Beauty had been a sales host for some time and developed a very glib tongue. During her live stream, Poison Beauty always noticed minute but accurate details. It was true that Poison Beauty had encountered Black several times. At present, Poison Beauty's live streaming room was booming with activity. I'm telling you, you have to believe me. Black's blue sparrow species Fae is definitely light type. How can I be wrong about my rival? During our previous write, I sensed movement in the ground below me. Black definitely used a sand elemental source type life form. Poison Beauty continued to describe Black as she instructed the official Star Web employees to block troublemakers. Her live streaming room was like a treasure chest that was continuously amassing treasures. She did not want a few drops of ink to stain the entire picture. When Starlight Luan I mentioned Poison Beauty, Lu Shuang went to check and discovered that Poison Beauty's popularity had indeed shot past hers. Poison Beauty's livestream was now even more popular than those of the retired members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Shuang anxiously brought out her moves and launched into an analysis of Black's eight-tailed cat. The information Poison Beauty gave out about Black could be found in posts all around StarWeb. However, Lu Shuang was the only one who had personally encountered the eight-tailed cat, and no one else could claim the same. Until the time that Black summoned the eight-tailed cat again, Lu Shuang's words were the closest to the truth that the public could access. But before Lu Shuang could get her ball rolling, something appeared on Black's perspective view. The image showed a young man dressed in Black Spirit Chi clothes. Lu Shuang's audience immediately went into a frenzy. This car doesn't go to kindergarten. Look, my husband has finally appeared. I'm so excited. Honey, quickly summon your fays so I can get a look at them. Girl who doesn't step on ants. Black's perspective is finally showing something. The Radiance 100 sequence selection is starting. This time, the selection will last for 72 hours. The next 72 hours are going to be a sensory overload. Free as wing. HM? Why isn't Black moving? Move. Black. I can't take it. Your psyche. Black's female fans, please watch yourselves. As Black's male mother, I don't approve of you coupling up with my son. Comments were streaming in like a waterfall. But as they continued to post their reactions, everyone realized a problem. The mask that Black was wearing was completely different from the one that everyone associated with him. As such, everyone watching became confused. Could it be that Black had put on a special mask for the Radiance 100 sequence selection? Black's previous mask had been light silver with 3 faint patterns on it. It was very easy to replicate. With just $500 Federation dollars, any metalsmith would be able to create a replica. This was why Black's fans could imitate him so easily. The mask that Black was currently wearing had 4 patterns running down it. They were very faint and resembled silk threads blowing in the wind. Lu Shuang inhaled sharply when she noticed this. On StarWeb, it had been a point of debate whether Black's mask was actually a fae that had used tool transformation. Lu Shuang had always believed that there was more to Black's mask than met the eye because it had lit up when Black took on the exquisite rhino giraffe's attack. Given Black's tendency to keep a low profile, he would not create a new mask just for the Radiance 100 sequence. When faes that use tool transformation evolved their bloodlines and increased their power, the type of tool they transformed into would not change, but the design would become even more impressive. The changes to Black's mask perfectly fit this concept. Lu Shuang was now certain that the cat species fae that Black had used to defeat her was even stronger now. Since Lin Yuan had not made a move, Lu Shuang's audience became confused. They were not alone. Everyone else watching Black's perspective was also confused. Why wasn't he moving? He had a thoughtful look as though he was sensing something. As a result, many audience members left the live streaming room and switched to other perspectives. They saw that everyone else had already started moving. As a result, complaints started streaming into the live streaming room. Stupid bean. No way. Can it be that Black thinks that he's too powerful to become a target? Is he planning on standing there until the test ends? Hating the world. If Black removes his mask, his visual feast will feed me for 3 days straight. But his mask is so boring. Strange father. If another 5 minutes pass and Black still doesn't move, I will switch to another live streaming room to watch other candidates. Please teach me the rest. Look, other people have appeared in Black's perspective view. At present, Lin Yuan was trying to sense Gao Feng's location through the ethereal jellyfish. A moment later, Lin Yuan got a general sense of where Gao Feng was. Gao Feng was not far from him. The test ground was 10,000 square kilometers, and every inch of it was unknown to the participating Spirit Chi professionals. Lu Wenqing had said that the first dimensional rift would open 3 hours after they entered the testing ground. Then, the other dimensional rifts would open every 2 hours. A day and a half later, all 20 dimensional rifts would be open. Hence, after the candidates were sent to the testing ground, the first thing they wanted to do was to find a teammate. A female candidate's eyes lit up when she spotted Lin Yuan, and she dashed over him on her 2-headed flaming dog. You must be one of Black's fans too. Haha, I can tell you're a fake fan. Your mask isn't even right. But your mask sure is pretty. My name is Chin-Lu. Let's go and look for other candidates together. I'm sure you've realized that we have to cooperate for this test. Everything else can wait for after we manage to survive. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This girl named Chun-Lu had sure thought of everything. With such a testing technique, there was no need for a massacre to break out instantly. Every other candidate was not just an opponent but also a potential teammate. In the 3 hours before the first dimensional rift opened, it would be a test of leadership ability. There had to be a firm decision-maker in every group. Once the first dimensional rift opened, the tide of dimensional lifeforms would begin their march. With a new dimensional rift opening every 2 hours, the battleground would slowly stretch out until the entire test ground was covered. The appearance of the dimensional rifts made the test into a large-scale version of Capture the Flag. However, every flag had a mind of its own. Lin Yuan shook his head in response to Chun-Lu's invitation. Chun-Lu glared at Lin Yuan when he turned her down before charging full speed at him on her two-headed flaming dog. From the moment that Lin Yuan shook his head, he became an idiot in Chun-Lu's eyes. She thought that he understood what needed to be done in this test. It would be a waste of time to interact with idiots, and they served no real purpose. Since she also did not know what kind of power Lin Yuan possessed, Chun-Lu felt that it would be better just to eliminate Lin Yuan. When Chun-Lu drew near to Lin Yuan, a thought crossed her mind. This idiot didn't even summon a Fae when he was transported to the testing ground. Having a teammate like him will just get in my way. Chun-Lu had not noticed anything, but the audience members focused on Lin Yuan had caught sight of an amber button falling from Lin Yuan's wrist. When the amber button landed on the ground, it turned into a grain of sand and burrowed underground. The eyes of the audience members lit up because they knew Lin Yuan was using a sand elemental source-type lifeform. Currently, Lin Yuan was planning on journeying to meet up with Gao Feng. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, thousands of black feathers shot out of the ground. The black feathers swirled around Black like a tornado and quickly took the shape of 4 pairs of wings that attached themselves to Black's back. With a flap of the wings, Black took to the sky. The first time Lin Yuan logged into StarWeb, he was 1.7 meters tall. After consuming the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar and Earth Center Fine Milk, considering the fact that he was still a growing 18-year-old boy, he had already reached a height of about 1.81 meters. With such a height, he had the ideal height for a male spirit chi professional. The wings on Lin Yuan's back had different sizes. Since the wings were mainly for flight and defense, the shape of every feather was molded after Lin Yuan's observation of Gray's feathers. Hence, Lin Yuan's wings greatly resembled that of a crane. The wings were not arranged in an orderly manner, but when they flapped, they perfectly came together to fulfill the laws of mechanics. Moreover, they had the rhythm of a soaring crane. Overall, they were majestic. Most of the spectators focused on Lin Yuan could not help but gasp. Sunlight. What the hell? Black now has wings on his back. Has he fused with some sort of avian-type fae? Cold rain ice. My husband is so handsome. If only he'll pick me up bridal style and take me for a spin around the sky. I love tigers. When Black fought on the celestial stairway, he never showed this move. It looks like he will finally be revealing some new tricks during this Radiance 100 sequence selection. Heart of Dreams. I don't think Black has fused with a fae. He grew wings, but no other part of him has changed. Didn't you see that the black feathers came out of the ground? These black feathers are formed from the amber button that turned into a sand granule. Speechless. I'm not going to guess. We'll get an answer from a post soon. Those big shots will figure out how Black's wings came about in 10 minutes. Lin Yuan flew off in Gao Feng's direction. Along the way, he spotted many contestants and even passed Chin-Lu riding on her two-headed flaming dog, who looked up at him in shock. Lin Yuan was intentionally not picking another person to team with besides Gao Feng because he was confident that he would be able to keep any spirit chi professional alive for 3 days. Thus, it would be unfair to the other contestants if Lin Yuan picked another teammate. Every participating contestant had been preparing for this Radiance 100 sequence selection for a long time. This was an important turning point in their lives. All their hard work culminated at this moment. They were chosen by their cities so they could bring glory as members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan, who worked night and day, could understand this. He could not waste the contestants' hard work. When Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, and he and Gao Feng met up for their discussion, and he suggested that Lin Yuan and Gao Feng take out the most powerful contestants right from the get-go until only 8 contestants of average power were left. They would then take on the Freedom Federation envoy group with these 8 contestants. Through this, they would use another method to preserve the Radiance Federation's top young talents. After he brought up this suggestion, Lin Yuan shot it down. If they ruined the Radiance 100 sequence test in front of the entire Radiance Federation and 2 Federation envoy groups, they would be bringing disgrace to the Radiance Federation. Additionally, this would make the Radiance 100 sequence selection meaningless, and it was likely that all the honor that came with being a member of the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be stripped for the next few years. Lin Yuan did not have the right to bring shame on the hard work that these contestants had put in, nor could he tarnish the Radiance Federation's honor. The Freedom Federation envoy group's leader had changed from a freedom envoy to a member of royalty. But neither of them were stupid. If Lin Yuan did such a thing, it would alert the Freedom Federation that the Radiance Federation was aware of an impending scheme. That would be very bad news. Lin Yuan had to see this test through with Gao Feng, so they could survive the remaining 3 days together and emerge as 2 of the 10 victors. Once the source sand fell to the ground, it burrowed down to a depth of 50 meters and started smashing apart rocks rapidly to generate large amounts of sand. The deeper underground it was, the slower it would generate sand and the more spiritual power it would have to use. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan chose this option because he wanted to scout the underground. Only rocks were present 50 meters underground. The sand generated from breaking the rocks was stronger than the sand made from dirt. Additionally, if there happened to be a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift amongst the dimensional rifts that randomly opened, the thickness of 50 meters of sand above it would not cause the ground to collapse. The source sand had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V and could generate sand rapidly. 1 granule of sand could grind down all the rocks within a few seconds in a 10 square meter radius. The yellow sand extended alongside Lin Yuan as he flew. None of the audience members on Starweb was aware of this. Only Mystic Moon, the Spacetime Elder, and another member of royalty raised their eyebrows in surprise. However, none of them said anything. Instead, they focused more of their attention on Lin Yuan. The Spacetime Elder and the other member of royalty knew that Mystic Moon had intentionally sealed off Black's information. If he possessed a Diamond X/Fantasy V source-type lifeform at such a young age, he could only be the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan. The audience members waiting for analysis posts quickly found a post written by Master Duan Li. Duan Li had become an expert analyst on Black. She had been researching Black's phase and trying to uncover his secrets before sharing what she learned on Starweb. This allowed her reputation to rise, and she lived like an online celebrity now. Many people called her the sellout Class 4 creation master. However, Master Duan Li did not care. Her mind was only filled with increasing curiosity about Black. Duan Li found it abnormal for a young expert to possess such power. Duan Li, according to my observation, the Black wings are not a result of Black fusing with a Fae. If my eyes don't deceive me, the wings' feathers are made of day and night spirit silver. If Black injects spirit chi into them, they should be able to turn white. As such, my hypothesis is that Black sand elemental source-type lifeform either has the ability to consume and manipulate metal or Black has a Fae or source-type lifeform with the ability to control metal, and that's the thing that controls the wings' movements. When the Starweb users saw Master Duan Li's post, they gained a basic understanding of Black's wings. After all, any person with half a brain would know not to question a Class 4 creation master. Given the knowledge that a Class 4 creation master possessed, they could even analyze an Emperor-class expert's myth-breed Fae, much less a young talent like Black. The Starweb users started following Master Duan Li's account. Master Duan Li seemed to have latched onto Black of late as she continuously searched for information about him. No matter how astonishing Black's performance was, they could just read Master Duan Li's post and would immediately gain a better understanding of Black's phase. After Lin Yuan met Chen Lu and flew up into the air, Many spirit chi professionals caught sight of him and started chasing him on their avian-type phase. However, Lin Yuan was too quick. When he was flying in a rush, he was even quicker than the Platinum Divine Travel Black Swallow. Thus, none of the contestants with avian-type phase managed to stop Lin Yuan. Gao Feng did not have an avian-type phase. 2 contestants appeared next to him when he was transported to the testing ground. Both the contestants had invited Gao Feng. Gao Feng knew that both these contestants wanted to gain authority, and the one he chose to side with would obtain that authority. Just like Lin Yuan, Gao Feng had no intention of forming a team. Gao Feng wanted Lin Yuan to use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle to sense his location and come to meet up with him. Thus, Gao Feng rejected the 2 candidates. Neither of the candidates recognized Gao Feng. The fatter contestant was about to leave when the skinnier contestant invited Gao Feng again. He even summoned 2 other fays, and the 3 wolf species fays started howling at Gao Feng. The man was nonchalant toward his 3 wolf species fays' reaction. Evidently, he wanted to use them to threaten Gao Feng. But there was no way that Gao Feng would allow himself to be threatened. He came from a top faction and was used to being put on a pedestal. As such, he had developed a stubborn sense of pride. Gao Feng immediately replied, "I'm not interested in joining." Gao Feng's actions caused the contestant's body to turn to jelly. Every contestant had been assessed prior to the selection. They were all elites chosen from their generation and should not be dumb, albeit not all of them were geniuses. This contestant was fully aware of how precious every second was at this stage. Yet, he had wasted so much time on this person only to still end up being shot down. He had wasted all his time. If he could convince someone to follow him and gain authority, it would make it easier to convince a third person to join their party because it was natural for a person to seek out the protection of a group when they were in danger. Otherwise, this contestant would just have to wait to be recruited by another group. When the dimensional rifts started opening in the testing ground, those without authority would become insignificant within their teams and be sent to the front lines to fight the dimensional lifeforms. As a result, they would easily be eliminated. Thus, in order to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Gao Feng became a necessary target to this boy. This was why the young man revealed his true intentions despite knowing he was being watched. "Friend, I'll be straight with you. If you don't leave with me, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." The young man was one of the 100 contestants sent from Golden Edge City and was considered one of the top 80% strongest contestants. After basking in confidence for so long, the young man did not feel a shred of fear toward Gao Feng. Gao Feng was only 24 years old this year, but he looked to only be about 21 years old. During their conversation, the young man realized Gao Feng was a support-type spirit chi professional. This was the reason he dared to try and corner Gao Feng. Gao Feng frowned. He was well aware of what this young man's intentions were. The 3 wolves had not stopped howling from the moment they were summoned. This annoyed Gao Feng greatly, but he did not immediately attack the young man. Instead, he said, "I have no plans to team up with you, and you don't have to threaten me with your 3 fays. Otherwise, I will start fighting back." The young man was stunned as he could not understand what Gao Feng was thinking. "You're just a support-type spirit chi professional. What makes you think you can take me on? I'm a power offense-type spirit chi professional. I am the worst matchup for support-type and healing-type spirit chi professionals in such close quarters. There is no one else besides the 2 of us here. If not me, do you even have a better teammate option available?" The young man decided to attack Gao Feng with his phase to see if Gao Feng would continue to be so stubborn. As such, he ordered one of his wolf species phase, Black Rock Crushing Bone Wolf, "Bite him. Only release when he agrees to join me." At the same moment that the young man issued the order, a large light green and white rose appeared in Gao Feng's hand. The rose swayed and bloomed. A strong gust of wind blew the young man and his 3 fays far away. Gao Feng decided to give the young man a chance by not killing him. Otherwise, the violent wind from the Diamond X/Fantasy V-Breeze Hibiscus could have ripped the gold Black Rock Crushing Bone Wolves to pieces. Gao Feng knew that Lin Yuan was sensing his location using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle. Hence, Gao Feng took out the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle and did not move from his spot. Gao Feng was confident that Lin Yuan would be able to find him within the next 3 hours before the first dimensional rift opened. From Lin Yuan's perspective view, Cicada Song could tell that Lin Yuan was flying in the direction of Gao Feng. Cicada Song nodded when he saw how Gao Feng had handled the situation. Despite being annoyed by the other party, Gao Feng still managed to forgive him. This was clear proof of his magnanimity. However, a character like this needed to be properly trained. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve success. While he was flying, Lin Yuan attracted the attention of most of the audience. The other contestants were preoccupied with teaming up and interacting with each other. The leaders of two teams were even communicating and negotiating an alliance to take on the insect tied together. As for Black, he seemed more like he was on vacation than taking a test. The Radiance 100 sequence selection had changed from a private event to a publicly broadcasted event. The actions of every member of the Radiance 100 sequence would be put on display for everyone to see. There were only a few thousand contestants but billions of star web users from the Radiance Federation. On average, every person would have the eyes of millions of people on them. Nonetheless, the more popular contestants would garner more attention. For example, Black had been insulted for Lin Yuan's sake for the past 2 weeks. Then suddenly, the tables were turned as he broke the Celestial Stairway record and made it to God class. All that activity had culminated in Black becoming the contestant with the most attention on him. Even those who were not Black's fans also chose to watch his perspective view out of sheer curiosity. Black's haters finally found something they could post about. I admit that Black is powerful. However, there's no way he will be able to take on multiple dimensional rifts on his own. Even a Class 1 dimensional rift produces at least 1 million alien beasts per wave. I agree. Moreover, the test summary stated that Class 2 dimensional rifts would open as well. What is Black doing? I can't help but think that he isn't respecting the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Agreed. My son is one of the contestants. He is already part of a 5-man team and they found a cave to take cover in. Regardless of whether they meant to, the posts all disparaged Black. These posts were posted in Black's official forum. Thus, it did not take long for his fans to see them. Black's fans shot back angrily. All my husband is doing is flying around for a bit. Yet, people are calling him disrespectful. How is he disrespecting the Radiance 100 sequence selection? With his power, he will even be able to defeat 7 or 8-man teams. Disgusting. The one who mentioned your son. Please wake up. Many contestants are already part of teams of more than 10 people. Your son's team is done for if they encounter any one of these other teams. I'm just curious whether Black is flying with a plan in mind or doing it aimlessly. If he just wants to scout out the environment, he can send out that small blue bird. Lin Yuan's action was stirring up debate on Star Web, but he was none the wiser about it. His mind was focused on finding Gao Feng. Lin Yuan did not stop observing his surroundings while he flew, and he caught sight of numerous contestants with leadership potential. There was a team that grew to 17 members within 5 minutes. The group chose a position that would be difficult to attack but easy to defend before they started setting up their defenses. The young girl in charge of that team was orchestrating her Earth species Fae to fortify the defenses. Lin Yuan could be certain of her leadership abilities but found her foresight to be lacking. If Lin Yuan did not possess as much power as he did and was an ordinary contestant, he would not want to put together a team so early on in the test. This was because he did not know the other contestants well. They were all rivals, so how could they be trusted to watch each other's backs? Moreover, it was not realistic to be able to form a team capable of standing up against dimensional rifts with only 3 hours of preparation time. After all, no one could control the movements of others, and trying to search such a vast space would be completely luck-dependent. The first dimensional rift would be opening in 3 hours. The formations of the alien beasts would cause many areas to become death zones. This test was actually designed to eliminate many contestants from the beginning. No matter how well-prepared one was at the beginning, it would be useless. There would only be a point if one managed to make it to the final 10. Before the test, Lu Wenqing had said that if more than 10 people were left when the 3 days were up, the testing ground would start to shrink. Hence, the best choice would be to head to the testing ground center and build defenses there. No matter how sturdy the girl managed to build her stronghold, she could not withstand the alien beast stampede. A large stampede of alien beasts could cause the ground to shake. While Lin Yuan was flying, he noticed many intelligent people. These smart people would immediately scout out their surroundings to situate themselves before heading for the center. They did not have to reach the center within 3 hours. Within 10 hours, before the fourth dimensional rift opened, they would have the chance to reach the center. While they were heading to the center, it would also give them a chance to meet more people. Although the random openings of the dimensional rifts were meant to make the test fair, they had to open from the edge and start moving inward. If this system was not followed, the contestants would not survive unless they had Diamond Phase. At that moment, a man riding a small crimson avian-type Fae chased after Lin Yuan and shouted, "You must be Black. I'm sequence number 93 of the previous Radiance 100 sequence. I can join your group." The members of the Radiance 100 sequence possessed far more foresight than the regular contestants. From the speed of Lin Yuan's flight, sequence number 93 Chao Tianlin immediately recognized his identity. Although the mask was different, no one besides Black would be able to fly at such speed. Chao Tianlin's main Fae could only catch up to Lin Yuan by using its exclusive skill. Could not be clearer that there was a problem. Chao Tianlin was intelligent and would not ask Black to join his team from the moment they met. Currently, Black was alone. Chao Tianlin felt that it would be a great opportunity for him if he could become Black's teammate. Black first gained popularity on StarWeb when he single-handedly saved Millstone Town from a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. Black's plant-type Fae could take on alien beasts. As such, there was no question that he would make it to one of the 10 survivors. There could be no disadvantage that came from being by Black's side. However, Chao Tianlin did not expect Black to turn him down after he revealed his identity. After rejecting Chao Tianlin, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and another 3 pairs of wings sprouted from his back. The 3 pairs of wings were 3 times the length of Black's original wings. When the giant black wings flapped, Black flew even faster. Chao Tianlin watched as Black disappeared into the distance and scratched the back of his bald head. He could not figure out what was running through Black's mind. If Black wanted teammates, there would be no one better than Chao Tianlin among the contestants. So why did Black reject me? He even grew wings. He looked so cool. As one of the previous members of the Radiance 100 sequence who had an eye-catching combat style and also occasionally live-streamed on StarWeb, he had a significant following on StarWeb. The audience members watching Black and Chao Tianlin were all stunned. It might be reasonable for Black to reject other people, but why did he reject Chao Tianlin too? At that moment, the members of royalty on the Golden Pillars had already guessed that Black was the Moon Empress disciple. From the direction that Black was flying, it was obvious that he was making a beeline for Gaofeng. A strange look came over Lu Wenqing, and he sighed to himself. Whether the Radiance 100 sequence selection will proceed as per expectations will depend on these 2 boys. Lu Wenqing had put a lot of effort into preparing for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He had run countless tests in order to ensure that everything was as comprehensive and fair as possible. However, Lin Yuan and Gaofeng were like 2 bugs in his system. If Lin Yuan even rejected Chao Tianlin as a teammate, anyone else would be able to receive a free ride if Lin Yuan chose them. When the Moon Empress heard Lu Wenqing's lament, she said, "My disciple knows where the line is. He will know what to do at such a time." While she spoke, the Moon Empress looked toward where the Freedom Federation envoy group was seated and went on to say, "I suggest that after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ends, the challenge battle with the Freedom Federation envoy group should also be broadcasted on StarWeb." The Moon Empress words stupefied the other members of royalty. The Spacetime Elder frowned but quickly realized what the Moon Empress' intentions were. Mystic Moon, the Spacetime Elder, and another member of the royalty were always instantly up to date on everything that happened on StarWeb. Black had already appeared in many debates on StarWeb. If the debates were not settled after the Radiance 100 sequence ended, they would become actual topics for conversation. Moreover, even if Black intended to remove his mask to reveal his identity, he would not do so during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. There was no way that Lin Yuan would prematurely reveal to the Freedom Federation envoy group that he was the Moon Empress disciple. If the challenge was broadcast on Star Web, all the topics and debates surrounding Black would vanish. Moreover, everyone would know that Black was putting his life on the line to safeguard the Radiance Federation's pride. The Moon Empress suggestion was understandable. However, Iron Prison always liked to plan for the worst-case scenario and said, if they lose the fight, the live stream will become an everlasting open wound for the Radiance Federation. Cicada Song's lips twitched when he heard what Iron Prison said. It seemed that Iron Prison and the Moon Empress would never be able to mend the bridge between them in this lifetime. Can't you wait to listen to what other people have to say? Why do you have to say something so distasteful? If Lin Yuan dies at the hands of the Freedom Federation envoy group, the Moon Empress will definitely go berserk. If Gao Feng dies, I won't be able to stay silent either. The Moon Empress glared at Iron Prison before she said, even if we do lose, what's wrong with letting the world know about it? The 13 of us can't overcome such a thing on our own. In order to truly protect the Radiance Federation, all of us have to step in. Every citizen has equal ownership of the Radiance Federation. Iron Prison did not respond when he heard what the Moon Empress said. Instead, he seriously pondered over her words. At that moment, the elderly man seated on the center pillar said, let's do as the Moon Empress suggested. The 10 people who will emerge from the selection will battle for the Radiance Federation. They are heroes of the Radiance Federation. If they win, everyone will cheer. If they lose, everyone will grieve. The elderly man's words were the final hammer in the nail. The conversation ended right there and there. Iron Prison did not add anything. Instead, he balled his fists and thought, Lin Yuan, Gao Feng, the two of you have to win. Lin Yuan flew so swiftly that he was almost out of spiritual power. With a wave of his hand, he used spirit injection on himself. He could have summoned Blackie and rode it to meet up with Gao Feng. However, Black's presence was still a secret to the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan considered Blackie one of his secret weapons. As a secret weapon, it could not be revealed flippantly. A talented creation master would be able to guess what Blackie's bloodline was from the abilities it used. Although it was difficult to guess abilities, it would be possible for someone to guess that Blackie had the exclusive skill Spirit Chi imprint based on Lin Yuan's previous battle performances. It did not escape the audience's notice that Lin Yuan had used spirit injection. The fans who had been following Black since the beginning were reminded of his fight against Chen Hongfeng and how he regained his spiritual power then as well. However, his current recovery abilities were on a completely different level from before. Given Black's healing and spirit recovery abilities, he would be a pivotal member of any team. Black's old fans were all aware of this. However, the people who had never seen Black fight and did not know about him were all confused. Are you a healing dash, support dash, or combat-type Spirit Chi professional? When did the lines between Spirit Chi occupations become so blurred? It was possible for a person to have talent in 2 combat types, but they would still end up subject to a caveat. For example, they could only contract snake species phase or special insects. It could be said that people with such talents were not any better than Spirit Chi professionals who could contract a whole array of phase. Chu Ci was one example of this. However, Black had already proved that he could contract numerous types of phase, including cats, birds, plants, and insects. He was skilled at healing, support, and even power offense. At that moment, everyone was even more curious about Black's phase. The audience members on StarWeb were not the only ones curious about Black's phase. Even the members of royalty who watched Lin Yuan during the Guard banquet were also curious about his phase. At that moment, Tianfeng could not help but ask the Moon Empress out of curiosity, Xie, what phase has your disciple contracted? We aren't outsiders, so there's no harm in telling us. While he was speaking, Tianfeng fiddled with the 2 pairs of peanuts in his hands. The peanuts seemed to contain something terrifying as the air rippled around them as Tianfeng moved them around. The ripples were very similar to vitality, yet they also had a completely different type of power that occasionally peeked out from the peanut shells before being quickly sucked back in. The other members of royalty were already used to seeing Tianfeng toying with his sacred source lifeform. The Moon Empress glared at Tianfeng before hissing. Why don't you offer up your harvest power? Tell the 12 of us how the harvest power comes about. Everyone present knew how important privacy was to the Moon Empress. Till now, her secret source lifeform was still a mystery. Thus, from the moment Tianfeng asked his question, the other members of royalty immediately expected her to rebuke him. Due to Wang Fuxiang, a sizable grudge was now wedged between Tianfeng and the Bamboo Monarch. No man would be able to forgive another for wanting to kill his wife, even if it jeopardized his country or was actually for his benefit. Hence, the Bamboo Monarch said, if Tianfeng is willing to fully give out the harvest power and reveal its makeup, I will offer up 1,000 leaves of the golden the arch bamboo. The Bamboo Monarch said this to intentionally annoy Tianfeng. The taciturn man next to the Bamboo Monarch faltered in his wooden expression. The golden the arch bamboo's leaves were extremely nourishing for wood-type phase. They could evolve the bloodlines of wood species phase or even enable non-wood-type phase to become wood-type. They would be extremely nourishing for the taciturn man's phase. Thus, the middle-aged man said, Old Tian, the Bamboo Monarch has shown that he's serious. It's time for you to contribute too. Tianfeng was stunned. He looked at the two men and thought angrily, don't pretend that none of you is curious about what phase Lin Yuan has. Why do I have to shoulder all the responsibility just because I voiced the question that all of us are thinking? Are you trying to bully the elderly? Let me show you that there's someone even more simple-minded than me here. Tianfeng turned to Ji Chongdeng, who was watching the selection, and said, Chongdeng, I'm sure that no one is more curious about the Moon Empress disciple's phase than you. I heard that her disciple is friends with your youngest disciple. Ji Chongdeng did not expect Tianfeng to suddenly ask him about the Moon Empress disciple. Of course I want to know. I want to know everything that's related to the Moon Empress. But what are you suddenly asking me for? Ji Chongdeng knew that it would not be appropriate for him to say anything in such a circumstance. He was a hopeless obedient puppy but still needed to be respectful, especially since his first disciple was in the vicinity. Tianfeng's eyebrow twitched when Ji Chongdeng did not respond. He had changed the topic just like that. It was easy. How dare all of you target my harvest power? If I give the harvest power to you, how will cultivated garden continue to accumulate immense resources? Besides Cicada Song, whose gaze never left Gaofeng, the other 12 members of royalty were all focused on Lin Yuan. After all, no one else was showing promise yet. As the overseer of the test, Lu Wenqing managed many invigilators. There were 2 invigilators to 1 contestant who wrote a detailed account of everything that contestant did. These invigilators had the authority to write reviews of the contestant, and professionals would assess the reviews later before finally submitting them to Lu Wenqing. Hence, Lu Wenqing did not need to pay attention to every contestant during the test. Lu Yifan had been paying attention to the 11 original members of the Radiance 100 sequence who were also participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, but he quickly noticed that Black stood out and started focusing on him as well. Lin Yuan was completely unaware that he had the eyes of half of the Radiance Federation trained on him. However, not all the people behind these eyes had good things to say about him. Handsome. What is Black doing? He's just flying about. I can't help but think that he's disrespecting the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Sacred Heart White Tiger. Hello? Please go and rest the posts. The analyses are already out. Anyone with a brain knows that the right thing to do now is to rush to the center. Vegetable rain. But will the terrain become smoother toward the center? Black isn't flying in the direction of the center. He's flying toward the edge. Blind fish. Can all of you hold back your opinions? The first dimensional rift hasn't even opened yet. I for one hope that Black will leave the pack. This way, he'll be able to reveal his true power when he faces the alien beast tide. Lin Yuan had no idea about the ongoing debates on StarWeb. If he was aware, he would be over the moon because good and bad discussions about him would count toward his popularity. He was not trying to be famous but because the amount of faith power he possessed increased proportionally to his popularity. Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection, everything would reach a checkpoint, and Lin Yuan planned on taking a trip to the Divine Wood Federation Sacred Wood Mystic Realm then. Next, he would raise Sky City to the sky above the Divine Wood Federation, where he would be able to proceed with gaining control of the Startling Lines continent. After he was done with all this, he would head to the Marsh East Palace in the Marsh World to obtain more precious source-type items and sacred source lifeforms, as well as find the thing that Morbius required. He already sensed that he was getting nearer to Gao Feng. Lin Yuan estimated that he had been flying for at least 2.5 hours. During this, he had used spirit injection on himself every 15 minutes. This was because he needed to use spiritual power to fly, and because the source sand was generating a large amount of sand underground to keep up with Lin Yuan's flight speed. Thus, he used up spiritual power very quickly. By the time Lin Yuan spotted Gao Feng, a group of contestants had already made it to the center of the testing ground. When they encountered each other at the center, a fight broke out among the contestants. As a result, numerous contestants had already been eliminated. This clash was the first highlight of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Finally, the forums were filled with posts besides those that discussed black. The most buzzworthy topic now was the clash that was taking place. Lu Yifan nodded when he saw the clash. All of the contestants were elites, and it was hard for them to ignore such a ripe opportunity and decide to trust another person instead. Hence, the best option would be to fight it out. The center of the testing ground would only calm down when someone won out above the rest and secured authority. Soon, Li Nao, sequence number 97 of the original Radiance 100 sequence, gained control of the situation. I am the strongest among everyone here. I am also a power offense-type spirit chi professional with support abilities. Thus, I'll be able to provide you with antidotes that will be effective against the Abyss Demon's fire poison, the acid within the alien insects, and the corrosive poison within the subterranean lifeforms. None of you will be able to defeat me. What we need to do now is work together to build up our defense while we wait for the others to arrive. Li Nao used to be a Radiance 100 sequence member, and many contestants looked up to him. As such, he already had a certain aura of authority about him. Moreover, he had proven himself with his power, so the 53 people present had no choice but to go along with what he said. Although Li Nao sounded polite, he had not held back at all when he battled them. He had used his main Fey, the rotten-spotted skydog, to take out 3 of his strongest potential competitors. If anyone dared to say a word against him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Thus, when one person voiced his agreement, the other contestants present slowly agreed to join Li Nao's team. Now that everyone present had agreed to listen to him, Li Nao went on to say, "Since we're all in agreement, let's swear on it. Everyone here has comprehended willpower runes. But I don't need you to swear on them, so you don't have to be worried. All of you can swear on your honor as the Radiance 100 sequence contestants. For the next 3 days, none of you will betray your teammates, and you will listen to me as your leader. In order to ensure that none of you causes trouble while we're setting up the defenses, I will remove all uncertain variables so as to ensure everyone's safety." Li Nao's speech was perfect, and everyone was promptly trapped by it. Everyone realized that Li Nao wanted to reign over the Central Territory. But he phrased his words as intending to ensure everyone's safety. Swearing on willpower runes was effective within the spiritual spatial zone, and no one would do so flippantly. As such, Li Nao did not request this. Rather, he asked them to publicly swear on their honor as contestants of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Who would dare to break such a promise? Doing so would be the equivalent of trampling all over that honor, and no one who did that could be accepted as a member of the Radiance Federation. Moreover, Li Nao had even left a way out for himself. He said that betrayals were forbidden for the next 3 days. This meant that they could start attacking their teammates 3 days later when the testing ground started to shrink. At first, no one wanted to accept Li Nao's suggestion, but they were all weaker than him and had no choice. If they did not give in, they would be eliminated. Thus, these contestants decided to think about it from a different perspective. They were the first batch of people to arrive at the center. If they followed Li Nao, they would be like his ministers who were in the inner circle of the Central Territory. The smartest person raised his hand and performed the swearing. Li Nao said to his first follower, "You will be in charge of organizing everyone when we're building the defense." The follower immediately beamed. When everyone else saw how beneficial it was to follow Li Nao, they all started voicing their agreement. With this, the inner circle of the Central Territory was formed. Li Nao smiled in relief as he looked at the contestants who were already beginning to build the defenses. He felt he was very lucky to have been the first to arrive at the Central Territory. Amongst the 11 members of the original Radiance 100 sequence who were participating in the selection, the first one to arrive at the Central Territory would be able to receive all the advantages. His team already consisted of more than 50 people, and there would soon be more people arriving to join them. The number of people in his team represented the power he wielded. This power would bring a new sense of security and pressure to the contestants who would be eager to join the group. Even if the other original Radiance 100 sequence members arrived, Li Nao had enough subordinates that he was confident that he would not be eliminated. In order to keep themselves from being eliminated, the other original Radiance 100 sequence members would have no choice but to join his group. Li Nao felt that as long as the defense they built could last 3 days, nothing would stop him from returning to the Radiance 100 sequence. Many posts regarding Li Nao appeared on Star Web. Despite not being a popular member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Li Nao's popularity skyrocketed. This was what it meant for a hero to be a product of circumstances. Phase continued to dig trenches that Earth-type Phase fortified using various methods. The best option would be to build the defense outward from the center. They would not have to worry about lacking secret weapons, and the members at the center could cover for the members in the outer circles. At that moment, Lin Yuan landed next to Gao Feng and retracted his wings. Gao Feng immediately smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "Brother Lin, you made me wait for so long." Another 15 minutes later, and the first dimensional rift would have opened. If it opened next to me, I would be eliminated immediately. The moment Gao Feng spoke, he realized that he had misspoken. He slapped his forehead in irritation as he remembered that the Radiance 100 sequence selection was being broadcast on Star Web. Every audience member who had chosen his perspective view could hear what he said. "Oh my God! Lin Yuan is black." Gao Feng had no idea how many Star Web users had chosen Lin Yuan's perspective view. At that moment, Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's live streaming room were full of comments repeating, "Brother Lin." This was the same case for the posts on Star Web. Brother Lin? Which Lin? Lin was not a common surname, but it was not unheard of either. However, it would be too astonishing for this surname to be linked to Black. For the past 6 months, Black's name had been inseparable from someone with the surname Lin. Could it be that Black also had that surname? What a coincidence! How could such a coincidence exist? Lu Shuang blinked several times. Her popularity had soared because of Lin Yuan, and no one had recently paid closer attention to him than her. She had not known much about him in the past. But now, in order to better make use of him to boost her popularity, she had intentionally researched him. There was no doubt that Lu Shuang was an expert on Black. While she was researching him, she also looked into Lin Yuan, who had always been compared with Black. After her research, a strange feeling had risen within her. Both of them had appeared as though from nowhere. One of them became a young hero of the Radiance Federation, while the other became a top genius of the younger generation. Although their deeds and the phase they used were different, their basic structure seemed extremely similar. Lu Shuang could not help but voice the question that everyone in the live streaming room was thinking. Can it be that Black and Lin Yuan are the same person? Lu Shuang's instinctive comment was immediately spotlighted in the live streaming room and took over all the comments repeating, "Brother Lin." The audience in the live streaming room started expressing their opinions. Unplanned meeting. I think that it's just a coincidence. Black either has that same surname, or it was a slip of the tongue. Path to wealth. One of you should go and compare Black and Lin Yuan's phase to see if there are any overlaps. If there isn't, there's no way the two of them can be the same person. It's impossible for a person's arsenal of phase to be so large. Blooming Centerfield. I think Black flew so far all the way to where the first dimensional rift will open because he's trying to find another expert. It will take him at least 3 hours to fly back. Is Little Song done for today? Why doesn't Black think about his own situation? What if the dimensional rift opens? I can't understand him. The comments continued to stream in. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang started to carefully analyze all of Black's actions. Black had crossed more than half of the testing ground just to meet up with another contestant. Moreover, he seemed certain of where the contestant was as he had not taken a detour. However, none of this was what Lu Shuang wanted to know. She did not believe that Black would join the Radiance 100 sequence selection with no intention of becoming a member. She had experienced his power and felt that he had the power to back up his confidence in taking on a dimensional rift. Lu Shuang's mind was focused on how Gao Feng addressed Black. She had a feeling that Black and Lin Yuan were indeed one and the same. Most gifted elites acted ostentatiously, but Black and Lin Yuan kept low profiles. They had never even publicly replied to queries. Setting aside all their previous records, Black and Lin Yuan indeed had startling similar personalities. Lu Shuang intended to be the first to put this idea out into the world. After struggling for a moment, she gnashed her teeth and decided to rip the band-aid off. I don't believe that such coincidences exist. Black and Lin Yuan are definitely the same person. I'm gonna hold a lucky draw. Everyone is welcome to join in. The rules are that everyone needs to bet on whether Black and Lin Yuan are actually the same person. I will choose one fan from the group that guessed right and give them a bronze/flawless fey. In order to take control of the situation, Lu Shuang pulled out all the stops. A bronze/flawless fey's price could reach 6 figures, and there were people who could never attain such wealth even after slaving for an entire lifetime. But now, Lu Shuang was giving it away as a prize for a lucky draw. This successfully attracted the attention of the entire live streaming room. Since they had to follow the host in order to participate in the lucky draw, Lu Shuang's popularity reached another peak. Only 3 minutes had passed since Lu Shuang announced the lucky draw, and her number of fans had exploded to 7.6 million. This made Lu Shuang smile brightly. Many Star Web users started to place their bets. A while later, Lu Shuang realized that 99% of her audience did not believe that Black and Lin Yuan were the same person. While Lu Shuang's live streaming room's popularity soared, so did Poison Beauty's live streaming room. However, both of them had completely different perspectives. Poison Beauty had encountered Black thrice consecutively and managed to force him to reveal 4 of his fays as well as the other 2 that were topics of discussion online. Black possessed many more fays than other spirit chi professionals. Moreover, Black and Lin Yuan had both fought against Chen Hongfeng. Lin Yuan defeated Chen Hongfeng with just 1 beam of red light while Black crossed swords with Chen Hongfeng for some time and even ended up injured. If Black was as capable as Lin Yuan, why did he not demonstrate it when he was battling Chen Hongfeng? Less than 2 months had passed between Chen Hongfeng's battles against Lin Yuan and Black. Most of the regular people on Star Web agreed with Poison Beauty's stance. Neither Poison Beauty nor Lu Shuang had recognized Gao Feng. But this did not mean that no one in the audience had recognized Gao Feng. Gao Feng was the young leader of a top faction and had started a rising faction. It would be impossible that no one recognized him. Moreover, the disciples of veteran and top factions who participated in the Guard Yi banquet also knew that Gao Feng was Cicada Song's disciple. Besides the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan, no one else would be worthy of Gao Feng addressing him as Brother Lin. Oh my God! Lin Yuan is Black. The people who saw the truth were promptly dazed. These were the people who had attacked Black online in order to curry favor with Lin Yuan. What kind of situation was this? In order to curry favor with a person, they had gone and insulted his alternate identity. These members of the veteran and top factions could not help but start trembling. Luckily, the incident had passed, and Lin Yuan had not pursued the matter. But they had even pinned their posts to StarWeb's main page hoping to attract Lin Yuan's attention. At the thought of this, all of them hastily deleted all their posts attacking Black. Most of the outstanding youths were very flamboyant, and many young disciples of veteran and top factions managed their own platforms on StarWeb. Occasionally, they bid for rare spiritual ingredients or gifted fays to fans. Hence, these people's follower count was no less than that of Star Web hosts. If only one person deleted their posts about Black, it would not attract attention. However, too many people were deleting their Black-related posts. Such a circumstance was noticed immediately and was instantly turned into a topic for a post that shot to the height of popularity. More and more people sensed that something was wrong with the situation. Lin Yuan had not expected Gao Feng to address him in such a way. But he knew that Gao Feng had not done that intentionally, so he did not dwell on the matter. After all, he was going to remove his silver mask today. Gao Feng looked at Lin Yuan apologetically. He knew that it would be best for him to keep silent at such a time. Anything he said now would be plucked out and overanalyzed by the audience. Lin Yuan was about to speak when a dimensional rift suddenly opened above him and Gao Feng. The clear sky darkened. The dimensional rift was like a black and red scar that twisted and ripped itself apart in the sky. Judging from the size of the dimensional rift, Lin Yuan instantly knew that it was Pinnacle Class 1. Since the hole opened in the sky and not on the ground, it meant that it was not a subterranean dimensional rift. Given that there was no water pouring out of it, it could not be a water world dimensional rift either. Normally, a dimensional rift had to stew for some time after its formation before it eventually spat out an insect tide. However, this was not the case for the dimensional rift above Lin Yuan's head. It was as though this dimensional rift had swallowed 250 kilograms of crotons as it voraciously spewed out alien insects. In the blink of an eye, an alien beast tide was formed. This was not normal for an alien beast tide. The settings of the testing ground on StarWeb could be adjusted at will. For example, the dimensional rift had opened suddenly and instantly spouted out alien beasts without giving anyone time to prepare. This made the dimensional rifts that were going to open next seem even more perilous. As Gao Feng watched the scores of alien insects marching toward him, he did not summon any phase. All he did was cast his gaze toward Lin Yuan. The only Fey Gao Feng had that had even the slightest of combat power was the Breeze Hibiscus. However, the Breeze Hibiscus was a support-type Fey and was useless against a sea of alien insects. Once the alien insects locked onto a target, they would immediately turn feral and gobble up their target. The alien insects were even known to be cannibalistic in times of extreme hunger. Thus, every life form that crossed their path was food that had to be consumed by hook or by crook. Lin Yuan did not panic at all in the face of the charging alien insects. He was like a general who was staying his ground despite thousands of troops closing in on him. He knew that the StarWeb users were curious about his phase, and he was not intentionally trying to be mysterious. However, he had never encountered a strong enough opponent who could force him to summon his phase. Lin Yuan had many options to take on the insect tide. For example, he could use the wings made of the day and night spirit silver and carry Gao Feng into the air. But if he did that, he would lead the insect tide in whichever direction he flew off to. In a way, he would be an external force that destroyed the test's original flow. This was extremely unfair to the other contestants. Thus, Lin Yuan decided against this course of action. Lin Yuan also did not intend to summon Red Thorn. Red Thorn had reached Platinum 3/Fantasy V and was not a Pinnacle 6-winged fairy that was merely a whisper away from reaching 8 wings. Thus, it was the secret weapon Lin Yuan could not reveal under any normal circumstance. If he summoned Red Thorn, the latter would be able to use the Sea of Flowers to take out the Class 5 Abyss Demons. Class 5 Abyss Demons only appeared in Class 3 and above dimensional rifts. If Red Thorn appeared, the testing ground with its continuously opening dimensional rifts would become a feast for it. With this insect tide, Lin Yuan could only use one Fey and one method. This fight would not affect the insect tide's original path. Currently, the insect tide was less than 20 meters away from Lin Yuan and Gao Feng. The audience on StarWeb who saw this was screaming. Only 3 to 7 people out of 100 could be Spirit Chi professionals. This meant that most of the people on StarWeb were regular people who were not Spirit Chi professionals. These regular people had never seen an insect tide from this view. Everyone W. The alien insects are terrifying. My husband is going to be eaten to death. Fruit kernel. This feeling is great. Why am I not a Spirit Chi professional? Why don't I have any Spirit Chi professional talent? Dawn happiness. Black has been pissing me off for a long time. Has his brain suddenly rotted? Is he immobile or frozen with fear? Didn't they say that Black used a Sea of Flowers to single-handedly take on an alien insect dimensional rift in Millstone Town? If he could do it, then why doesn't he do the same now? The alien insects were only getting closer to black. The alien insects at the front only needed to take a small leap, and they would be able to reach black. At that moment, the ground started to shake. A gully made of flowing sand appeared between black and the alien insects, drawing a clear boundary. The alien insects at the front were all pushed back by the granules of sand. In an instant, the ground turned into seething quicksand. The insect tide of a pinnacle-class one-dimensional rift was promptly halted. This sight stunned everyone who chose Black's perspective view. All of them knew that Black had a sand-elemental source-type lifeform. However, they did not expect that it could produce such an immense amount of sand. Before the group could gasp in amazement, a castle rose out of the sand. The granules stacked on top of each other, and the castle's construction only became more exquisite with each passing moment. It was as though something was building up the castle structure from the inside. After the castle appeared, the sand stopped bubbling. Only the quicksand beneath the castle continued to move until the castle was pushed into the sky. If these alien insects tried to scale the castle, they would end up slipping into the quicksand beneath. The quicksand rapidly solidified, and all life forms were promptly barricaded out. A moment later, the insect tide that had failed to climb the castle of sand eventually gave up and dashed away. The sight of the castle of sand and alien insects, or rather Lin Yuan's method, caused the audience to lose their ability to think rationally. Soon, Black's old fans felt as though they had returned to Black's first fight on the celestial stairway. All the other spirit chi professionals used standard methods or were overly ferocious during combat. But Black was stunning every time he used his abilities. A castle at least 500 square meters large rose out of the ground at the quicksand below, had blocked any and all the alien insects. It forced the alien insects to have no choice but to give up on attacking it. The legend of Black protecting Millstone Town from an insect tide had been floating around Star Web for some time. Both times he faced insect tides, he employed different methods. The extending sea of flowers had changed into a castle made of sand. Nonetheless, both methods would allow Black to completely conquer the insect tide. There had been many discussions about Black on Star Web. At first, Black's most prominent fae had been the plant-type source-type lifeform that could produce a rapidly extending sea of flowers. Many creation masters had sent in posts to analyze the plant-type source-type lifeform. Even Master Duan Li had dug out videos of Black's previous battles and written an analysis dedicated to Red Thorn. She came to the conclusion that Black's plant-type source-type lifeform had a special disposition that allowed it to gain energy from any insect it caught and consumed once it reached a certain level of power. It would then use the energy to produce the sea of flowers. This was the reason it could miraculously hold its own against a fervid insect tide. It needed a large number of insect corpses to use as fuel in order to engage this ability. Lin Yuan had not seen Master Duan Li's analysis of Red Thorn. If he did, he would start clapping for her. Due to the dimensional rift, all the electricity had gone out in Millstone Town. As such, there had not been any videos or recordings of the event to serve as proof. Master Duan Li's Class 4 Creation Master ability shone as she managed to analyze so many key and accurate points. However, her analysis had been of Red Thorn version 1.0. At that time, Red Thorn had only been bronze grade. It had not combined with any willpower rune or evolved to fantasy breed. But now, Red Thorn had evolved several times and reached Platinum 3/Fantasy 3. It no longer needed a large number of insect corpses as an activation resource. The Eye of Relinquish was Red Thorn's store of energy. Each one would allow Red Thorn to produce a square kilometer of flowers. Ever since the mouth of Relinquish split into 324 Eyes of Relinquish had been produced. If Red Thorn wanted to, it could use up the stored energy within the Eyes of Relinquish and generate a sea of flowers over 300 square kilometers. The sea of flowers that Red Thorn produced was a large-scale ability that combined attack and control. It had an attacking range that was way beyond what was expected of a fantasy breed fae. Lin Yuan had never heard of a fantasy breed fae that had an equally large attacking range. Even poison-type faes that were skilled at attack could not spread their poison that far without it dissipating. The creation masters on Star Web used to be accurate in guessing that Red Thorn was a plant-type source-type lifeform. But now, they were wrong because Red Thorn had completely turned into a fairy source-type lifeform. It was only a step away from gaining its fourth pair of wings. Its bloodline was the pinnacle of fairy source-type lifeforms. After a short period of silence, the audience suddenly realized that Black's name was a miracle in itself. He seemed to be able to create miracles whenever he wanted. Comments praising Black filled the screens of live streaming rooms. However, the audience soon realized with shock that the castle made of sand was equipped with shielding abilities. If they tried to see Black or Gaofeng's perspective view, they would only be able to see the castle itself and not the two people within it. Your castle looks good. It looks just as good as the handiwork of a Class 4 spirit craftsman. But why are you only letting me see the castle and not the people inside it? If you decide to, you can stay in the castle until the test ends. Are you really going to make us watch a castle for the next 3 days? Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's live streaming rooms, which had the largest proportion of Black's fans, were exploding with activity. Slow walk. Damn. What's the point of watching now? It only became interesting 5 minutes ago. But now everything has fallen flat again. Interesting soul. Hehe. If this broadcast wasn't free, I would be demanding a refund. Alone from now on. I'll wait another half an hour. If this continues, I am going to switch to another person's perspective view. Black Pill. I recommend all of you take a look at Li Nao's perspective view. The defense at the center is complete, and his team has grown to over 700 people. It's the largest team presently, and they have the best location too. Don't waste your time here. Lu Shuang's goal of live streaming was to watch Black and take advantage of the popularity boost that came with it. Black, what are you trying to pull? Lu Shuang was well aware that if Black continued to hole up in the castle, the number of people watching her live stream would soon trickle down to nothing. However, she would have no way of competing with the other hosts if she did not bank on Black. When she caught sight of the comment from Black Pill, she immediately blocked him before kicking him out of the live streaming room. Damn him! Can't he see that the audience number in my live streaming room is already dropping precipitously? Only a few minutes have passed, and I've already lost half of my audience. These people are so pragmatic. Lu Shuang looked at StarWeb's live streaming room popularity ranking and saw that her live streaming room had dropped to number 4. The top 2 live streams were both focused on Li Nao's perspective views. Lu Shuang pondered for a moment and decided to start analyzing the sand elemental source-type lifeform to stall for time. If Black and Gaofeng continued to hide within the castle, she would also switch over to Li Nao's perspective view. If you can't beat them, join them. There was no shame. I'm sure all of you are curious about Black's sand-type source-type lifeform. What grade is it at? How strong is it? Why is its ability range so large? Lu Shuang's questions were the same ones that the live streaming room's audience harbored. The sand's movements had definitely reached beyond 5 square kilometers. The entire territory had been turned into a desert in an instant. It was able to produce such power instantaneously. This was too far beyond the power of a fantasy breed fae. Lu Shuang ignored what the comments were saying and continued. I'm standing by my previous conclusion that there's no way Black has reached A rank. This sand elemental source-type lifeform's power can only be Diamond X/Fantasy V at best. Since the test was being broadcast on StarWeb, the Radiance Federation's royalty had to consider the contestants' privacy. Hence, the audience members' investigative abilities were blocked. This meant they could only watch the events with their eyes and not use their spiritual and soul power to look deeper like they usually did. Hence, even high-class creation masters were only able to make their analyses based on the power that the phase demonstrated. This was also the reason the Radiance Federation's royalty permitted the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation envoy groups to temporarily enter StarWeb. Every year, the Radiance Federation's elites within the eligible age range took part in the Radiance 100 sequence. The private information of these people could not be leaked to other federations. Most of the posts on StarWeb discussed Li Nao. But now, Black's popularity shot up again. He managed to overcome all chatter about a team of over 700 members by himself. Lu Shuang noticed that the audience in her live streaming room was hooked by her bait and went on with her analysis more seriously. If my guess is right, The amber button that Black dropped to the ground is the sand elemental source-type lifeform's original body. It can use such a long-range ability to impact a large area because it had continuously created sand while Black was flying. This is the only possibility to explain why a fantasy breed fae is able to produce the power of a myth breed fae. She was about to go on but decided not to voice her hypothesis after a moment of silent pondering. Ever since Lu Shuang fought and lost to Lin Yuan, she had been filled with confusion. Not even a myth breed fae could take lightly the combined attack from the Diamond X/Fantasy V Exquisite Rhino Giraffe and 2 Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Earthwalking Witch Snakes. However, Black's cat species fae, which could only be Diamond X/Fantasy V at best, had not only managed to block the attack but even wiped out the Exquisite Rhino Giraffe in an instant. Although both of them were spiritual type, the Exquisite Rhino Giraffe also had the help of the 2 Earthwalking Witch Snakes. Given that it was 3 against 1, it did not make sense for her to lose. Yet, she had been completely defeated. Moreover, she did not even have a clue about how she had lost. When she saw his other phase, the reason immediately dawned on her. He definitely did not use normal resources to evolve his phase. The most special thing about source-type lifeforms was that they needed to temper themselves using their affiliated elemental energy. The longer they tempered themselves, the stronger they would be. From the way that Black could create such an impact with a fantasy breed source-type lifeform, Lu Shuang could not imagine how pure the elemental energy he used to temper his fae was. Could it be heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? If that were the case, just what status did Black have? Regardless, there was no question that there was more to him than met the eye. Lu Shuang had a feeling that if she continued to analyze Black in such a cavalier manner, she would eventually run into trouble. Thus, she switched her perspective view over to Li Nao. She did not see any reason for Black to come out of his castle. Li Nao was where all the action was at the moment. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was looking around his surroundings in shock. He watched as chain blades emerged from the sand and formed the interior structure of the castle. The sand clung to the chain blades. When Gao Feng touched the walls of the castle, he found the feeling no different from that of rocks. Even when he used force, not a single granule budged. The grains of sand are pushing together. Each grain can exert around 100 kilograms of force. We just need to stay here for the next 3 days. Once the test ends, we have to head to the center. We can also go and take a look at how the other contestants have been dealing with the alien beast tides, explained Lin Yuan. Gao Feng gulped when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He was not shocked by Lin Yuan's power because he was already well aware of how strong Lin Yuan was. One could not become the leader of the Guard Yi Banquet's martial arts stage and attain all that honor without demonstrating the necessary power. Gao Feng was shocked by how conspicuous Lin Yuan was being. He always saw Lin Yuan as having an extremely low-profile character. Lin Yuan's current actions did not match the image of him in Gao Feng's mind. Gao Feng could not help but ask instinctively, "Brother Lin, are we going to do it like this?" Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation and said, "That's right. This is how we'll do it. But for the next few days, I'll need your help to recover the Source Sand's spiritual power." When he heard this, Gao Feng waved his hand and summoned the 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V Spirit Spring Lilies. The Spirit Spring Lilies' flowers hung down, and spiritual power in the form of water flowed out onto the sand below. The Source Sand absorbed the spirit chi from the Spirit Spring Lily to maintain its speed in the air while continuing to create sand underground. Soon the day passed. On the first day of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, over 14,000 contestants were eliminated. Besides the contestants who were already at the Central Territory, the other teams were also rushing there. 10 Pinnacle-class one-dimensional rifts had opened on the first day. They assumed that the first-class two-dimensional rift that opened would be elementary or intermediate. But it turned out to also be Pinnacle Class 2. The Class 4-dimensional lifeforms that spewed from the Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift were as powerful as Platinum Phase. Unless the contestants used their main phase, their chances of victory would be 0. However, the Class 4-dimensional lifeforms did not give the contestants the opportunity to take them on individually. They did within the insect tide and waited to pick off the exhausted contestants. At that moment, the contestants realized with astonishment that a monster had appeared on the horizon. The castle would crush at least 5,000 people to death if it fell. Meanwhile, the audience had been staring speechlessly at the flying castle for an entire day. The longer they watched, the more they felt that Black had joined the Radiance 100 sequence selection by mistake. No matter how astonishing the castle was, it became boring after looking at it for a long time. However, the contestants did not have a bird's-eye view and were completely ignorant. At that moment, the contestant standing next to Li Nao, who he designated as his second-in-command, asked, "Big Brother Li, why don't we try and attack this castle to see what it's made of?" Another said, "Boss, I don't think we should touch this castle before it tries to target us." After all, there was no mention of a sand castle in the test summary. It also doesn't look like something produced by a dimensional life form. Li Nao took a deep breath. Since he was at the center of the territory, there was no way he was endangered in any way by the alien beast tides. However, the sand castle could fly. If it stopped above his head, he might be convinced to attack it. Just as Li Nao was about to issue an order to investigate the sand castle, a contestant with a broken arm rushed over and said, "Boss, numerous Class 4 alien insects are attacking the west outermost wall. They should be coming from a Class 2 alien insect dimensional rift. We need to send reinforcements to that area. Otherwise, we will lose too many troops." Li Nao looked up at the sand castle and weighed his options before deciding to send reinforcements to the outermost wall first. Since he had been chosen as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence selection before, it meant that he had already passed the character test. Although he was sly, he took responsibility for the team's safety as their leader. As for the sand castle, he would wait to see how the situation unfolded. Otherwise, if an area did not have enough members to take on the alien beast tide, all the troops there would fill with fear and lose confidence. This would lower their capabilities and fighting spirits. Although there were over 20,000 members in his team, only a day had passed. The next 2 days would be the true uphill climb. Li Nao said to the people next to him, "Go and patrol the surroundings and assess the power of the insect tides. Then, send a group of healing-type spirit chi professionals according to the situation in each area. Start at the west side." Lin Yuan was slightly shocked when he saw the defenses set up at the central territory. But that shock soon changed to admiration. Gao Feng glanced at the central territory and said, "The person leading the group is not bad. The defenses are set up in a star shape, and the troops at the center can provide reinforcements to any direction at any time. But it looks like their air defense is weakening." Lin Yuan nodded. Managing a group of 500 was completely different from managing a group of 20,000. One had to be much more capable of gaining the trust of 20,000 people in a short span of time. Lin Yuan realized that the members of royalty who organized this Radiance 100 sequence selection were overzealous. The Abyss Dimensional Rift and Alien Insect Dimensional Rift were the strongest and most mobile dimensional rifts. Abyss demons were extremely strong when it came to individual battles, while insectides were overwhelming in quantity. Both abyss demons and alien insects were adept at long-distance running and constantly searching for food. Marsh, subterranean, and water world life forms were extremely reliant on their environment. They would not grow in non-suitable environments unless they were provoked. If the abyss demons and alien insects had not encountered each other and started to fight, resulting in both hordes thinning, the test would have ended within 2 days. Just like Gao Feng said, both Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss and Insect Dimensional Rifts would produce flying dimensional lifeforms. However, very few of the contestants had avian-type phase. It would be extremely difficult for the contestants to take on Platinum and Gold Abyss demons and alien insects that could fly. The terrestrial phase would only be able to attack the flying alien insects and abyss demons if they flew closer to the ground. However, this would result in many losses in troops. Lin Yuan felt that it was unlikely that the contestants would be able to last for 3 days in such a state. At the end of the second day, the alien beast tide would reach peak power. Lin Yuan felt that this test was overly difficult. Why did a test that involved survival skills and character assessment have to be so difficult? Lin Yuan had no idea that while he was confused by these questions, Lu Wenqing was so embarrassed that he wished for there to be a hole that he could crawl into. Ji Chongding's neck was also retracted, and he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. He completely ignored the scathing glare that Lu Wenqing was shooting him. Night-leaning Moon could not help but ask, "Lu Wenqing, how did you come up with this test? I remember that you said it as 4 of each of the 5 types of dimensional rifts. Why are they all alien insect dimensional rifts and abyss dimensional rifts now? When you suggested the test format, I said that it was too difficult. Not only did you go through with it, but you even made it more difficult. What are you trying to do?" Although both of Lu Wenqing's ideas involved opening 20-dimensional rifts, 10 of which would be Pinnacle Class 1 while the other 10 would be Class 2, opening 5 types of dimensional rifts was different from only opening 2 types. If 5 types of dimensional rifts were opened, the 5 types of alien beasts would start to fight each other when their paths crossed. Thus, the contestants would not have to fight as many opponents. But now, the tides of alien insects would combine and advance together, as would the alien beast tide. With both forces being such behemoths, only a small dent would be made even if both types of alien beasts crossed paths and started fighting each other. As such, the force of the alien beasts that ended up attacking the Central Territory would be no different from their full force. Lu Wenqing apologized and started to reflect on himself sincerely. "It's true that I made this test too difficult. I admit that it's my fault. However, I'm not the one who suggested changing the 5 types of dimensional rifts to 2. It was Ji Chongding's idea." Lu Wenqing's words drew the gazes of the other 11 members of royalty. Ji Chongding felt extremely wronged. He shot a tentative gaze at the Moon Empress before glaring at Cicada Song and saying, "Cicada Song, why isn't your disciple making himself useful in the Radiance 100 sequence selection? Didn't you say that he contracted the strongest support type sacred source life form in history?" Cicada Song was stunned for a moment before he shot Ji Chongding a strange look. "The Moon Empress disciple is also participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Weren't you just praising him to the heavens? Why are you using me as a scapegoat now? My disciple is purely support type. You know this. Moreover, the test circumstance is already difficult in itself. With your meddling, the test will probably end before it reaches the 3rd day. However, such a test would become meaningless. The alien beast tides were just the sharpening stones that polished and thinned the herd. The true fight from which the survivors emerged would come from the contestants fighting each other. If the Radiance 100 sequence test ended too quickly, the first test with the new format would be considered a failure. It was the Moon Empress who first suggested this new format. The Moon Empress looked up at the sandcastle in the sky. Her expression did not shift in the slightest. A moment later, she said coldly, "This test will definitely be able to last 3 days. There is no way this new format will end in failure." The other 12 members of royalty did not understand what the Moon Empress meant. At this moment, the eyes of the contestants in the Central Territory who were fighting the abyss demons and alien insects suddenly grew wide, and they let out cries of astonishment. The wild alien insects and abyss demons were suddenly thrown into chaos. It was as though the ground had turned into mud. The abyss demons and alien insects started to grow shorter as they sunk into the ground. After the alien insects and abyss demons fully disappeared, the crowd realized that the ground had turned into quicksand for as far as the eye could see, with the exception of the camp that had been built at the center. The alien insects and abyss demons tried their best to crawl out of the quicksand, but to no avail. Eventually, all of them were dragged 50 meters underground and sealed in by the heavy sand until they eventually suffocated to death. This was nothing short of a miracle for all of the contestants. Lin Yuan, the creator of this miracle, had collapsed in the sand castle after being completely drained of spirit chi. Despite having used spirit injection on himself and the 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V Spirit Spring Lilies continuously sending spiritual power into his body, he was so drained that he did not even have the strength to stand. Lin Yuan thought, although this is part of the Source Sand's ability, instructing it to generate such a large amount of sand without opening the Spirit Chi imprint is too much for the limited storage of Spirit Chi that a body of a B-rank Spirit Chi professional like me can handle. At that moment, the Moon Empress lips curled into a small smile, and she said, "Because my disciple is there." When the other members of royalty heard what the Moon Empress said, they could sense how heavily she relied on Lin Yuan. She had not said such a thing because of Lin Yuan's action but was in the midst of expressing it even before he did it. This meant that the Moon Empress was certain that Lin Yuan would be the pillar that held up the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lu Wenchang said doubtfully, "Moon Empress, did you tell your disciple about this situation in advance?" She shook her head and said, "Just like what our batch of Radiance envoys at the major Federation meeting had to do. People need to be adaptable when the situation calls for it." Little Yuan used this method to take some of the pressure off of the other contestants because the Radiance 100 sequence selection is important to him. He even revealed a portion of his true power. Since he is already willing to go to such an extent, this test will definitely end well. From the Moon Empress words, the other members of royalty could hear how much she trusted and admired Lin Yuan. Given the Moon Empress character, it was unbelievable for her to be praising even her disciple to such a degree. But since the Moon Empress had said such a thing, it meant that she was beyond satisfied with her disciple. This was true. A total of 9 months had passed since the Moon Empress accepted her disciple. During these 9 months, her disciple had been the source of too many outstanding events. He had even protected the lives of thousands of the Radiance Federation's creation masters, thereby protecting the roots of the Radiance Federation. By protecting Millstone Town from the insect tide, he had only shown himself to be a hero. But by doing this, it proved that he felt a deep sense of responsibility for the Radiance Federation. It was even possible that his contributions exceeded that of the previous batch of Radiance envoys. The members of royalty could not help but shower Lin Yuan with praise. Lu Yifan was utterly shocked by Black's performance. A smile spread across Lu Yifan's face when he remembered what he said. Any powerful spirit chi professional had to be competitive. Even if they were teammates, they could not help but measure against each other. All of them would continuously increase their power for fear of falling behind their teammates. Before he became a Radiance envoy, Lu Yifan would feel stress in the face of a young genius. But now, after being a Radiance envoy for so long, Lu Yifan understood how important legacy was to a federation. The stronger Lin Yuan's generation was, the more prosperous the Radiance Federation's legacy would be. If a federation reached a state where the young could not replace the old, it would become vulnerable. Lin Yuan's action attracted the attention of the Freedom and Azure Federation envoy groups. Although they could not see Lin Yuan and Gao Feng inside the sandcastle, the Freedom Federation envoy group decided to try to investigate nonetheless. They wanted to see how special the rumored genius Black truly was. This sea of sand was indeed expansive, as it covered 5,000 square kilometers. Not even Myth Breed Phase could attack over such a large range. However, this attack seemed too weak. It was generated by the sand's own movements to replicate quicksand in the desert. Class 4 alien insects and abyss beasts were able to struggle for a long time within quicksand before they exhausted themselves and fell victim. It was easy to target such an attack. The members of the Freedom 100 sequence would not be able to compete with such an opponent. However, the Radiance Federation's opponents would not only consist of the Freedom 100 sequence but also the 3 confirmed future Freedom envoys, Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. By now, the Freedom Federation envoy group had placed a target on Black's back, and they were trying their best to investigate him. Lin was now certain that the person inside the sandcastle was Leo. Her eyes shone. But at the same time, she mulled over how she would cooperate with his plan to involve everyone present from the Freedom Federation. Previously, Lin had been blind and completely ignorant of the world. All her positive feelings toward the Radiance Federation came from Lin Yuan. Otherwise, she would feel completely indifferent about it. Lin Yuan was going to put himself in danger by taking on the Freedom Federation envoy group and their scheme. The only results would be Lin Yuan surviving while the Freedom Federation envoy group died, or Lin Yuan dying while the Freedom Federation envoy group survived. These were the only 2 possible conclusions regardless of what happened in between. Lin decided that she would go for broke to make Lin Yuan's endangering of himself worth it. She came to a decision. Lan Sun sensed that something was off with Lin's expression and asked, "Lordess Azure Envoy, did you notice anything special, or are you feeling unwell?" Lin turned and said seriously to Lan Sun, "Teacher, after the Radiance 100 selection ends, you have to support me regardless of what decision I make." Lan Su knew what Yin Lin's plan was. After all, he was aware that Yin Lin had been in the same Fey carriage as the Moon Empress disciple. The Azure Federation envoy group knew that the Freedom Federation had a scheme in mind for the Radiance Federation. Since Yin Lin asked for his support, it meant that she had decided to side with the Radiance Federation. Lan Sun did not take issue with this because Yin Lin had the authority to pick which side they joined. He nodded at Yin Lin and said, "I will do everything I can to support you." Lan Sun had no idea that his nod sealed his support for an almost insane decision. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence seated on the silver pillars looked at the image of what was happening during the Radiance 100 sequence selection with strange expressions. Liang could not help but gasp. If Black uses such a move during the Radiance 100 sequence ranking, he will probably push me down a rank. Shi Su chimed in. Have some confidence. He'll definitely push you down. Besides those two at the top of the ranking, no one else will be able to handle such an attack. I have teamed up with Black before. The yellow sand is very dynamic. It can accurately defend against any attack. In order to eliminate all the alien insects, the sand had expanded to 5,000 square kilometers. However, the location of our ranking is only 1 square kilometer. In such a space, the power of the quicksand will be unimaginable compared to its current state. The girl who just managed to keep her place as sequence number 89 said, "You can't put it like that. Black sand-type source-type lifeform needs time to generate sand." Zhao Xiaochun shot back. "You saw how Black could recover his spiritual power when flying. Anyone would need time to alter the environment. We walk on the land where the sand elemental source-type lifeform can change to earth if it so desires. Black can fight as well on land with this sand elemental source-type lifeform, as Long Tao and I can fight in the sea. Thus, he will definitely be able to change the environment of the testing ground faster. Moreover, this is only one of Black's phase. I agree with Shi Su's comment that Black will definitely be able to make it to at least sequence number 3. To be honest, Black grew really quickly. I suspect that he has been purposely hiding his powers. His sand elemental source-type lifeform can counter Lu Jie's army of insects. There would be no opportunity for the terrestrial flesh-mincing blade insects to properly demonstrate their capabilities. While the people around him were engaged in discussions, a smile akin to the one that appeared when the insect queen recovered from the near-death state appeared on Lu Jie's face. He was Lin Yuan's retainer knight. If Lin Yuan were insulted, he would use his life to avenge him. But if Lin Yuan was praised, Lu Jie would be filled with pride. The others were unaware, but Lu Jie knew full well how far Lin Yuan had come. While Lin Yuan had been growing at a breakneck pace, he had also been hiding his powers. Despite being Lin Yuan's retainer knight, even Lu Jie was not completely clear on how powerful Lin Yuan had become. It was not until the fight between Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe at the Guard banquet that Lu Jie realized Lin Yuan had been hiding a well of combat power. At that moment, an urgency had risen within Lu Jie. While the rest of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were looking up to him, he was struggling to catch up to Lin Yuan. All of his growth, whether it was the cocoon of evolution, the mutation of the Blade Queen bee, the ability to control insect species carcinoma phase, or his newly obtained firefly demon fetuses, had to be attributed to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie's only wish in life was to stay by Lin Yuan's side and fight side by side with him. Perhaps, Lin Yuan was already so radiant that he could blind the entire world. All he needed to do was to stay by Lin Yuan's side like a star adorning the moon. Many audience members on StarWeb had been accusing Black of treating the Radiance 100 sequence selection like a vacation. But now all of those people had their jaws zipped shut. Black's popularity on StarWeb exploded. After watching the Radiance 100 sequence selection for an entire day, their interest was waning. They had been nervous as they watched the contestants at the center territory take on the insect tide. But even after fighting for several hours, there was no change in the situation. A person would become bored after playing a tower defense game for a few hours. Although the activity on StarWeb had not dwindled, there were many people who did not immediately log back on after logging out to sleep and eat. This was unsurprising as even the contestants in the midst of the test needed to eat. After exhausting themselves for an entire day, the contestants changed shifts and allowed their teammates to take over, while they slept for 1 or 2 hours to replenish their energy. The comments in the live streaming rooms were also not streaming in with the same frenzy as they were in the beginning. Lu Shuang was not even watching the comments anymore. Now, it was even possible for a comment to remain on the screen for more than a second. However, the shocking activity of the sand had reawakened the audience's excitement. Hee. Ah, my husband is amazing. I don't want to be a male fan anymore. I want to cross swords with black. Naming is so difficult. Damn, what did I just see? How did so many alien insects and abyss demons die? How did Black do it? Hush! What's going on? Did Black just destroy all the alien insects and abyss demons? Why does he feel like an NPC in this test? Items are not people. I think you're right. Black seems just like an NPC. I already said that Black and the person he teamed up with would definitely be able to become members of the Radiance 100 sequence. My guess was tight. Black can carry another 9 people with him to survive the test and become members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Carnelian Tangerine. Please don't spout nonsense. Gao Feng is the young leader of a top faction. He might not be as strong as Black, but he won't need anyone to carry him to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Shuang did not have the authority to talk about the source sand. After all, Black had not used the source sand when he fought against Lu Shuang. However, this was not the case for Poison Beauty because she had once been in the tight clutches of a fist formed from sand and even sunk deep into the sand. She was all too familiar with the suffocating sensation of being smothered by the quicksand. While the discussions on StarWeb were intensifying, Lin Yuan realized that it would be impossible for him to control the situation on the ground using only the source sand. Even if Gao Feng continuously replenished his spiritual power and injected spiritual power into the source sand, it was too much to ask of the source sand to control the alien beasts from 10 Pinnacle Class 1-dimensional rifts and 10 Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts. The best plan would be to use Red Thorn because Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers used the flesh of alien insects as sustenance. The alien insect's flesh would be the best source of energy for the Sea of Flowers, and Lin Yuan would not have to supply any additional spiritual power. However, this was not the case for the source sand. Luckily, no one outside of the sand castle could see what was happening within. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Red Thorn. After Red Thorn was summoned, it flew around Lin Yuan and pecked Lin Yuan's cheek before letting out a clear chirp. Gao Feng did not find it strange that a fairy source-type lifeform was acting affectionately toward Lin Yuan. Fairy source-type lifeforms were more emotional than regular phase. But as Gao Feng stared at Red Thorn, he kept asking himself what he was looking at. Was this a 6-winged fairy? Although Lin Yuan's spiritual power had been used up, the source sand did not stop moving. The river of spiritual power flowing from the spirit spring lilies to the source sand kept the sea of sand moving. However, the sea of sand was no longer moving with the same force it used to and could not restrain the abyss demons and alien insects to the same extent. After walking for 100 meters, the normal and elite alien insects and abyss demons would sink into the sand. However, the Class 1 alien insects and abyss demons could now climb out of the sand with some struggle. Nonetheless, in order to prevent themselves from slipping again, they could only move tens of meters every few minutes. The Class 2 alien insects and abyss demons were unable to move faster as they could only move around 300 meters every minute. This was slower than the pace at which a regular person could run. However, the Class 3 and 4 alien insects and abyss demons were practically unaffected by the sand and were able to move without restraint. Nonetheless, the recent events had been too shocking. The abyss demons and alien insects at the edges had witnessed their comrades swallowed up by the quicksand. The more powerful alien insects and abyss demons could control the insect tides and demon waves. The Class 4 alien insects and abyss demons had gained substantial intelligence. They hastily let out cries to order their troops to stop advancing. However, more Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts were opening, and the number of Class 4 abyss demons and alien insects was not dropping in numbers. Thus, despite the commandeering alien insects and abyss demons issuing the order to halt from the front, the alien insects and abyss demons from the back continued to surge forward. As a result, they pushed the alien insects and abyss demons nearer to the front into the sand. The sand was lethal to abyss demons and alien insects that were Class 1 and below, but no longer a serious threat to those below Class 1. Eventually, the alien beast tide was contained. Additionally, the cramped environment caused the alien insects and abyss demons to start violently fighting against each other. Lin Yuan and the contestants in the Central Territory noticed this. When they first learned of this information, the contestants who acted as scouts reported it to Li Nao. When Li Nao found out that the alien beast tide had been halted at the edge of the sand and their actions were uncertain for the moment, he said to the contestants around him, "The 200 of you are the captains that I specially picked out. Each of you is in charge of 100 people. Now, take your team and strengthen the defenses around the territory. Dig out the bodies of the alien insects and abyss demons from the sand. Cut off the alien insects' shells and strip off the horns of the abyss demons to use them to secure the defenses. Also, each team should send out 20 members. The 4,000 combined members will work together to gather the other teams coming to join us at the center. The alien beast tide has not crossed the sea of sand, but the sand's movement is slowing. As the Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts continue to open, the alien beast tide will eventually start trying to stampede us. The more time we have to prepare, the larger the army of alien beasts we'll have to face. We can't let our guard down now. Gather up all the healing-type spirit chi professionals and heal the phase with support and healing abilities first. For now, power offense-type phase are the lowest priority. In such a large-scale battle, healing-type spirit chi professionals were a rare commodity, while support-type spirit chi professionals could benefit a group of people. Hence, for the sake of the general good, the best option would be to protect the support-type and healing-type spirit chi professionals first. Although this was unfair, the power offense-type spirit chi professionals who would be relying on the support-type spirit chi professionals the most during battle would not have too many complaints. With the help of a good support-type spirit chi professional, no one would benefit more than the power offense-type spirit chi professionals. When there were many power offense-type spirit chi professionals, they would have to rely on the protection of defense-type spirit chi professionals. Under Li Nao's orders, the team jumped into action. The Star Web users were very impressed by this. Nicholas 7. Li Nao's adaptability is so strong. He's leading a team of over 20,000 people and doing it perfectly. I have always felt that his defenses were built well. But now, with some time to prepare, it seems like most of the contestants in the Central Territory will be able to make it past the 3 days. Head to the capital. I also think that Li Nao is amazing. They are all taking the test together. Not only does he stand out, but he even managed to win their hearts in 2 days. Although the newer members haven't fully submitted to him, those who have been with him for more than a day are all completely loyal to him. This is his personal charisma. 3 questions. All of you are praising Li Nao, but why do I feel like he pales in comparison to Black? If not for Black, the alien beast tide would have charged forward unceasingly, and this team of over 20,000 people would have dropped to 16,000 or even less. Unfaithful carrot. Why do I want to laugh? I don't think Li Nao knows that Black created the castle in the sky and the sea of sand. He even ordered to dig out the alien insects and abyss demons from the sand to use them as defense fortification. No matter how well Li Nao performed, Black still had the spotlight on him. Poison Beauty and Lu Shuang had stopped mentioning Black in every sentence. With the amount of power he demonstrated, everyone knew that he was powerful. If they continued to praise him, it would become annoying to their audiences. With one move, Black had become a true household name. The circles that paid the most attention to Black were those that fixated on heroes and Star Web battles. But now, after the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the number of people paying attention to him had skyrocketed. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a superstar in the eyes of every citizen of the Radiance Federation. After watching Li Nao's performance for the past day, Lu Wenqing said, "I never knew that Li Nao was so capable. This test allowed me to see sides of Li Nao that he usually did not have the chance to reveal." Night Leaning Moon also said approvingly, "Li Nao can join the Spirit Guards. After being nurtured for some time, he might even be able to become a spirit envoy. If Cicada Song is interested, he can also nurture Li Nao into a reserve consul of the cities." At that moment, Li now was completely preoccupied with organizing his troops and strengthening his defenses. He had no idea that his performance had caught the attention of royalty. Gao Feng stared in shock at Red Thorn, who was flapping its wings as it hovered in front of Lin Yuan to speak to him. "Yuan, I haven't seen you in so long. Did you call me out to play, or so that I can beat up some bad guys?" Fairy source-type lifeforms were so rare that they were unfamiliar to most spirit chi professionals. Given that Gao Feng came from a top faction, he had heard of them but did not own any himself. It had been rumored that fairy source-type lifeforms had the highest intelligence and had the same intelligence as a human, even with only one pair of wings. Once they obtained their second pair of wings, they would become smarter than humans. Gao Feng had heard of six-winged fairy source-type lifeforms before, but they should be comparable to creation breed power. Gao Feng had seen Cicada Song summon a light green-bodied and long-haired six-winged fairy before. He was not a creation master and could not discover anything for himself. However, the feeling that Cicada Song's six-winged fairy gave Gao Feng was completely different from the one that he was getting from Red Thorn. There was no question that Cicada Song's six-winged fairy was stronger. However, Gao Feng felt that this green-haired and red-eyed fairy with a long flower skirt seemed even more venerable. Gao Feng had chatted with Lin Yuan and found out that Lin Yuan was still a B-rank spirit chi professional. This was the main reason for Gao Feng's shock. It was astonishing enough that he possessed a six-winged fairy. But this six-winged fairy had gained its third pair of wings when it was fantasy breed. This went beyond the knowledge that humans currently knew about fairy source-type lifeforms. Gao Feng thought, luckily, the sand castle is blocking Red Thorn. Otherwise, the people from the Freedom Federation envoy group would find out that Lin Yuan had a six-winged fairy. The six-winged fairy was worthy of being Lin Yuan's secret weapon. If the Freedom Federation envoy group had two-winged or four-winged fairies, Lin Yuan could order Red Thorn to release its aura without summoning it. The pressure from its bloodline would immediately cause the two-winged and four-winged fairies to lose their will to fight. Lin Yuan seriously replied, "Red Thorn, what we're about to do is very important. First, produce some spore cavities. I will instruct the source sand to send the spore cavities to designated positions. Then, use the spore cavities to produce spores at the spore cavities locations so that numerous seas of flowers are formed." Red Thorn felt that Lin Yuan was not asking something difficult of it. As such, it did not summon the Mouth of Relinquish. The Mouth of Relinquish was Red Thorn's original body. With it around, Red Thorn would be able to use its abilities to their maximum extent. Although the abilities that Red Thorn used on its own would not produce effects as quickly as the Mouth of Relinquish, it could still easily handle something like producing spore cavities and spores. Red Thorn's green hair billowed in the wind, and grayish-green spores drifted down from its hair. These spores grew rapidly within the sand castle. A moment later, besides where Lin Yuan and Gao Feng were standing, everywhere else was covered by spore cavities that were waist-height. After the special spore cavities were produced, the sand inside the castle started to move until it swallowed up the spore cavities. Pillars of sand extended down from the castle and delivered the spore cavities to the quicksand on the ground. Lin Yuan activated the spiritual power he had just replenished to increase the speed of the source sand's movements. The quicksand buried the spore cavities at various positions in the sea of sand. Soon, Red Thorn controlled the spore cavities to produce spores and take root in the sand as per Lin Yuan's request. Red Thorn used up 14 eyes of Relinquish for this endeavor. The audience on Star Web noticed that dark green plants were growing out of the sand in neat rows. These vine plants were very special as they had metal gleams to them. It seemed that they were all very tough. Red Thorn was about to use more eyes of Relinquish before Lin Yuan stopped it. "Red Thorn, we will need the entire sea of flowers to last half a day. You don't have to use the eyes of Relinquish. There are many corpses of abyss demons and alien insects within the sand. The source sand will deliver them to the sea of flowers. Use the mouths on the brutal vine ramets to consume their bodies and expand the sea of flowers as fast as possible," said Lin Yuan. Red Thorn dutifully extended the brutal vine ramets into the ground, where it noticed that many bodies of abyss demons and alien insects had indeed been delivered to it. Red Thorn was a glutton by nature. There was no way it was going to turn down the food that Lin Yuan was offering to it. Although Red Thorn was no longer interested in the flesh of dimensional lifeforms below Class 5, Lin Yuan still gave it food. The brutal vine rammets first consumed the weaker alien insects and abyss demons. With the energy from the alien insects and abyss demons, the sea of flowers started to expand rapidly. Soon, the numerous seas of flowers joined together. The Star Web users who were watching this remembered the memory that first sealed Black in their minds. The sea of flowers was Black's signature. Black had used this terrifying sea of flowers to give Millstone Town hope for survival by protecting them. The incident had spread all over Star Web. However, there had been no video recordings during the dimensional rift, and all accounts were by word of mouth from the residents of Millstone Town. The citizens of Millstone Town had sworn that Black's phase were all below silver grade, but had been capable of defeating the insectide from a pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. This had exceeded the understanding of regular people. Hence, many people on Star Web did not believe these accounts. Black had indeed used the Sea of Flowers to protect Millstone Town and deserved immense praise. However, they did not believe that Black was so capable. Given that Black had saved the entire Millstone Town, the residents of Millstone Town were all upset when no one believed their retelling of the events. They anxiously posted more messages and even sought out the Ascending Dragon Guards, who had also witnessed the Sea of Flowers, to try and prove that they were telling the truth. However, no guard of a city would respond to private messages on Star Web just to verify an exclamation. Although many people did not believe that Black had used a plant-type source-type lifeform below silver grade to defend against the insectide from a pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, they still acknowledged Black as a young hero. After all, not everyone was willing to stand out to defend a crowd from danger. Black had also used Red Thorn in a Star Web battle. However, the Celestial Tower's battleground had only been around 200 meters in length and width. Even if Red Thorn used its Sea of Flowers, its effects would be greatly limited. Lin Yuan had not used Red Thorn on Star Web ever since it evolved to Fantasy Breed. Now, all the people who had doubted that Black had used Red Thorn to defend against an insectide were eating a feast of crows. The 8 seas of flowers moved toward each other. The audience could not understand what Lin Yuan was trying to do because they had not even realized the difficulty of this Radiance 100 sequence selection. The eyes of the members of royalty seated on the golden pillars lit up. Black's source-type lifeform is really special. Look how the vines are extending below the sand as though they are searching for something. There are many sharp teeth covering the vines. Whenever they emerge from the sand, they are dragging many pieces of flesh along with them. The flesh has the bones and skin of alien beasts stuck to them. Clearly, the vines are linked to the source sand and are using the bodies of alien insects and abyss demons buried under the sand as energy sources. Once the alien beasts charge over, they will be slowed down by the 8 seas of flowers and divided into 9 groups. By wiping out a portion of the alien beasts, a significant amount of pressure is taken off of the contestants. Moreover, the seas of flowers are 1 kilometer away from the central territory. When the alien insects and abyss demons make it through the sea of flowers and regroup at the central territory, they will start fighting each other again. As long as Black is willing to continue controlling the situation, there should be nothing keeping the test from reaching the 3rd day, said Lu Wenqing. Lu Wenqing was happy about Black's presence but also felt that the entire situation was too ridiculous. This test was stumping thousands of contestants, yet Black's 2-phase solved the entire problem. With just Black alone, he could take on all the burden of defense for the 3 days. After careful observation, Lu Wenqing still could not discern the grade of the vines. However, one vine that was clearly thicker and stronger than the rest dragged a Class 4 abyss demon from the sand. Besides the horns of the abyss demon, its entire body was gobbled up by the teeth on the vines. Given that one vine could take on a Class 4 abyss demon, its strength had to be at least platinum grade. Moreover, the vine became even thicker after it consumed the Class 4 abyss demon. This meant that the plant not only consumed flesh to expand itself but also to increase its power. Lu Wenqing imagined what would happen if the source-type lifeform broke out of Lin Yuan's control and ended up within the dimensional world. If given enough time and if the dictators did not discover its ortet, it would probably devour the entire dimensional world. Li Yang said to Yu Changjian, Changjian, black is one of your targets. Are you ready? Yu Changjian was one of Li Yang's favored experts. Hence, after Li Yang appeared, Yu Changjian left his original position and took his place respectfully next to Li Yang. Yu Changjian hurriedly responded, Don't worry, Yan Lin, Kai Hua, and I are definitely able to defeat the Sea of Flowers before it fully forms. When our sacred source life forms work together, they reach the second stage. There's no way we'll lose. Yu Changjian glanced at Chen Yu and thought about the pressure that Chen Yu had put on the three of them, as well as his request. Yu Changjian said to Li Yang, Lord Chen Yu asked us to involve several more disciples of royalty during the fight, including Gao Feng. There is already one member of royalty. If we involve more than 3 disciples of royalty, we... Before Yu Changjian could finish speaking, Li Yang interrupted him. Are you stressed? Li Yang looked at Chen Yu. After a moment of silence, he said, Chen Yu is the Freedom Envoy leading this Freedom Federation envoy group. All arrangements are up to him. But he will also have to shoulder the blame if something goes wrong. Although the Freedom Envoys did not enjoy as much honor as Radiance Envoys and Azure Envoys did, they still represented the young generation of the Freedom Federation. As long as his benefits were not infringed upon, Lin Yuan did not want to butt heads with Chen Yu. Thus, Li Yang handed the authority back to Chen Yu. Chen Yu let out a breath of relief when he heard what Li Yang said. Chen Yu had been afraid that all his authority would be lost now that Li Yang was here. This meant that he would lose the chance to make the arrangements for the upcoming fight. As the Freedom Envoy leading the envoy group, he would have to shoulder all responsibility if anything went wrong. Despite Li Yang returning the yoke of authority to him, he still had to perform the necessary formalities. Chen Yu asked Li Yang, since the Radiance Federation sent its current 3rd Radiance envoy to host the Radiance 100 sequence, do you think that he will engage with me if I invite him to go around with me? Li Yang looked at Chen Yu with amusement. He did not expect Chen Yu's appetite to be so voracious. With such a large appetite, he could indeed become stronger by eating. However, there was also a chance that he would overstuff himself. Li Yang did not intend to respond. All he said was, I will not be participating in anything related to the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Goddess of Mercy will be arriving at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. You are the Goddess of Mercy's favored expert. I hope that you won't end up a disappointment in front of her. The originally calm Chen Yu became anxious when he heard that the Goddess of Mercy would be coming to the Radiance Federation. Gao Feng looked at the 8 vast seas of flowers outside and was suddenly filled with a curious feeling. He instructed the spirit spring lilies to release more spiritual power to recover Lin Yuan's spirit qi faster. He also buried several springs that continuously released spirit qi within the source sand. What Gao Feng needed most were good teammates who would enable him to show his true talents. This was the first time he had a teammate whose combat power could match Gao Feng's capabilities properly. Gao Feng truly enjoyed this feeling of being able to fully support and help his teammate. Lin Yuan continued to give orders. Red Thorn, when the insect beast tide makes it through the flowers, you can consume the alien insects and abyss demons at will. If the Sea of Flowers is damaged in any way, you can recover it in any way. But you don't need to create another Sea of Flowers, nor will you need to use any other ability. Red Thorn gently nodded. It felt that Lin Yuan's orders would allow him to feast for an entire day. The contestants at the Central Territory who were in charge of scouting were shocked when they sensed the endless seas of flowers. They finally remembered that Black was also participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. These seas of flowers were proof of Black's presence. Since the seas of flowers were situated on top of the sand, it meant that the sand had also come from Black. This indicated that Black was inside the sand castle in the sky. Li Nao had been observing the defenses and healing injured contestants alongside a team of healing-type spirit qi professionals. When Li Nao first heard the report, he thought the sand would be so hard that it would be difficult to dig through. However, the sand turned out to behave like it had a life of its own and revealed many alien insects and abyss demon corpses for them to collect. At that moment, the contestants in charge of scouting came to see Li Nao and tell him about the situation. Li Nao looked up at the sand castle with shock. Fear was apparent in his gaze. Black's appearance was a blessing to the contestants at the outermost layers who were doing the bulk of the fighting. However, he was a huge threat to Li Nao, who ruled over the central territory. Li Nao had no doubt that if Black emerged from the sandcastle and challenged him, his overwhelming power and the fact that he had just the contestants at the outermost layers would result in Li Nao losing his throne. If Li Nao were smart, he would decide to lock the information down. He could even kill the scouts if he wanted to take it a step further. After all, the Seas of Flowers were a kilometer away from the central territory, which was too far for most of the contestants under Li Nao to spot. If he hid the news of Black's presence, he would be able to retain the control he had over his team. However, Li Nao did not decide to do this. He had never had the chance to lead a large team. But now, he had been leading a team of 20,000 people for half a day. As such, he now understood the responsibility that came with leadership. This feeling had already influenced his subconscious, and his instinct was now to secure the benefits of the whole team rather than just trying to ensure that he made it to one of the last 10 members and regain a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At this point, everyone was exhausted. All of them longed to have a drink of water, eat a mouthful of food, or take a nap. Most of them had been beaten to the point that they were downcast. While patrolling, Li Nao noticed that most of the contestants' eyes were empty. None of them thought that they would be able to pass the test. Thus, they lost the will to fight with the same tenacity that they had at the beginning. Li Nao called over the 200 managers he had designated and said, "Send the information down. The quicksand is a result of Black. He's helping us to defend against the alien beast tide. There are also seas of flowers outside of the sand. So everyone perk up. We will definitely make it through." Li Nao's words made the 200 managers' eyes light up. They were suddenly filled with courage. When they looked up at the sandcastle, they sent down the information like the melody of a harp. Soon, cheers arose from the camp that slowly melded together. If the audience were not aware that this was a serious test, they would assume that a festival was taking place if they heard these cheers. The sounds of joy traveled up to the sand castle, and Lin Yuan and Gao Feng heard them. At this moment, someone yelled, "Black is the best." Soon, cries of people repeating this declaration caused the granules of sand on the ground to tremble. Gao Feng smiled when he heard these cheers. However, this expression was not present on Lin Yuan's face. Rather, he frowned because he noticed that the alien beast tide in the distance had started to move. After a few hours of preparation, Lin Yuan could sense through true data that the Class 2 abyss demons and alien insects were ceaselessly surveying the sea of sand and flowers. Although the alien insects and abyss beasts had not joined forces and were still bitterly fighting against each other, with thousands of bodies already littering the ground, the Class 4 abyss demons and alien insects had gathered together to form a small group at the edge of the alien insect tide. This small group was orchestrating the alien insects and abyss beasts. They controlled the alien insects and abyss beasts to attack the central territory from all directions to test the power of the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan had instructed the source sand to move according to its will. Through the alien beast tide's movements, Lin Yuan noticed that the normal and elite-grade alien beasts were not able to make it far before they sunk into the sea of sand. It could be said that the source sand had managed to eliminate many low-grade alien insects and abyss beasts on its own. But very soon, Lin Yuan realized that something was very wrong. If things kept going the way they were, the alien beasts and abyss beasts that eventually made it to the central territory would be bronze grade at least. The stronger ones would be gold or even platinum grade. Even if Red Thorn consumed endlessly, the alien beasts that the contestants at the central territory had to take on would be the strongest of the lot. This method went against Lin Yuan's original intent. It was much more difficult to fight an alien beast tide made up of Class 1 alien insects and abyss demons than it was to fight one made up of normal and elite grades. Thus, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to stop consuming the normal and elite alien insects and abyss beasts. According to its grade and abilities, Red Thorn would continue to pick the high-class abyss demons and alien insects. This was the only proper way to regulate the alien beast tide. When the sand under the alien beast tide stopped moving, the alien beasts charged forward in a frenzy. They made a beeline for the central territory. Now, the Sea of Flowers could exhibit its full might against the alien beast tide. Red Thorn's brutal vine ramets had not even finished consuming all the dimensional life-form flesh within the sand, but all of them had already gained enough energy to reach silver grade. There were even a few that had reached gold grade. But no matter how strong the Sea of Flowers was, it could not defend against the alien insect tide. However, unlike Lin Yuan's expectation, the alien beasts did not charge into the central territory. Rather, they dashed headfirst into the Sea of Flowers. Red Thorn did not hold back at all against these alien beasts. However, their numbers were so vast that it was too much for the Sea of Flowers to handle. As such, Red Thorn used up a few eyes of Relinquish and started gesturing angrily at Lin Yuan. Red Thorn felt that these Class 4 alien insects and abyss beasts were nothing more than low-class appetizers. Red Thorn was insulted that these snacks were trying to revolt. It planned on giving the alien beasts a taste of the power of the Sea of Flowers. Yuan, I want to strengthen the Sea of Flowers and eat all of them up. Lin Yuan did not oppose this idea and gave his silent consent. Red Thorn produced pink spores and asked Lin Yuan to use the source sand to deliver the pink spores to the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan realized what Red Thorn was trying to do and agreed to its request. The source sand quickly delivered the pink spores to various parts of the Sea of Flowers. Soon, several brutal vine ramets roots started to dance. When the pink spores grew to the size of fists, the brutal vine ramets wrapped their roots around the spores and fused with them. Then, the brutal vine ramets continued to consume alien beasts to provide energy to the beings within the spores. As waves of alien insects charged into the Sea of Flowers, the sharp tips of the brutal vine ramets slipped through the cracks of the insect armor or pierced through the flesh of the abyss demons to consume them. The brutal vine ramets could not digest instantly like the mouth of Relinquish could. The brutal vine ramets needed more than 10 seconds to consume even the normal and elite-grade alien beasts. The brutal vine ramets could not defend themselves when they were consuming food. The abyss beasts and alien insects continuously trampled the brutal vine ramets while attacking them with their teeth, horns, acid, and flames. After consuming the alien insects and abyss demons for some time, the brutal vine ramets had built up a strong resistance against their acid and flames. Nonetheless, the barrage of damage from their teeth and horns still took down a number of the brutal vine ramets. After a few minutes passed, the Sea of Flowers visibly shrunk under the attacks of the alien beast tide. Within these few minutes, Lin Yuan realized with a shock that these small beings that had sprung from the pink spores had already grown more than 2 meters tall. They formed a strange spiked ball. Lin Yuan felt that it resembled a simplified version of the mouth of Relinquish that did not have any eyes of Relinquish. This thing could not consume food like the mouth of Relinquish could. It grew past 2 meters and only stopped when it reached almost 4 meters. The entire ball was so engorged that it became translucent. There were many tubes running along its surface that resembled blood vessels. These tubes extended out of the ball and linked up with every brutal vine ramet. The fluid within the ball flowed out through the tubes to the brutal vine ramets. Suddenly, the brutal vine ramets were charged with power. Now, they only needed less than 3 seconds to digest normal and elite-grade alien beasts. The Sea of Flowers could now consume food at almost 3 times its original rate. Previously, the alien beast tide had pushed it to the edge of its limits. But with help from the ball produced by the pink spores, the Sea of Flowers had recovered at a breakneck pace. The 8 seas of flowers were stabilized. While the seas of flowers were battling the alien beast tide, the Central Territory's defenses had completed construction. The small team of contestants who were analyzing battle strategies had not realized it yet, but the audience on Star Web, who had a bird's-eye view, had witnessed the battle between the seas of flowers and the alien beast tide. The battle was like a scene from a blockbuster movie. Those who had not believed that the Sea of Flowers was capable of holding its own against an alien beast tide now realized how Black had managed to use the plant-type Fae to protect Millstone Town from the alien insect tide. There were a few new Spirit Chi professionals who had their eyes open to what a Fae could achieve. They now knew that a Fae or Source-type lifeform could be nurtured to such a degree. Poison Beauty was now a mega horn that sang Black's praises. Ever since the sand castle rose to the air, she had been praising him to the skies. When Lu Shuang realized that Black was far from ordinary, she became much more cautious when she praised him. She no longer compared herself to Black. She had not understood why she lost to Black and was rather indignant about the result. Lu Shuang had never publicly admitted that she acknowledged Black's power, because she felt that he had only won by taking advantage of the fact that his phase were unknown entities. As a B-rank spirit chi professional, B-rank did not have any myth breed phase. Both Lu Shuang and Black's phase had been Diamond X/Fantasy V. If she only knew what Black's cat species phase abilities and exclusive skills were, she could have dodged its attack and might have stood a fighting chance. But now, she knew Black better and learned that he had two other phase besides the cat species phase. She had no clue if Black had demonstrated the two-phase full power. But there was no question that Lu Shuang would not be able to compete with even the amount of power that they had exhibited. Lu Shuang sighed at the screen and said, "I truly give in to Black. I think that he is just as powerful as any disciple of royalty." Lu Shuang was always very careful during her live streams and filtered all her speech. She only said such a thing because she truly felt this way. Disciples of royalty were as legendary as the members of royalty themselves. There were always a few anonymous people on the God class list. This was the same for the Celestial Stairway Streak list. Most of these anonymous people were young elites from top factions or disciples of royalty. Lin Yuan's performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection made Lu Shuang speak from the heart. The entire live streaming room became abuzz with activity when they heard what Lu Shuang said. Chang. Shuang finally gave in to someone. Black is indeed powerful. His two-phase are strong enough for me to be at a loss about what his flaw could be. But isn't it inappropriate to compare a disciple of royalty with Black? Magic Mini Jie. I don't think there's anything inappropriate about it. We can't tell how powerful Black's phase are through Star Web. But all those posts say that Black's sand elemental source-type lifeform is Diamond X/Fantasy V. That's the power of a top genius. Is it possible that disciples of royalty who are of the same age as Black have reached A rank and obtained myth breed phase? Endless supply of loneliness. No matter what happens, I'm a lifelong fan of Black. Unless those disciples of royalty appear and fight against Black, he is the strongest to me. Lemon Early Summer. Do you remember the bet that the royalty made with the Freedom Federation royalty a month ago? I think that Black might be able to become one of the next Radiance envoys. There is a citizens' vote during the Radiance envoy voting. Although it only makes up 10% of the weightage, I'm still voting for Black. Maple Dance. Hey! Black might have revealed the sand elemental source-type lifeform and plant-type fae, but don't you guys still want to see the small blue bird, eight-tailed cat, and be healing-type fae? There were posts about the Sea of Sand and Sea of Flowers all over Star Web. With Lu Lang at the helm, Black's official fan club was bursting with exuberance. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng were completely unaware of all this. Gao Feng looked at how the 8 seas of flowers continued to stand strong in the midst of the alien beast tide. The seas of flowers were so ferocious that even the alien beast tide felt fear creeping up on them. Gao Feng noticed the dimensional lifeforms crawling frantically toward the 2 seas of flowers at the center. Lin Yuan single-handedly took on the entire test. This left Gao Feng temporarily speechless. Gao Feng had seen his share of crises as one of the top young experts. But if Lin Yuan was replaced by anyone else, not even Zhongzhe Gulang, and he would be able to do all that Lin Yuan had achieved. But all his clouds of confusion faded away when he remembered that a 6-winged fairy beyond the understanding of history had created the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan was talking to Red Thorn curiously. Red Thorn, I remember that you can only change into 2 types of plant shapes. He remembered that Red Thorn could only use its spores to produce spore cavities and brutal vine ramets. This was with the exception of the red gill-shaped flowers that it could produce when it was battling underwater. The ramets Red Thorn produced from the pink spores were completely unfamiliar to Lin Yuan. Red Thorn replied casually, Yuan, besides the digestion cavities I just produced, I can also produce another new type of ramet. The new ramet can gobble up the entire tide of alien beasts. Yuan, do you want a demonstration? Red Thorn had been over the moon when Lin Yuan praised it, and it was dying to receive even more. Lin Yuan hurriedly interrupted Red Thorn and said, "Red Thorn, it's enough. You don't have to show me your new ramet." Lin Yuan massaged his forehead. If he knew in advance that Red Thorn could produce 2 types of ramet, he would have instructed Red Thorn to keep them hidden as secret weapons. Red Thorn could have used other methods to enable the seas of flowers to take on the insectide besides producing the spore cavities. It could have used the eyes of Relinquish to continuously produce more brutal vine ramets to cover the territory. Many bodies of abyss demons and alien insects were buried within the sand. The sea of flowers could consume the flesh to replenish the eyes of Relinquish. Lin Yuan had limited the size of the sea of flowers so as not to affect the test. However, the sea of flowers could expand rapidly if it was needed. Moreover, the Platinum/Fantasy V Red Thorn could easily produce Platinum ramets. If Red Thorn changed all the brutal vine ramets at the front to Platinum grade, no alien beastide will be able to do damage to the brutal vine ramets. Although Lin Yuan was very curious about the 4th type of ramet that Red Thorn had claimed could quickly eat up all the alien beasts, he would not instruct Red Thorn to reveal it. All that Lin Yuan was doing was regulating the test and ensuring that it proceeded according to its original setting. Lin Yuan was doing what a cultivator should be doing. If Red Thorn consumed the entire alien beast tide, there would be nothing to test the contestants at the Central Territory. Red Thorn pouted when Lin Yuan told it not to display the 4th type of ramet. It did not know another way besides showing off its 4th ramet that would earn it more praise. Given that Lin Yuan had contracted Red Thorn with blood, Red Thorn's bloodline was tightly bound with Lin Yuan's. Hence, Lin Yuan immediately sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Red Thorn's long green hair as he said, "Red Thorn, you're amazing. If not for you, the contestants would not have made it." Red Thorn's lips turned up into a smile. Even if it did not reveal its 4th ramet, it would be happy as long as it received praise from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also started to self-reflect. All he had been doing was silently evolving his phase. But after they evolved, they rarely had the chance to fight. As such, Lin Yuan did not understand his phase powers well. Lin Yuan had no idea when Red Thorn obtained the 3rd and 4th types of ramets. The 3rd ramet was an external digestion cavity, and each one could send digestive acids to nearby brutal vine ramets to raise their digestion abilities, thereby raising the sea of flowers' combat power and endurance. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he had chosen consumption and digestion when Red Thorn asked him to choose a direction to evolve in. It was likely that Red Thorn obtained the 3rd ramet at that time. Lin Yuan thought, "I'm really failing as a spirit chi professional." Lin Yuan had been doing creation masterwork in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in order to accumulate resources. He rarely had the opportunity to go out and train like other spirit chi professionals did. The best way to understand his phase powers and increase their combat teamwork would be to train in the wild. Although spirit chi professionals could also increase their combat abilities and fey compatibility by matching up with strong opponents on Star Web, this would not be an effective method for Lin Yuan. It was very difficult for Lin Yuan to meet an enemy of comparable power to him. When he fought against Lu Shuang, her phase had been countered, so Lin Yuan defeated her using just genius spiritual energy expansion. Lin Yuan's biggest problem at the moment was that he did not understand his own power. He had never pulled out all the stops in a fight. Even when he fought against Zhongzhe at the Gargi banquet, he had not used the source sand, Red Thorn, or Chimey so that he could protect his identity as black. Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended and he had the chance to fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lin Yuan felt that he would have the opportunity to unleash his true strength. 2 days ago, Lin Yuan had instructed the Medusa snake demons to work with the spirit craftsmen, and they built a cat sanctuary overnight in the marsh world. There were already more than 1,000 cat species phased living at the cat sanctuary. The 100 questions beasts started to nurture the cat species phase. They had even utilized spirit fluids that had been stored up. Lin Yuan really wanted to test out genius combat power. Since Lin Yuan had limited the Sea of Flowers, there would be a group of alien beasts that inevitably made it to the Central Territory. The contestants had rebuilt the defenses and filled with drive once more. They instructed their fays to use their abilities against the insect tide. The rotting wood-horned adder spat out a pool of venom, which sunk into the sand. When any alien insects or abyss demons stepped into this pool, they would start to decay. A large 7-meter-long crocodile spat out knives that sailed toward the abyss demons. The sea of flowers had pushed the alien beasts together, and they immediately started to fight. Normally, the alien beasts and abyss demons would have struggled to escape the sea of flowers, and only one type of alien beast would be left. After all, they would immediately start to fight when they encountered each other. The alien insects and abyss beasts were attacking the contestants because they saw the contestants as food. But at the same time, they were also sources of food for each other. The chaos between the alien insects and abyss beasts relieved some of the pressure on the contestants. By working together and with help from the healing-type spirit chi professionals and support-type spirit chi professionals, the contestants did not have to do anything, and the territory remained secure. As a result, many contestants let out a breath of relief. However, Lin Yuan and Gao Feng knew that the true test that the royalty had planned was about to officially begin. The people in the Central Territory were the first ones to submit to Li Nao and agree to become his subordinates. There were two extreme behaviors that the people in this group were now exhibiting. One side of the spectrum saw themselves as the true leaders of the 20,000 people on this team. They could live in a carefree manner in the Central Territory. Some of them even took out the food they had brought with them and ate while they enjoyed a game of chess. They did not care that contestants still fought for their lives at the outermost layers of the territory. The other side of the spectrum rushed to the outermost layer in their spare time and fought bravely against the alien beasts. Li Nao belonged to the latter group. He led 2 support-type spirit chi professionals and 2 healing-type spirit chi professionals with him to reinforce the weaker areas of the outermost layers. He ordered the Platinum 4/Fantasy 2 Folded Wings Purple Wolf to attack the Class 4 Abyss Demons and alien insects hidden in the alien beast tide with electricity. It was difficult for the normal contestants to take on the Class 4 alien insects and Abyss Demons. However, it was easy for Li Nao because the Folded Wings Purple Wolf was of a higher grade than the alien beasts. Gao Feng sighed and said, "The people playing chess at the Central Territory might be geniuses, but they don't have what it takes to be city guards, much less spirit guards." Lin Yuan nodded. From the moment the Radiance 100 sequence selection began, many contestants who had been anxious to form groups had already been taken out. The actions of these elites were all plastered on Star Web. This included the scene at the Central Territory where some of the contestants were playing chess. These contestants were clearly at an advantage but had lost the people's hearts as well as many opportunities because this was not only the Radiance 100 sequence selection but also an interview that was taking place in front of the entire Radiance Federation. There had to be many veteran and top factions who had their eyes on these contestants to try and find the most outstanding ones who they would recruit into their factions to nurture them. No matter how powerful a person was, they would put others off if they did not have a sense of teamwork and turned selfish at key moments. Li Nao was doing well. This incident had drummed up significant discussions on Star Web. Mr. Money. I have no idea what the people playing chess in the Central Territory are thinking. Do they not care about the survival of their comrades just because they're safe at the center? This car doesn't go to kindergarten. Why do I feel so uncomfortable after seeing that scene? Isn't Black the one to thank for the test becoming so easy? I think Black should get rid of the sea of flowers to let the alien insects in and see if those people still have the arrogance to play chess then. Guest in life. Don't tell me that these people will become members of the Radiance 100 sequence. I won't have it. They don't deserve to sully the Radiance 100 sequence. Lonely Traveler. I bet that this test isn't as easy as it seems. The members of royalty probably have more prepared. Time passed very quickly. 41 hours had already passed since the Radiance 100 sequence began. After one more dimensional rift opened, only one more day of fighting would be left. Then, the place would start to shrink, and the alien beast tide would become stronger. The number of people would fall until only 10 contestants were left. At that moment, a dimensional rift opened right above the Central Territory. Without giving anyone below any time to react, numerous abyss demons tumbled out onto the contestants from above. The contestants who had let their guard down were all obliterated by the rain of alien beasts. Many of these eliminated contestants had not even had the time to summon their phase. This incident was astonishing to all of the contestants and the audience. The contestants were very aware of everything that happened within the territory because every small area had a designated scout in charge of delivering information back and forth. The scouts were filled with anger when they saw the chess-playing contestants at the central territory. If not for the fact that the troops were already stretched so thin that losing a single member would result in a hole in the defenses, the contestants at the outermost layers would have marched to the central territory and taught the chess-playing contestants a good lesson. The Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened too abruptly above the central territory. All of the contestants were nervous, but the contestants at the outermost layers felt slightly more relaxed. The wave of Abyss demons from the Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift was like righteousness falling from the sky. However, the battle formation that used to only require the contestants at the outermost layers to fight now turned into a fight from the inside out. They now went through their troops at twice the original speed. Li now gnashed his teeth and came to a decision. He declared, "Row 35 to 50. Turn back. Work together to attack the newly opened Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss Demon Dimensional Rift and provide cover for the outer layers. For the rows beyond row 50, close in and try to concentrate the defenses. Set up a basic defense beyond row 50, and I'll immediately send support-type Spirit Chi professionals and healing-type Spirit Chi professionals to help you." Li now spoke with anxiousness and shock in his heart. He was anxious because there were insufficient Spirit Chi professionals to go around now that the amount of fighting had increased. He was shocked that the royalty had already guessed how the test would unfold. There was no way that the dimensional rift opened above the central territory by coincidence. Lin Yuan decided to keep the status quo and not send any more help to the contestants. Once the 3 days were over, only about 4,000 people would be left. Lin Yuan did not know how quickly the testing ground would start to shrink once the 3 days were up. But with Red Thorn around, it could manage the situation and take the pressure off of the contestants no matter how small the testing ground shrunk to. However, the deal that Li now made with his subordinates would come to an end on the 3rd day. At that time, the fight of human nature would officially begin. Time passed like the blink of an eye and the 3rd day arrived. At that moment, the audience members on Star Web were all holding their breaths. Most of them had started out spectating the Radiance 100 sequence selection out of interest and switched between their favorite contestants. But once the first dimensional rift opened 3 hours later and Black sent the sand castle into the air, the audience members were all shocked to the core by Lin Yuan's ability to change geography. More and more of them started paying attention to Black. As the number of contestants gathered at the center increased and the defenses were constructed, the audience was excited to switch between the perspective views of the contestants at the center to watch them fight against the alien beast tide. But when the fight really began, Ji Chongdeng and Lu Wanqing's misjudgment caused the contestants to struggle to the point that they found it difficult to draw breath. At that moment, Black changed the geography outside of the central territory into a sea of moving sand. The sea of sand had enveloped all the alien insects and abyss beasts in an instant, halting the alien beast tide. This gave the contestants at the center a chance to stage a comeback. The 8 seas of flowers had also appeared in the sea of sand. Finally, the audience members got to see Black utilize a second Fae. Black's 2 Faes used breathtaking methods. Every member of the audience was so stunned that they did not know what to do with themselves. Although they knew that there were thousands of contestants in the central territory who were doing their best to construct the base, this did not come close to the excitement of watching the seas of flowers fight against the alien beast tide. After watching the sea of flowers battling the alien beast wave, the battle between the few alien beasts that made it through the sea of flowers to take on the contestants seemed rather dull by comparison. However, the Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift that opened above the central territory made everything interesting again. After the Pinnacle Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift did its job of delivering justice, it turned into a headache for the remaining contestants. Some contestants had been reassigned to help the center of the base, and the number of experts there had increased to almost 26,000. However, the number of contestants fighting the alien beasts that were trying to fight their way in from the outer layers had dropped by half. Presently, only around 12,000 contestants were left. Besides the healing type and support type spirit chi professionals who had been protected, almost every other contestant's phase were injured. Wounds also decorated the spirit chi professionals themselves. But this did not mean that the healing type and support type spirit chi professionals were having a good time. In fact, they were in worse shape because they were completely emptied of spiritual energy. They were so weak that they could no longer stand properly. Yet, they still insisted on healing the other experts' near-dead phase. Although only 1,000 experts were left, they were much more experienced than when they started out. Wilderness survival could raise a person's various abilities. Objectively, the over 50 people who first joined Li Nao were not of equal strength. They only enjoyed authority within the Central Territory because they were the first to join Li Nao's team. But now, less than 20 of those 50 people were left. This meant that this test was not a favorable environment for luck. Normally, those in the Central Territory should be leading their team to provide reinforcements to the front line, just like what Li Nao was doing. If they lost their might, they would not be able to make it to one of the final 10 contestants. A person's strength did not just come from their power but also their ability to communicate, adapt, and be resilient, among other traits. When one was trying to survive in the wild, it was a test of whether they were truly strong. There were a few people who had been unable to join a group at the beginning but had gained many protectors now because of the authority that Li Nao afforded them. These people were able to distinguish themselves because they had exceptional leadership qualities. However, the more capable one was, the more responsibility one would have to shoulder. These people had gained a significant amount of authority but also had to offer a lot more than others. The Folded Wings Purple Wolf had been attacked by a group of smooth, flying, jumping demons, and there were now many large holes in its wings. The smooth, flying, jumping demon was one of the rare Class 3 abyss demons that used venom. The venom hidden within the smooth, flying, jumping demon's nails and teeth could produce strong hallucinogens that turned its target violent. The Platinum 4/Fantasy 2 Folded Wings Purple Wolf had been a force to be reckoned with as it used bolts of electricity to launch long-range attacks at the flying abyss demons and alien insects. However, the Folded Wings Purple Wolf had fallen under the influence of the smooth, flying, jumping demon's venom and had escaped Li Nao's control. It started to wildly launch bolts of lightning in all directions. It killed all the contestants in a 500-meter radius and resulted in many teams losing close to 1,000 members. Hence, while the Folded Wings Purple Wolf was struggling to break out of the control of the smooth, flying, jumping demon, Li Nao had no choice but to use his other main fae, the Rotten Spotted Sky Dog, to bite the Folded Wings Purple Wolf to death. Luckily, the fight was taking place on Star Web. He might not be able to make the same decision if this battle was taking place in reality. He used to be a Radiance 100 sequence member and had his fair share of survival training. As such, he would eventually still make the same decision if this was reality. He could not allow 1,000 people to die in place of his fae. As a leader, he had to do what needed to be done even if the Folded Wings Purple Wolf's death would cause his power to plummet. At that moment, most people's eyes were on Li Nao. The Folded Wings Purple Wolf's death allowed all of them to realize that this was war. Although all of them were elites, they were reduced to sorry states when they were fighting a Class 2-dimensional rift. The audience members started to wonder how the City Guards and Spirit Guards, who fought Class 3 and 4-dimensional rifts during the Dimensional Rift active period, managed to handle it. Many regular people were completely saved from feeling any effects of the Dimensional Rift active period when it was happening. While such thoughts filled the minds of the audience, the gears in Lin Yuan's head also started turning as he watched everything from above in the Sand Castle. The night before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan had communicated with Su Iran. Although Lin Yuan had not recently visited the Divine Wood Federation so he could prepare for the Radiance 100 sequence, he still communicated with Su Iran every few days. From their communications, Lin Yuan discovered that a major change had occurred within the Great Lush Federation. The secret elite families of the Great Lush Federation had started ordering their merchant groups to stop selling and accumulating goods simultaneously but to stock up on as many goods as what was available on the market. Within a few weeks, the atmosphere in the Divine Wood Federation had become much more solemn because of the change in the Great Lush Federation. Su Iran's guess was that the Great Lush Federation was preparing for war. Lin Yuan had not felt anything special when he first heard this. But now, he felt that he needed to start preparing. At the same time, he thought that even though the resources he possessed were considered immense in the context of a private faction, they were far from being sufficient for a federation or continent. As such, a sense of urgency rose within Lin Yuan. He noticed more than once that Gao Feng wanted to help but eventually held himself back. Lin Yuan said, "Gao Feng, you can go and help if you want to. Many people saw your phase during the Guard Yi banquet, so they're not secrets. The Freedom Federation has definitely already obtained information about you. Your biggest chip lies with your sacred source life form and the Yellow Spring Lily's new ability. The Breeze Hibiscus and Spirit Spring Lily's main abilities lie in healing the spiritual power of others. You can use these abilities if you want." Given that Gao Feng was from a top faction and Cicada Song's disciple, he would attract a lot of negative attention if he stayed in the Sandcastle the entire test and became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence without participating in the test. This was the perfect chance for Gao Feng to exhibit his support capabilities. Gao Feng shot Lin Yuan a grateful look. This was not just because Lin Yuan had been protecting him since the start of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, but more so because Lin Yuan truly had his best interests at heart. Since Lin Yuan could attach the wings made of day and night spirit silver to his back and use them to fly, he could enable someone else to do the same. However, this would require Lin Yuan to inject spiritual power into the day and night spirit silver in order to turn it white. Gao Feng watched with shock as many black and gold feathers appeared from the sand castle. These feathers turned white and arranged themselves into large white wings on his back. Soon, the wings started flapping in spite of Gao Feng's inaction. The layers of thin feathers that interlinked with each other flew up into the air, taking Gao Feng with them. From the moment Gao Feng stepped out of the sand castle, he immediately became the target of all the Class 4 abyss demons and alien insects. But the white wings blocked all of the attacks. If any alien insects or abyss demons drew close to the white wings, a few feathers would fall. This would be a beautiful sight filled with deadly intent. Every feather was like a dagger that pierced through the alien insects and abyss demons' bodies. Gao Feng was already dressed in white. As such, he seemed like an angel at the moment. He landed steadily beside Li Nao, and the white feathers on his back immediately wilted and turned back into sand granules when they touched the ground. At that moment, all the contestants near Gao Feng and the audience on Star Web realized that the white wings had come from the sand elemental source-type lifeform. But why had black's wings been black but turned white when they were on Gao Feng? Black and white came hand in hand since the dawn of time. There were many people posting comments on Star Web. Gao Feng was not the ripest source of analysis among all the contestants because he had been chosen by black to enter the sand castle. This seemed to suggest that there was more going on behind the scenes. The recent events resulted in there being many posts on Star Web discussing links between Black and Gao Feng. Black and Gao Feng were quickly paired together. The Central Territory was in the greatest danger at the moment. Everyone was wondering why Gao Feng was going there during such a circumstance. Could he have been kicked out by Black? It would be easier to accept the fact that Gao Feng had been kicked out of the sandcastle by Black. But why had Black also given Gao Feng a set of wings? Was it because Black was just a gentle and compassionate person? Was it because he took their previous ties into consideration? If so, the seemingly cool and high and mighty Black was too adorable. Gao Feng did not have many fans on Star Web, but Black did. Black's obsessive fans went insane when they saw Black being paired up with Gao Feng. What? My son hasn't even grown yet. Why are you all pairing him up? Usually, the two parties of fans would have started fighting. But somehow, Black's fans felt that this couple seemed pretty good. Gao Feng was rather impressive. When Gao Feng arrived, he said to Li Nao, "Send all the healing-type spirit chi professionals and support-type spirit chi professionals to me now." If anyone else had tried giving him orders right after arriving, Li Nao would have ignored them. However, Gao Feng had come out from the sandcastle. The sandcastle was the contestants' biggest shield at the moment. It was like an entity that was set up to help them. If not for that sea of moving sand and the seas of flowers, all the contestants would already have been wiped out. Gao Feng had to have his reasons for giving such an order. However, Li Nao had just decided to kill the folded wings purple wolf, and his emotional state was in pieces. He needed some time to recover before climbing back to his feet and getting back into action. Hence, he just nodded at the remaining 97 managers. The 97 managers looked at Gao Feng before calling over some of the healing type and support type spirit chi professionals. At that moment, 2 white flowers suddenly bloomed. The 97 managers were annoyed when Gao Feng arrived and gave Li Nao the instruction. What? Call over all the support type and healing type spirit chi professionals? At that moment, all the power offense type spirit chi professionals who had been fighting the alien beast tide were covered with injuries and completely drained of spiritual power. They depended on the support type spirit chi professionals to restrict the alien beast tide while aiding them at the same time. The healing type spirit chi professionals disregarded their drained spiritual power and continued to use their abilities. The support type and healing type spirit chi professionals were the most important pillars holding up the remaining contestants. The power offense type spirit chi professionals would crumble if they were all gathered now. Not only would the number of troops fall, but the lack of aid would also cause the power offense type and defense type spirit chi professionals would lose their confidence. However, Li Nao had nodded. Moreover, Gao Feng was still the young master of a top faction. He would not harm a large group in front of the entire star web. Thus, the managers agreed to call the support type and healing type spirit chi professionals over. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's actions had caused another wave of activity to rise on star web. Too scared to live or die. What's going on? That contestant who just left the sand castle took control the moment he arrived. Is he trying to publicly snatch the authority away from Li Nao? Passing guest. I can't help but think that gathering the support type and healing type spirit chi professionals will be the death of the power offense type spirit chi professionals. After fighting for so long, they have long run out of spirit chi and are only barely holding on. If things change now, won't it cause the situation to devolve rapidly? I know sour and sweet. I think Gao Feng has reasons for gathering support type and healing type spirit chi professionals. He was safe in the sand castle and under Black's wing. Why would he put himself in danger out of the blue? Memory in the wind. As someone who has insider information, I can't be bothered to say much. Just keep your eyes peeled and watch what it means to be a true top young expert. Memory in the Wind was a famous personality on StarWeb. He did not have legions of fans because he was powerful or had very interesting live streams. In fact, he had never hosted a live stream. All he did was share his life on a personal forum he had set up. As a young expert from a top faction, he usually ate dishes made from platinum spiritual ingredients. Moreover, he was a Class 3 creation master and shared tips on concocting spirit fluids. As a result, he became the ideal man in the hearts of many young girls. Very few members of top factions shared so much on StarWeb. Memory in the Wind's comment in Lu Shuang's live streaming room immediately attracted the attention of many audience members. What did he mean by what it meant to be a true top young expert? Everyone agreed that Black had the power of a top young expert. There were even a few people who felt that he was stronger than disciples of royalty. However, Memory in the Wind's comment was clearly directed at Gao Feng, not Black. Could it be that Gao Feng, despite having relied on others, had the power of the Radiance Federation's top young experts? What a joke! Gao Feng had already made his move. All he did was summon a flower species Fey that kicked up a gust of wind that blew a contestant away. His attack had been so ordinary that it seemed that the most he would be able to do was keep some flying abyss demons and alien insects at bay. He would not be more useful in a team than Li Nao was. But before the Star Web users could ruminate further, 2 white flowers bloomed in front of Gao Feng. The flowers did not immediately use their abilities after blooming. They planted their roots firmly into the ground and continued to sprout. Then it grew 7 or 8 more branches. There was a large lily on each of the branches. Soon, fountains of water burst out of the lilies. The fountains of water were shaped like dragons as they shot into the sky and clashed against each other. Each time the fountains of water crashed together, clouds were produced. As more and more clouds were formed, the sky slowly turned bluish-gray, and the entire sky started to darken. While the contestants and audience were trying to figure out what these two clearly special flower species phase were exactly, Gao Feng shouted, "Spirit Spring Lily, Spirit Spring Rain Call, rush of spirit replenishing rain." Soon, droplets of rain descended down on the support type and healing type spirit chi professionals, drenching them completely. In the past, these people would be extremely displeased if they were drenched to this degree. Moreover, there were many female contestants. The contestants had already been fighting fiercely for 3 days. They were all exhausted and in a dazed state. Having rain dumped over them perked them up significantly. As these spirit chi professionals waited for Gao Feng to give further instructions, the support type and healing type spirit chi professionals realized that their empty tanks of spiritual power were being refilled. Even their phase spiritual power had also been replenished. The rate at which their spiritual power was being replenished was astonishing. Every contestant's spiritual power was fully recovered in less than 2 minutes. After replenishing the spirit chi of the over 300 contestants, Gao Feng said, "All of you, go back to your original positions now and continue fighting. Since your teammates are protecting you, you should contribute too." At this moment, Li Nao was stupefied by what Gao Feng just did. He replenished the spiritual power of over 300 people in an instant. What special support technique had he used? The power that Gao Feng exhibited was beyond Li Nao's understanding. With such power, did he even need to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection? There were probably very few support-type Radiance 100 sequence members who were stronger than Gao Feng. All the doubts that the audience had about Gao Feng promptly vanished. All of them had an idea of what a hero was. At that moment, Gao Feng fit all their ideals of what it meant to be a hero. Power offense-type spirit chi professionals made up the largest proportion of the 4 types of spirit chi professionals. They also had the strongest combined power. Defense-type spirit chi professionals were the best companions to healing-type spirit chi professionals. Healing-type spirit chi professionals were absolutely necessary for a team. Support-type spirit chi professionals were always seen as inferior as compared to the other 3 spirit chi occupations. The main teams that participated in the S tournament always contained combat class, defense-type, and healing-type spirit chi professionals. Support-type spirit chi professionals were only part of the team if they were individually outstanding. For example, the Dragon Gate Guild Club and Rhine Guild Club did not even have support-type spirit chi professionals as part of their reserve teams. As such, the audience members who had watched the S tournament and understood the dynamics of the spirit chi occupations instinctively saw support-type spirit chi professionals as useless. But now, Gao Feng's actions had enabled the audience to realize how important a powerful support-type spirit chi professional could be to a team. While recovering the spiritual power of the 300 over contestants, he also replenished Li Nao's spiritual power. Thus, Li Nao was now looking at Gao Feng with gratitude. After pausing for a moment, Li Nao stood up and thanked Gao Feng before riding off on the rust-spotted Sky Dog to continue helping the various regions of the base fend off the flying Class 3 and 4 abyss demons and alien insects. Li Nao's actions shocked Gao Feng and the other 97 managers because it signified that Li Nao was handing the reins over to Gao Feng. Li Nao came to this decision because he had weighed Gao Feng's power against his own and knew that he would not be able to defeat him. Gao Feng could recover the spiritual power of all spirit chi professionals in a certain area. Even if Li Nao did not willingly hand over the authority to Gao Feng, the latter could easily steal the team away if he wanted to. Additionally, Li Nao felt such a sense of responsibility for this team he had built that he could not stand by and watch as the flying Class 3 and 4 abyss demons and alien insects ceaselessly hurt the contestants at the outermost layers who were trying to protect their comrades. Now, Gao Feng had everyone's eyes on him. Thus, not many people had noticed Li Nao's actions or understood his intentions. However, the members of royalty had started discussing Li Nao. Lu Wenqing said approvingly, "Night Leaning Moon and Cicada Song, are either of you interested in nurturing Li Nao? If not, I don't think it's a bad idea to keep him at the Radiance Sacred Hall and make him the manager. I think that it would be a waste of his abilities for him to just be the manager of the Radiance Sacred Hall. Although he doesn't have much power now, he has nurtured his two-phase well. He is affiliated with Power Offense type dog species phase and has many good options for his next phase. Moreover, after some more training, Li now definitely has what it takes to command a team of more than 10,000 members, replied Night Leaning Moon. Cicada Song said, Li now is capable of keeping the big picture in mind. He can safeguard his own benefits while not losing sight of what needs to be done. Given his talents, he is worthy of becoming a city lord's apprentice. After the test ends, I will go and find out which city he comes from and instruct the city lord of that city to take Li Nao under their wing. Cicada Song's words indicated that he had chosen Li Nao, but he did not choose to accept Li Nao as another disciple but intended to keep him under the wing of a city lord who would nurture him. Iron Prison had not said much up till now, but as he continued to watch the contestants bravely fight the alien insects and abyss demons, he said, besides Li Nao, there are a few other contestants who are showing considerable potential and impressive character. However, I don't think that they'll make it into the final 10. I suggest getting the various city lords to recruit these contestants and provide them with resources. Iron Prison looked at Cicada Song, who nodded back at him in agreement. However, Night Leaning Moon did not share their sentiments. What? Iron Prison, do you think that my spirit guards are unworthy of nurturing these contestants? How many resources can the city guards have? I can assign them to Shadow Guard envoys who will properly train them. They will be able to grow even faster with the spirit guards. Iron Prison looked at Night Leaning Moon with frustration. All I said was that it's possible for the city guards to nurture these contestants. I didn't say that the spirit guards can't. Why is she trying to rile me up? Iron Prison was also about to say that the sin cleansing pool needed several jailers, but he eventually decided against doing so. The sin cleansing pool was inferior to both the spirit guards and major cities. After the 300 healing type and support type spirit chi professional spiritual power was replenished, they returned to their original positions and unleashed a sea of spiritual power, saving the lives of almost 1,000 contestants and their phase. This did not mean that the healing-type spirit chi professionals had fully healed the contestants because it would require too much spiritual power. It would be more efficient to keep 10 people alive than to fully heal one person. This was the best way to defend against the alien beast wave. Only around 8,000 people were left, and they were all the true young elites of the Radiance Federation. All of them knew that the longer the test dragged on, the more meaningful it would become. This meaningfulness did not come from being able to join the Radiance 100 sequence, but that 2 envoy groups from the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation were watching. As the top young experts of the Radiance Federation, they had the duty of doing their absolute best so as to earn as much glory for the Radiance Federation and show the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation just how strong the Radiance Federation was. At that moment, Gao Feng waved his hand, and all the audience members on Star Web were instantly shocked. The dragon-shaped fountains that spewed out of the spirit spring lilies turned into clouds in the sky that covered a 200-square-meter radius. The fountains maintained the rain of spiritual power that descended from the clouds. But now, the 2 spirit spring lilies started swaying their branches and generated 2 whirlpools of spiritual power. Soon, the flowers started trembling, and every movement led to 9 dragon-shaped fountains spewing out. The hundreds of dragon-shaped fountains flew and danced above Gao Feng's head. Previously, clouds were formed when the fountains crashed against each other. But now, they collided together until one of them broke and was promptly subsumed into the other fountain. During this time, the clouds continued to expand, and the sky above Gao Feng now seemed like an even more intense battleground than the one that was taking place on the ground between the contestants and alien beasts. One of the fountains gained the upper hand from early on and continued to gobble the other dragon-shaped fountains. The form of this fountain also became clearer. After the last dragon-shaped fountain was absorbed, white lilies formed on its surface. By now, the clouds had expanded to almost 2,000 square meters, and this area was large enough to easily cover 1,000 contestants. However, the situation was urgent. The Power Offense Spirit Chi professionals who stood at the front lines were covered with injuries as they continued struggling against the alien beasts. Gao Feng could not call over the Power Offense type and Defense type Spirit Chi professionals like he did with the Healing type and Support type Spirit Chi professionals. He also did not want to do so, Otherwise, he would not have expanded the clouds to such a large size. When he saw that the lily dragon spirit had been formed in the sky, he ordered, "Start from my interior and release a shower of spiritual power rain. Spirit spring lilies, do all you can to recover our spiritual power." The two spirit spring lilies' flowers started to grow longer until they wrapped around Gaofeng. The flowers covered Gaofeng's waist, shoulders, and back and injected spiritual power into his body. The 50-meter-long translucent dragon had an air of auspiciousness. The lilies blooming all over it enveloped the clouds, and rain started falling down on the contestants. As the rain fell, the contestants realized that their spiritual power was restored to maximum capacity within 2 minutes. This went for their phase as well. The contestants took advantage of the falling rain to use their spiritual power without constraint and wiped out as many alien beasts as possible. Although there were 2 different types of alien beasts present, both of them shared the special characteristic of cannibalizing corpses of the same species. The alien insects and abyss beasts were advancing continuously because they wanted to consume blood power to increase their powers. Gaofeng wanted to replenish the spiritual power of every contestant at least once. However, he ended up shocked by what the contestants were doing. He could understand the reason behind their actions, but it did not change the fact he was not a god. Even with the spirit spring lilies' help to recover spiritual power, the supply was not unlimited. It was already a stretch for him to recover the spiritual power of 8,000 people. If all of these people started using their spiritual power without holding back, Gaofeng would have to replenish the spiritual power of 15,000 people at once using the rain. He could not sustain this. The lily dragon spirit was creating rain in the direction that Gaofeng had instructed. The contestants sensed the speed at which the dragon was moving and started pulling back the reins of their usage of spiritual power. In less than 10 minutes, the lily dragon spirit started to become more transparent, and the droplets of rain thinned into threads. Once the lily dragon spirit fully disappeared, the rain clouds in the sky disappeared. Gaofeng fell to the ground in an inelegant heap. The 2 spirit spring lilies hunched over listlessly next to him, clearly utterly drained of spiritual power. However, they were fays that were skilled at gathering spirit chi from nature and did not need long before the flowers straightened themselves. The spirit spring lilies lit up next to Gaofeng and started to transfer spiritual power into his body. After some of his spiritual power was recovered, Gaofeng waved his hand, and a large light green and white rose appeared in front of him. After the rose appeared, the petals broke off and soon turned into a torrent. Each petal landed accurately on a contestant and turned into an imprint on their body. The light breeze produced by the imprint could form a thin protective barrier in front of the contestants. The barrier was so thin that even an elite abyss demon could break past it. It would only be effective in deflecting pebbles that were being thrown about by the wind. However, the imprint's true strength did not come from its defensive ability, but that it could condense spirit chi from the air and inject it into the contestants. This allowed the contestants to understand what thoughtful care on the battlefield was. The power offense type and defense type spirit chi professionals had been running on empty tanks of spiritual power for at least a day. They used as much as they could without the tank going fully dry. There were times when they could have used their phase abilities to defend themselves but chose to use the phase bodies to take the damage instead, because utilizing the abilities would take up more spiritual power. After being in this environment for a prolonged time, the aided contestants almost turned to call Gaofeng Mom. These contestants felt the same kindness from Gaofeng as they would from a mother. The breeze hibiscus wind had cleansing effects. After all the blood and grime were cleaned off them, the contestants felt exceptionally refreshed. The audience on StarWeb had only been praising Black and Li Nao and assumed that Gaofeng was only a supporting character. Although they had already acknowledged Gaofeng, recovering the spiritual power of 300 people was far from creating a floating castle, using a sea of flowing sand to consume alien beasts, and creating 8 seas of flowers like what Black did. It also could not compare to efficiently leading 10,000 people to defend against an alien beast tide in a remarkable show of leadership like what Li Nao did. But Gaofeng had just recovered the spiritual power of 300 healing type and support type spirit chi professionals. followed by replenishing the spiritual power of all the contestants within 10 minutes. Previously, the 8,000 people had seemed rather helpless in the face of the alien beast tide. It seemed as though they were going to succumb any moment. But now, the contestants had gained the advantage. The power offense-type spirit chi professionals fighting at the front line were even able to toss the alien beast corpses behind them as safety nets for their comrades behind them. During the past 2 days, the mindsets of the contestants had been changing continuously. At first, all of them wanted to fight to become one of the final 10. But after fighting alongside the other contestants and getting to see their comrades' merits, they realized their own flaws. It could be said that every contestant was a genius in their own right. After all, the Radiance Federation was enormous. But now that they were working together, they could feel their comrades' power much more clearly than if they were fighting against each other. The contestants at the front line had only managed to survive for so long because they depended on each other. As a result, the contestants no longer saw each other as rivals but as comrades. These feelings would not disappear once the test ended. Even when they eventually returned to their own corner of the Radiance Federation, they would gather together often. The contestants' actions made the royalty smile. It seemed that in spite of Ji Chongdeng and Lu Wenqing's mistakes, this restructure of the Radiance 100 sequence selection was a big success. The honor of the Radiance Federation was shining through the test. The honor of the Radiance Federation was shining through the test, and the meaning behind it was being passed down on its own. Night-leaning Moon said to Zhuoming and Yu Zhe, "Record the names of the contestants who built defenses for their comrades and find out more about them. I'm planning on creating a new team among the spirit guards. Go and contact these contestants and provide them with the same resources that being members of the Radiance 100 sequence would have given them." Zhuoming and Yu Zhe nodded. They knew that these young people had gained the acknowledgement of Night-leaning Moon. The two of them felt that these young people were worthy of this acknowledgement. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "Leaning Moon, let Mystic Moon gather the information instead. It's easier for him to collect information from Star Web than it is for others. This Radiance 100 sequence selection allowed us to see something even more eye-catching than power. I will provide resources myself to help you build this new team of spirit guards." The Moon Empress' words stunned the other 12 members of royalty. Normally, the Moon Empress addressed Night-leaning Moon as Chief Guard Yi. So why did she suddenly address her by her name like she used to do 10 years ago? Given that the Moon Empress had not talked about the lifespan mouse nor had she discussed her situation during the imperial meetings, the other members of royalty only knew that the sacred Cry Moon Beast's power had evolved past eternal. The Moon Empress' own power had also reached a new level. However, Night-leaning Moon had been staying by the Moon Empress side to protect her. Hence, she knew more about the Moon Empress situation than the other members of royalty did. She knew that the Moon Empress was providing her with resources to help her as a way of repaying her. The Moon Empress wanted to repay her own favor but also wanted to repay Lin Yuan's favor on his behalf. However, the Moon Empress had no clue that Night-leaning Moon was the one who owed Lin Yuan a favor. Lin Yuan had given her the feathers that contained night power and also 12 firefly demon fetuses to Lu Jie. As a result, Lu Jie's prospects were now boundless. Essentially, Lin Yuan had built bridges for her and her legacy to cross over to brighter futures. Thus, Night-leaning Moon was about to instinctively turn down the resources from the Moon Empress. But before Night-leaning Moon could speak, the Moon Empress said, "I will not only provide Night-leaning Moon with resources. The rest of you can also come to me if you lack any Creation Master resources." The Moon Empress' words momentarily dazed Night-leaning Moon and the other members of royalty. The eyes of the elderly man seated on the center pillar lit up as he said, "Xie, do you mean to say that your Creation Masterclass has reached a higher level?" The Moon Empress was not ostentatious. She did not like to let others know about her abilities. But now, the Moon Empress was openly admitting to it. "My Creation Master level has indeed been raised. I'm going to try and see if I can extract eternal power from the eternal heart. If it's possible, I'm going to make concocting pure eternal power the standard for becoming a Class 6 Creation Master." The Moon Empress' words excited the other 12 members of royalty. If the Moon Empress was willing to say such a thing, It meant that she was confident that she would be able to become a Class 6 creation master. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch shared a look. When the two of them became Class 5 creation masters, the Moon Empress was not even a Radiance envoy yet. But now she was about to overtake them. The Bamboo Monarch and Creation Master had not gained the opportunity to raise their Creation Master level, but the Moon Empress had. It seemed that the Radiance Federation was no longer going to be under the protection of 3 Class 5 Creation Masters but 2 Class 5 Creation Masters and 1 Class 6 Creation Master. Although every member of royalty was seemingly of equal standing, the Moon Empress would only be second to that elderly man. The Moon Empress' expression did not change in the slightest, even when she felt all their eyes on her. Normally, the Moon Empress would not reveal the news that her Creation Master abilities had reached a higher level. But after deep contemplation and consideration, the Moon Empress decided to take the daring step to do so. At that moment, the Moon Empress' emotions were in a tangle. A person who usually kept a low profile needed courage in order to suddenly become showy. There had never been a Class 6 Creation Master in the history of the world. The Moon Empress felt that it was not because no Creation Master had ever reached this step. Before she became the 3rd Class 5 Creation Master of the Radiance Federation, there were already 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Azure Federation and 4 in the Freedom Federation. Moreover, they also had a Class 5 Creation Master legacy. In the past, when there were only 2 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation, the concept of the 3 Great Federations had not taken shape. Only after the Moon Empress became a Class 5 Creation Master and the Radiance Federation gained its 3rd Class 5 Creation Master, the same number of Class 5 Creation Masters as the Azure Federation, did the concept of the 3 Great Federations emerge. The Azure Federation was centered around its families, which was not the case in the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. There was no royalty in the Azure Federation. The 12 heads of aristocratic families all had equal ownership over the Azure Federation. With such a system, any other family that gained a Class 5 Creation Master besides the ones that already declared that they had one would definitely keep the news under wraps. When it came to overall power, the Freedom Federation was slightly stronger than the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation because they had gained 4 Class 5 Creation Masters early on. Due to internal conflict over the last 150 years, 2 of their Class 5 Creation Masters lost their lives. Thus, despite the Moon Empress power reaching another level, she still did not look down on the Freedom Federation. Rather, she felt that given the yardsticks of the classes, it was not impossible for there to be a Class 6 Creation Master in the Freedom Federation. If the Moon Empress announced her suggestion for the yardstick of a Class 6 Creation Master, she would eventually attract the attention of the entire world. This would not benefit her in any way. However, she was going to do this because it would significantly benefit the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation were currently butting heads, and the Moon Empress needed to give the other members of royalty and the entire Radiance Federation an anchor. If she tried to hide her abilities as a Class 6 Creation Master, she would not be able to provide the other members of royalty with Creation Master resources. None of the other members of royalty were stupid. Once she exposed abilities beyond those of a Class 5 Creation Master, they would quickly pick on it. At that time, news that she had become a Class 6 Creation Master would be exposed. Rather than this, the Moon Empress preferred to announce the news herself. The other members of royalty would only continue to be unaware of the fact that the Moon Empress had become a Class 6 Creation Master if she did not supply them with any Creation Master resources. But given the state of chaos that the main world was currently in, the Moon Empress needed to step in to increase the power of the other members of royalty. This was the only way she would secure the Radiance Federation amidst the mayhem of the main world. On the other hand, Sky City was still developing, and Lin Yuan could supply the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, which not even the regular Class 5 Creation Masters could produce. Lin Yuan was still growing. Although he could roll grades to attain Emperor-class combat power, he was still just a B-rank Spirit Chi professional that possessed Pinnacle Fantasy Breed phase. A Spirit Chi professional could not be counted as a King-class Spirit Chi professional as long as they were not an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Thus, the Moon Empress would rather draw all the attention onto her rather than let Lin Yuan be on the receiving end. Now, The Moon Empress would not be afraid even if she came face to face with the 3 members of royalty from the Freedom Federation known as gods. Their might was centered on the fact that they had 11 stars sacred source lifeforms. 10 stars sacred source lifeforms could manipulate celestial phenomena, but 11 stars sacred source lifeforms could channel celestial phenomena into an ability that they could utilize. It was true that such ability was no different from the traditional definition of what gods could do. Coincidentally, with Lin Yuan's help, the Moon Empress was now worthy of being called a god as well. However, she did not intend to change her title to Moon Goddess. The Moon Empress defined what it meant to be a Class 6 Creation Master because she wanted the Radiance Federation to grab the opportunity first as well as protect her disciple. These 2 duties led her to make a decision against her character. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress planned only revealing her powers when necessary. She nodded in acknowledgement amidst the other members of royalty's congratulations. At that moment, the Moon Empress could not help but remember the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan had supplied her with. The pure spirit chi had allowed the Moon Empress to unlock her birth horoscope and even take a step further. It was this step that allowed the Moon Empress to understand something new about life and enabled her to raise her Creation Master level. But when the Moon Empress tried to concoct spirit chi after raising her Creation Master level, she realized that she still could not concoct spirit chi as pure as the one that Lin Yuan gave her despite her best efforts. Once one became a Class 5 Creation Master, there would be clear distinctions between each class. However, the classes were just yardsticks determined by people. It was just like how the Moon Empress decided that being able to draw out eternal power from an eternal heart was the standard for becoming a Class 6 Creation Master. If Creation Master classes were really carefully compared, it would end up as a comparison of who could concoct purer spirit chi. This was because spirit chi was the basic ingredient that allowed phase to evolve and mutate. The Moon Empress had assessed Lin Yuan's Creation Master powers early on. Although he was clearly her disciple, his Creation Master abilities had already surpassed hers. Moreover, Lin Yuan had used a special technique to take control of the Class 5 Creation Master, Di Wanmi. Although Di Wanmi was a new Class 5 Creation Master who could not concoct spirit chi as pure as what Chef Supreme and Bamboo Monarch could concoct, she could easily perform tasks like purifying willpower power out of willpower runes, law power out of law runes, world power out from world crystals, and immortal power out from immortal bodies. Moreover, she could create instruments from the bodies of dead sacred source lifeforms. The Moon Empress had thought about the Radiance Federation's circumstance while she was locked away for a month. At that moment, the Radiance Federation's top Creation Master resources had been lacking considerably compared to the Freedom Federation. Now, the Radiance Federation had 1 Class 6 Creation Master and 2 Class 5 Creation Masters in the spotlight, while there was also Lin Yuan in the shadows. There was the equivalent of another Class 6 Creation Master and Class 5 Creation Master. The Moon Empress did not think Lin Yuan could produce such pure spirit chi by solely relying on his Creation Master abilities, because there was no way he could have found the path to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master given his powers. There was a direct correlation between Creation Master powers and a Spirit Chi professional's powers. But as long as Lin Yuan could concoct such pure Spirit Chi, he would be worthy of being counted as a Class 6 Creation Master. After all, being able to concoct pure Spirit Chi was much more important than being able to extract eternal power from an eternal heart. The Moon Empress had intentionally examined Coiling Dragon's Valley, which had recently replaced Whale Ocean Commerce as one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. Coiling Dragon's Valley had obtained numerous law crystals from Lin Yuan, which had helped the previous head of the family attain immortal power. By that time, Lin Yuan had already taken control of Di Wanmi, but he had already traded law crystals with Coiling Dragon's Valley before that. Moreover, the Miao family that Sky City had destroyed had also traded law crystals with Lin Yuan before. The Moon Empress clearly remembered that she had never given Lin Yuan any law crystals. After all, the Moon Empress had not expected Lin Yuan to grow so quickly to the point that he required law crystals. But once she realized he was extraordinary, she blinked her eyes, and he already became strong enough to aid her. Recently, he had even taken her to the marsh world to harvest its moon. The Moon Empress felt that it was already difficult for her to help Lin Yuan grow. However, she could still do her best to protect him and ensure that he was safe. The other members of royalty had no idea what the Moon Empress was thinking. All of them were smiling with genuine joy. The elderly man seated on the center golden pillar let out a heavy sigh as he raised his hand to the sun to gaze at his wrinkled and live spot-covered hand. He felt that he could finally relax. The elderly man believed that as long as his body could hold out for another 5 years, so the Moon Empress had enough time to strengthen herself, she would be able to take his place to protect the Radiance Federation even if he died. At that moment, the mountain river grain god bells suddenly started to ring. Ripples appeared above the barrier that the mountain river grain god bells had created. The faint silhouette of a figure could be seen standing above the barrier. At that moment, bright bronze light lit up above the mountain river grain god bells. The phantom images of a man covered in the patterns of mountains and a girl covered in the patterns of rivers appeared on each side of the mountain river grain god bells. Both of them were holding mallets and wearing top hats. They appeared like two palace musicians. Soon, the two people raised the mallets and slammed them against the mountain river grain god bells. A deadly tune rang out. The chime was grandly sonorous. Every chime produced a celestial fairy holding an orchid. The celestial fairies elegantly flew around the sky. Their bodies were made from water, and the shrouds covering their bodies were covered with the patterns of mountains. The orchids in their hands started to grow longer until the stems turned into swords and the leaves turned into ribbons. The 36 celestial fairies seemed to be waiting for something. At that moment, a dancer appeared in the middle of the 36 celestial fairies, as though she was a sacrifice. There were threads formed from mountain patterns and river patterns in her hands. The threads wrapped around the 36 flying celestial fairies. In an instant, the deadly auras of the celestial fairies fused together. It was as though they were going to go into battle formation and charge at the figures standing above the mountain river grain god bells at any moment. This was the deadly formation automatically generated by the mountain river grain god bells. It was known as the Flying Sky Battle Cry. Li Yong, who had left Star Web to wait for the goddess of mercy's arrival, narrowed his eyes when he sensed this deadly aura. It could not be denied that the Radiance Federation's secure Federation treasures were powerful. Li Yong glanced fearfully at the elderly man seated on the center golden pillar. In the past, the elderly man had refined the 7 secure Federation treasures despite his legs being crippled and his greatly weakened life force. There was no question that the secure Federation treasures would be able to protect the Radiance Federation. Although the Mountain River Grain God Bell's attack was not as accurate as an attack from a celestial phenomenon, it was almost no different from one of the randomly aimed attacks from a celestial phenomenon. Even he would have to exert some effort to receive this attack. If someone of comparable power appeared at that moment to attack him, he would definitely be overcome. When the Radiance Federation's 7 secure Federation treasures were utilized in conjunction with the Radiance Federation's royalty, they could enable the members of royalty to defeat those who were of equal strength. It was likely that the Mountain River Grain God Bell's attack would easily be able to kill a pinnacle creation breed Fae and even heavily injure Faes using their immortal bodies. However, an attack of such a level was a far cry from the Goddess of Mercy's ability. The Goddess of Mercy would be able to easily defend against such an attack even if she did not activate her birth horoscope and spirit chi to protect herself. At that moment, a purple and gold bamboo imprint appeared on the forehead of the generally silent bamboo monarch. His eyes also turned yellow and purple. The phantom image of a yellow and purple bamboo shot out from the ground into the sky, attacking the figures above the barrier alongside the celestial fairies. A voice full of sympathy said, "I didn't come to the Radiance Federation to start a fight. I only came to fetch the people from the Freedom Federation after the Radiance 100 sequence selection." While she spoke, a gold and red slender fish tail extended down from above the barrier. The tail was about the size of a regular person's legs and was covered with cinnabar spots. These cinnabar spots radiated mystical red light. The seemingly soft tail crashed against the purple and gold bamboo. The gold and red light from the fishtail overshadowed the purple light from the bamboo. The fishtail and bamboo did not start a vicious battle like they were expected to do. Instead, the fishtail calmly kept the purple and gold bamboo at bay. It was like a pair of hands holding onto a pair of chopsticks to prevent the chopsticks from moving forward. The 36 sword-wielding celestial fairies were slashing away at the fishtail. The red and gold light rippled along with the movement of the fishtail and rolled toward the celestial fairies. A moment later, the celestial fairies were reduced to nothing more than patterns of mountains and rivers. The fishtail not only held off Bamboo Monarch's attack, but also easily dealt with the Mountain River Grain Godbell's attack that could have killed a creation breed fae. At that moment, the merciful voice spoke again. Bamboo Monarch, your attack is still at the same level it was a decade ago. There's no way you haven't improved since that time. It looks like the Radiance Federation still likes to hide everything. I have shown my sincerity by defending your attack and not retaliating. While she spoke, the fishtail swished, and the light crashed against the purple and gold bamboo phantom image. The waves immediately shattered the gold and purple bamboo phantom image. Meanwhile, the figure wielding the red and gold fishtail finally fully emerged. She wore a long red shawl that was adorned with large pearls. The beautiful girl had an exquisite figure, features, and ivory skin. Her gold and red hair cascaded past the fishtail that extended out from below her. There were 2 red moles in the corner of her eye. Besides her skin, everything else about the girl was red and gold. However, there was a wisp of blue in her eyes. Although the blue was very faint, it still overpowered the red and gold. It was as though this hint of blue was the most spirited part of her. The 13 members of royalty's expressions immediately turned stern when they saw the girl. However, the biggest reaction came from the person standing right at the back of the Freedom Federation envoy group. Although initially expressionless, a look of annoyance now appeared on this person's face. But at the same time, terror spread across his face. This person's gaze fell on Liang, and the latter immediately picked up on it. When he saw the roiling gray within the person's eyes, Liang used his soul power to communicate with this person. Second page revival. The goddess of mercy's arrival won't affect our plan. You don't have to worry too much about it. This person's expression did not change, but the gray in his eyes intensified when he heard what Liang said. Liang, the person that the goddess of mercy hates the most in this world is me, followed by the Moon Empress. If she finds out I'm here, will she really let me be and allow me to move freely? Liang glanced at Qian Yu. It had been decided during a meeting in the Freedom Palace that Liang would be the only member of royalty leading this envoy group. Every member of royalty from the Freedom Federation managed their own faction and profits. Liang had privately contacted and established a connection with Second Page Revival. The other members of royalty from the Freedom Federation did not know about this. However, the goddess of mercy favored Qian Yu, who privately contacted her. This led to her arrival. Although Liang had found out about it from Qian Yu in advance, he had not been happy about it in the slightest. Nonetheless, power was king in the Freedom Federation. They might both be members of royalty, but they held very different levels of authority. Liang did not have the power to change the goddess of mercy's decision in front of her. Liang could not give Second Page Revival a definite answer to her questions. Ever since Liang arrived at the Radiance Federation and started interacting with Second Page Revival, he had been extremely displeased with her because Sixth Page Lashing still had yet to appear. Liang had asked Second Page Revival more than once about the Black Mass Cup, but her answers were always ambiguous. Eventually, her answers did sound more resolute. This made Liang feel that she was unreliable. Thus, he replied, "The goddess of mercy's arrival will not affect our partnership. According to the contents of our partnership, you don't have to reveal your identity to her. Even if she does notice you, I can just give her a share of the benefits. Rest assured that the goddess of mercy will not touch you before our partnership ends." If the Mountain River Grain Godbells had not already protected the entire Radiance Sacred Hall and the barrier did not require some time to be broken, Second Page Revival would have immediately hightailed it out of there. She had not anticipated such a public situation. Moreover, Second Page Revival still had not found Sixth Page Lashing. The goddess of mercy had used the deep-sea mermaid's blood to cleanse her body and obtain the bloodline in order to take that step forward. As a result, the deep-sea mermaid race had almost gone extinct. Because of this, the first Emperor Whale clan lost its source of support. Nonetheless, they still managed to stay ahead of the first Emperor Shark clan and first Emperor Ray clan. But because she had used this method to take the mermaid bloodline by force, the goddess of mercy had been cursed by the deep-sea mermaids. In order to break the curse, she needed to purify the mermaid bloodline within her body to a certain level. There were two ways to evolve the mermaid bloodline. The first method was to continuously cleanse one's body with the fresh blood of regular mermaids. The second method was to gain the affection of the Mermaid Emperor clan. After the goddess of mercy learned that obtaining the forbidden imprint from mermaids could evolve one's bloodline, she used the Freedom Federation's power to search the lands and seas. Eventually, her hard work paid off, and she finally found a group of mermaids living in the sea near the forbidden area. These mermaids' bloodlines had been extremely rare. The goddess of mercy had wanted to capture and nurture them so that she would have a sustainable source of development. However, Tower Cannon's plan had also required mermaid bloodline, and Second Page Revival had personally killed these mermaids, which were no different from treasures to the goddess of mercy, and brought their bloodlines back to Tower Cannon. This was the reason Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation's originally close bond dissolved. After that, Tower Cannon informed the goddess of mercy that deep-sea mermaids were the descendants of a high-class dimensional lifeform. This high-class dimensional lifeform could have accidentally entered the main world through a pinnacle-class 5-dimensional rift before leaving descendants with their rare bloodline in the depths of the sea. At first, the goddess of mercy did not agree with this theory. But when an expert from the Freedom Federation contracted the sacred source lifeform called the moving source water, the goddess of mercy sensed an affiliation with the bloodline's roots. This was what eventually led her to believe Tower Cannon. The goddess of mercy had used resources to nurture this expert and even enabled him to become one of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Yet, the expert eventually died at the hands of the Moon Empress. This was the reason the Moon Empress had overtaken Second Page Revival's place as the goddess of mercy's most hated person. But this still meant that the goddess of mercy hated Second Page Revival. Second Page Revival decided that she would only protect herself during the fight. Even if all the young experts from the Freedom Federation envoy group died, she would not step in. Second Page Revival did an estimation of time and realized that First Page Crimson's 4 horsemen would be arriving soon. As a result, she calmed down significantly. The Bamboo Monarch replied coldly to the goddess of mercy. It's not a good habit to make oneself an uninvited guest. You also don't have to worry about how capable we are. The goddess of mercy was unbothered by what the Bamboo Monarch said. But when her gaze fell on the Moon Empress, her aura sharpened into ferocity, and malevolence filled her eyes. It's been a long time, Moon Empress. The Moon Empress looked at the goddess of mercy and said, 10 years indeed is long. Our power will probably increase even if we don't do anything. But my guess is that you're not having a great time being constantly stuck there. The goddess of mercy smiled bitterly. As long as the mermaid bloodline could not be evolved, her power would be stuck at its current level. Thus, no matter how hard the goddess of mercy had worked over the last 10 years, her power had not grown in the slightest. The Moon Empress' words were like salt that rubbed into the goddess of mercy's open wound. The goddess of mercy had only come to the Radiance Federation to take Chen Yu safely back. This was only because Chen Yu's sacred source lifeform allowed the goddess of mercy to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Otherwise, she would not have bothered with choosing an expert and nurturing him. But when she heard what the Moon Empress said, the goddess of mercy exploded. Moon Empress, it's true that my power hasn't increased in the past 10 years. But so what? You are only left with a few years in your lifespan. You're either struggling fruitlessly or already on your last legs. If your power hasn't improved since a decade ago, the Radiance Federation will probably lose a member of royalty and a Class 5 Creation Master in 3 or 4 years' time. The Radiance Federation will be in the same situation it was in a few decades ago, having 1 fewer Class 5 Creation Masters than the Azure Federation. At that time, the membership of the 3 great federations will be reshuffled. I heard that the Sand Island continent just obtained its 2nd Class 5 Creation Master. I wonder if the Radiance Federation will be able to remain a part of the 3 great federations in that not-so-distant future. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were seated atop the silver pillars, and contestants who had already been eliminated were watching this confrontation unfold. The Moon Empress knew that the Goddess of Mercy wanted to use her to belittle the Radiance Federation and deliver a blow to the Radiance Federation spirits. Hence, the Moon Empress did not waste time speaking. She pointed at the Goddess of Mercy, and a moonbeam chain shot out toward the Goddess of Mercy. At first, the Goddess of Mercy seemed unbothered. But when she saw the faint light covering the moonbeam chain, her expression turned solemn. The dark red spots on the fishtail started to grow larger until the gold and red fishtail turned fully red. The Goddess of Mercy flew in a circle in the air, and the fishtail slammed against the moonbeam chain. At that moment, there was also faint light on the Goddess of Mercy's tail. When the two entities crashed against each other, the Goddess of Mercy looked at the Moon Empress in shock and said, "Interesting. You managed to resolve your lifespan peril. There isn't any treasure on Earth that can significantly increase lifespans. Your power must have reached another level. But even if you trigger your birth horoscope, you'll only be able to reach that level." The Goddess of Mercy's expression was no longer as haughty as it had been. Besides that elderly man, the Radiance Federation now had another genuine top expert. The Goddess of Mercy was confident that she would be able to retreat safely if only the elderly man was present. But now the Moon Empress had joined the party. Even if the Goddess of Mercy managed to escape, she would be able to take Qian Yu with her. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qian Yu was the Goddess of Mercy's heart. If he died, she would lose all hope. Thus, the Goddess of Mercy did not say anything else. With a flash, she reappeared next to Liang. The Moon Empress shared a look with Night-leaning Moon. The two of them initially intended to do all they could to keep the people from Tower Cannon in the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress made this decision because she had increased her power. But now that the Goddess of Mercy had arrived, the Moon Empress had no choice but to reassess her plan. She was not afraid of the Goddess of Mercy because Lin Yuan had helped her to take a step further after awakening her birth horoscope. The Moon Empress was confident that she would be able to perfectly protect the Radiance Federation even if an expert with eternal power arrived on Radiance Federation soil. However, if the Goddess of Mercy attacked with her full power, the Radiance Federation would be utterly ravaged, and many regular people would be dragged in. The responsibility of a member of royalty was to safeguard the Radiance Federation. Technically, every federation in the world should be of equal standing. However, there were always top experts within federations, and these top experts acted as the best deterrents and means of protection for the federations. For example, because of the startling Lines continent's lack of such top experts and Class 5 creation masters, they existed in constant turmoil despite being rich in resources. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had never gotten along, but neither of them had attacked the other. This was the reason why, no matter which side attacked first, they could not be certain of their victory. The Goddess of Mercy's arrival forced the Moon Empress to reconfigure her original plan. However, she did not know which 2 pages of Tower Cannon had come. The Goddess of Mercy was the main reason the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon had never managed to become truly close. At least 4 of Tower Cannon's current 8 pages detested her and had fought against her. Initially, the Moon Empress had not planned on touching the Freedom Federation envoy group. As such, the Goddess of Mercy's arrival might not be a bad development. The relationship between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon had always been vague. In fact, this went for the relationships between the Freedom Federation and most of the factions in the world. Yet, at the same time, there was enmity between them. These confusing relationships arose because of the personal vendettas of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. Every member of royalty could become close to a faction for the sake of their own merits. However, the relationship only involved themselves and not the entire Freedom Federation. For example, while the Goddess of Mercy had a grudge against Tower Cannon, the 2 other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty, who were known as gods, and Liang enjoyed close ties with Tower Cannon. The Heavenly Family Cottage had provided the information that 2 pages of Tower Cannon would be coming to the Radiance Federation. Given that the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan had done the Heavenly Family Cottage such big favors, it was impossible that the information they provided was fake. Experts who came to be known as gods had already reached that level. Experts at that level, especially those from the Freedom Federation, would not sacrifice themselves for the sake of someone else's benefits. Hence, it was unlikely that the Goddess of Mercy knew that 2 of Tower Cannon's pages had arrived in the Radiance Federation. If the 2 pages of Tower Cannon wanted to find allies during their time in the Radiance Federation, Liang would be the best option. The Moon Empress intended to keep a close watch and her guard up when it came to Liang. She could not relax around the Goddess of Mercy either because there was no telling what other scheme she might have planned. By now, 3 days had passed, and the Radiance 100 sequence selection was entering its tail end. The testing ground was rapidly shrinking. The last day of fighting had not brought any surprises with it. This battle had allowed everyone within the Radiance Federation who was watching to see what it was like for human spirit chi professionals to battle dimensional lifeforms. Now, all of them knew that the peace and security they enjoyed had come from sacrifices of flesh and lives. At this point, only around 1,700 people were left in the Central Territory. There were only so many people left because of Gao Feng. The Spirit Spring Lilies had gathered Spirit Chi and produced 2 translucent Spirit Chi whirlpools in the air. The Spirit Spring Lilies did their best to transfer Spirit Chi to Gao Feng and recover the spiritual power he had lost. The breeze hibiscus petals that had fallen on the Spirit Chi professionals and turned into rose imprints were continuously supplying spiritual power to the contestants. It was an overwhelming burden for Gao Feng to replenish the spiritual power of 8,000 Spirit Chi professionals when he himself was lacking in spiritual power. If not for the 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V Spirit Spring Lilies that had the ability to rapidly recover spiritual power, Gao Feng might have already fainted from being overdrained. But although Gao Feng had managed to hold on, the effects of the rose imprints were far from being as strong as when Gao Feng was at his usual strength. Nonetheless, these tiny bursts of spiritual power recovery gave the contestants hope and support. They managed to push through time and time again after being injured and healed repeatedly. As the number of contestants fell, the pressure on Gao Feng's shoulders lightened. When the number of people dropped to 2,000, Gao Feng took a turn for the better, and the 2 Spirit Spring Lilies fully replenished his spiritual power. Gao Feng activated the rose imprint with his full power while instructing the Spirit Spring Lilies to use Lily Dragon Spirit again. The giant phantom image of a dragon covered with lilies released another shower of rain that fully replenished the spiritual power of all the surviving contestants and their phase. Lin Yuan was the savior of the Radiance 100 sequence selection as he had used inexplicable techniques to lower the difficulty of the test. This made him seem like an invigilator of the test. Meanwhile, Gao Feng's actions made him the contestant's savior. Although he was only a support-type Spirit Chi professional who did not have any combat abilities, he had become the strongest pillar of support for the contestants. At that moment, the various live-streaming rooms were not only praising Black and Li Nao. Gao Feng's performance had fully overshadowed Li Nao. Lu Shuang said with certainty, "The 3 phase that Gao Feng summoned have to be Diamond X/Fantasy V. There's no other way for them to handle such a situation. Additionally, they have to be equipped with extremely strong abilities. Among all the support-type Spirit Chi professionals I've seen, no one has benefited a team as much as Gao Feng has." While she spoke, Lu Shuang started to think. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Black had flown off right at the start of the Radiance 100 sequence selection to seek out Gao Feng. She now knew that Black and Gao Feng were participating in the test solely to provide aid. Both of them had Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. Their power was already beyond the scope of the test. The 2 of them had only planned to watch from the sandcastle. They only stepped in when they saw the contestants slipping. It was rumored that Cicada Song had accepted a disciple who was a pure support-type Spirit Chi professional from a top faction. It was likely that this person was Gao Feng. Lu Shuang would not reveal such a guess to the live stream. If Gao Feng truly was the disciple of a member of royalty, only he had the right to reveal such information. If she revealed such information, she would be crossing the line. But if her analysis was wrong and Gao Feng was not Cicada Song's disciple, she would create a rumor by putting her guess out into the world. She did not have the authority to assign a disciple to Cicada Song. Although Lu Shuang had not said anything herself, The audience in the live streaming room did not hold back their discussions. Snowflakes on clouds. Did you see the posts on StarWeb? Gao Feng is the young leader of the Gao family. No wonder he's so strong. I declare that from now on, both Gao Feng and Black are my husbands. Falling peaches in the rain. Sister, control yourself. Black is mine and so is Gao Feng. Life that blooms for you. I'm gonna set a trap for them now. Let's see if any of them fall in. Shadows. Gao Feng is definitely the strongest support-type spirit chi professional I've ever seen. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been biased against support-type spirit chi professionals. I will definitely choose support-type spirit chi professionals the next time the Guild Alliance forms teams. Regretful journey through life. I suggest that all of you think carefully before rushing to choose support-type spirit chi professionals from now on. After all, not all of them will be Gao Feng. Carnelian Tangerine. That's true. Once you form the group and your defense or healing ends up lacking, don't blame that support-type spirit chi professional. The comments streamed into the live streaming room so swiftly that Lu Shuang could not read them all. It could be said that this 3-day battle that became increasingly boring to watch had become exciting because of heroes like Black, Gao Feng, and Li Nao. A person's character, resistance, communicative ability, and power were all tested during the 3 days. Anyone participating in the test who was capable had earned fans. A post written in a childish tone set the forum abuzz with activity. The general summary of the post was, I'm lucky enough to have the talent to become a combat class spirit chi professional. I have to work hard to become stronger. My village is in a remote region that's part of Cloud Lake City. Numerous marsh dimensional rifts have opened here, and large crocodiles, bugs larger than my head, and giant lizards that can sweep a house down come out of them. Everyone who lives here is already used to it because every time one opens, an uncle wearing black clouds and city guards wearing light green will appear to fix the situation. I want to thank them. I will work hard to become just like them in the future. It was possible to see who posted the post on StarWeb. When one clicked on the name, they could enter that person's page. They saw that the person who posted this message had just turned 8 years old and had just started attending the Spirit Chi Professional Primary School. Before this message was posted, many people had already shared this child's sentiments. The passion in their bones was linked to invisible dots of light. Many Spirit Chi professionals had not intended on going into the abyssal world but were now packing their bags. At that moment, every person with combat class Spirit Chi professional talent felt that they were one of the lucky ones. Despite how difficult it was to evolve phase and how dangerous fighting was, they were still capable of protecting themselves. As more and more similar posts appeared, the radiance of StarWeb's forums grew brighter. Everything that was taking place in the StarWeb live streaming rooms and forums was related to the contestants who were currently fighting the alien beast tide. StarWeb only blocked external spying. But if anyone within the test had creation master abilities, they would be able to check on his teammates and opponents' phase abilities and exclusive skills. The benefits of being a creation master were not only the ability to evolve phase, but they were also very helpful during combat. The benefits were negligible when they were fighting Spirit Chi professionals who were stronger than them. But when they fought against Spirit Chi professionals who were of similar power to them, they would be able to make effective preparations after learning about their opponent's powers and exclusive skills. If they became certain that they would not be able to emerge victorious, they would be able to find a chance to flee. They would not have to find out about the disheartening outcome only after fighting for some time. Lin Yuan had checked on the phase of numerous people while he was in the sandcastle. Both the folded wings purple wolf and rotten spotted sky dog were power offense type dog species phase. Dog species phase were common, and many of them were outstanding. Li Nao's talent gave him plentiful opportunities to become a top Spirit Chi professional. Li Nao had only summoned 2 phase, but both of them were remarkable dog species phase. Lin Yuan felt that Li Nao was a prime well of potential. When Lin Yuan first saw the Spirit Spring Lilies, they had only been platinum grade. At that time, they still had not gained the abilities Riding Dragon Spirit and Cloud Cover Rain Shower. When Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Spirit Spring Lilies, he noticed that both of them had the same diamond ability, Lily Gather Spirit. There was a high chance for normal and elite abilities to be the same, but there was a smaller chance for them to share silver abilities. Lu Pinru had invested significant effort to find the glowing silkworm weavers with the same bronze exclusive skills. Even when she approached White Devil, she only managed to find one such glowing silkworm weaver. When Lu Pinru eventually joined the Dome Guild Club and became a reserve team member, Lin Yuan helped Lu Pinru obtain the glowing silkworm weavers she wanted from the cage of Brahma insects. In total, he managed to obtain 13 of them for her. The main reason was that the cage of Brahma insects dominated 70% of the insect species Fey market and possessed tens of millions of the glowing silkworm weavers. But as a Fey's power increased, their abilities also varied more. Creation masters had researched and learned that the abilities Feys gained when they evolved were closely linked to their environments and personal characters. A Fey's bloodline would change to a certain extent by the time it reached platinum grade. Thus, it was already very difficult for two platinum Feys to have similar abilities. It was impossible that all the glowing silkworm weavers that Lu Pinru had would keep the same abilities as they continued to evolve. However, this would not affect Lu Pinru. As long as the first three abilities were the same, Lu Pinru would be able to quickly support her team. The glowing silkworm weaver's high-grade abilities required the use of more spiritual power. As such, they could not be used as often as low-grade abilities. The high-grade abilities only served to enable Lu Pinru's support-type abilities to become more comprehensive and make her more valuable to a team. Lin Yuan felt that if Cicada Song had not encountered Gao Feng, he might have considered accepting Lu Pinru as his disciple if their paths had ever crossed. There was a 1 in 10,000 chance for two Feys to have the same platinum abilities. But Gao Feng had hit a lucky break as the two Spirit Spring Lilies had the same diamond abilities. Lily Gather Spirit. By absorbing the souls of animal-type Feys through the roots, the Spring Spirit Lily can gain the abilities of the Feys through their bloodlines and use them to disperse spiritual power. Lin Yuan felt that Lily Gather Spirit was very special. The dragon was only one of the ways that the ability presented itself. If Gao Feng wanted to, he could manipulate Lily Gather Spirit in many ways. Lily Gather Spirit was very similar to the Golden Wing's exclusive skill Unset State. Unset State's ability was that it made a copy of the exclusive skills and triggered abilities of the phase it was used on. Unset State would be continuously swapped out between different exclusive skills and abilities. Could be changed once every lunar cycle. Although Lin Yuan still did not have time to nurture Shiny, he had instructed it to use Unset State to copy the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull's ability Sacrifice. Lin Yuan had chosen the near-dead Sharp Iron Horn Bull because he saw the ability Sacrifice. Could be said that Lin Yuan had always badly wanted that ability. So far, he had only seen this ability in cow species phase. However, it rarely appeared. Once Shiny became stronger, Lin Yuan would be able to transfer any damage he sustained to it. It was an important ability that could make the difference between life and death at key moments. Moreover, it was very easy for Shiny to copy the exclusive skills and triggered abilities. He could change it after a day. However, Lily Gather Spirit had an even shorter time limit than Unset State. The only caveat was that it required a large number of resources during the swap. After all, it was not easy to refine a phase soul. Before the phase soul could be refined, it had to have enough power in order for its soul to take shape after the phase death. Moreover, the help of a soul-type Fey was also needed. The soul-type Fey also had to be at least myth breed. If the soul-type Fey was below myth breed, it had to have powerful talents in order to extract the target's soul. However, this did not apply to the Remembrance Soul Whale. Gao Feng used the Lily Dragon Spirit to create rain and recover the spiritual power of targets. This made it evident that Gao Feng had allowed the Spirit Spring Lilies to absorb the souls of many Flood Dragon species Feys. Essentially, Gao Feng had many other options. After all, every Fey had different talents. If Gao Feng instructed the Spirit Spring Lilies to absorb the soul of the Drought Sand insects, the Spirit Chi professionals and their Feys could recover spiritual power by walking on the ground. But there was a limitation to this, as avian-type Feys would not be able to replenish their spiritual powers during battle through this method. However, absorbing the souls of Flood Dragon species Feys to produce the Lily Dragon Spirit was not perfect either. If Lin Yuan was Gao Feng's enemy, He could just summon Chimey and instruct it to use clear sky to immediately dissipate the dark clouds formed by Lily Dragon Spirit. Hence, Gao Feng needed to prepare more souls when he fought in remote areas. This was to ensure that Lily Gather Spirit did not end up countered by his opponent. Lin Yuan could feel the toughness of the test more than the other contestants could. The testing ground had an area of 100,000 kilometers. It shrunk at a rate of around 10,000 kilometers every half an hour. This meant that the testing ground would be fully gone 5 hours later. While the testing ground was shrinking, the dimensional rifts would not disappear. Rather, they would gather toward the center. The smaller space would increase the power of the alien beasts. The contestants had only been able to hold on because of Lin Yuan. Without him and the fists of sand that were already starting to attack the Class 3 and 4 alien insects and abyss beasts and the still expanding seas of flowers, not even 10 more Gao Fengs would be able to keep the over 1,000 contestants at the Central Territory alive. At the end of the day, support was just that, especially if it was softcore support. Softcore support-type spirit chi professionals would only be able to exhibit their power when they had strong teammates. Without strong teammates, not even the strongest softcore support-type spirit chi professional would be able to make any difference. Lin Yuan silently watched the over 1,000 contestants at the Central Territory. As of this moment, the deal that everyone had made with Li Nao had expired. It was clear that people were already starting to develop schemes. This situation immediately sparked intense debate on Star Web. Given that every person had different perspectives, the Star Web users' ideas were also endless. However, Lin Yuan felt that a fight would be pointless now. The over 1,000 people present had given up too much for the team and were covered with both new and old injuries. Some even continued to wield their phase in battle despite the clear absence of limbs. This Radiance 100 sequence selection was still a competition. 3 days ago, these people had already proven their characters. They would have to go through with the inevitable fight 3 days later. Presently, there were 6 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection left. This demonstrated how strong they were in both character and strength. Now, they were no longer partners but competitors. The members of royalty were also looking out for the way that these contestants would react. Sense and sensibility were always at odds. People who lived by their senses would find it difficult to attack the people they had fought alongside for 3 days. Those who were sensible would keep in mind that this was a test and that they would still have to do what needed to be done. Night Leaning Moon and Cicada Song were both paying close attention. The remaining over 1,000 people were the true young elites of the Radiance Federation. Night Leaning Moon preferred those who were sensible. The Spirit Guard's job was to capture dangerous phase, destroy dimensional rifts, and provide aid during disasters. As such, they were in constant potential danger and needed to always remain pragmatic. Although both the Spirit Guards and City Guards were protectors, the City Guards extolled their motto of never abandoning and always protecting their cities. If the city shifted by even a step, the people within would be in danger. Thus, the City Guards could only charge forward and never retreat. This made those who lived with their heart on their sleeves more suited to being City Guards. When Spirit Guards were in danger, they faced the risk of being completely wiped out. As such, a sensible person was needed to make decisions. When it was time to retreat, it had to be done. Sometimes, a temporary retreat would lead to winning the war. The contestants in the Central Territory had already been split into 2 groups by the 2 members of royalties. In the next year, they would be sequentially recruited by the Spirit Guards and City Guards. Of course, these contestants could turn them down. But those who did agree would receive many resources from the Spirit Guards and City Guards. When the Indigo Azure Guard Captain and Raging Waves Guard Captain worked with Lin Yuan, they had obtained high-quality bronze phase from him to nurture their new recruits. Although it was dangerous being a Spirit Guard, they would handsomely compensate the families of any Spirit Guard who had passed away while on duty. Lin Yuan's parents had been 2 Spirit Guards with Platinum main phase. They were considered very average among the Spirit Guards. They had obtained a significant amount of aid in the form of resources from the Spirit Guards when they were alive. When they died, their contributions were compensated with a source-type item and 100 Radiance dollars. Lin Yuan and Chu Ci had not immediately gained access to these resources because their parents had entrusted them to Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li. The two of them became the siblings' guardians. Their parents had intended for the siblings to only receive the money once they matured and understood the importance of money management. It was when Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li left the Xia region, and because they had given notice to the spirit guards that Lin Yuan and Chu Xi received the money from Dong Hai because they were left without guardians. Moreover, he had not given them all the money at once. Lin Yuan received 100 radiance dollars annually. This was a large mountain of riches. But recently, the spirit guards had increased their budget on this, and the benefits were becoming increasingly better. This year, they introduced free healthcare for the families of spirit guards. If Lin Yuan and Chu Xi were regular people, they would be able to live opulently with their annual grant of 100 radiance dollars. After all, after working in the spirit lifeform store for a year, he had only managed to earn a few tens of thousands of Federation dollars. They amounted to less than even 1 radiance dollar. The number of contestants at the center had fallen to 500 people. Yet, Gao Feng had yet to be targeted. He looked at the contestants and sighed. If not for the fact that he was trying to conserve power, he would have been able to easily use his Fei with the Baron bloodline to take control of the situation and end the test. However, Gao Feng needed to keep his Fei with the Baron bloodline a secret for the sake of the impending fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Li Nao had lost an arm and half a leg during his fight against the alien beast army. At that moment, Li Nao was leaning against one of the ditches. The rotten-spotted skydog was standing right next to Li Nao. Given that Li Nao had been using his full strength against the alien beast tide, the rotten-spotted skydog did not have much spiritual power left. In spite of Gao Feng's help, Li Nao was currently at the edge of the base. Thus, he would be next after the power offense-type spirit chi professionals at the outermost layers were devoured by the alien beast tide. There were only about 300 contestants left. Li Nao felt that he could no longer hold on. He sighed faintly. At first, he had been poised to win. But he had given up his advantage for the sake of the team and allowed the chance to recover his membership in the Radiance 100 sequence to slip through his fingers. Before the test started, Li Nao never saw himself doing such a thing. But now, he finally understood the weight of responsibility. For horned demons that were completely out of spirit chi charged toward him, and Li Nao slowly closed his eyes. It seemed that it was not his fate to rejoin the Radiance 100 sequence through this test. But he had done what was right. Thus, despite regret gnawing at him, he would not feel guilty or reproachful when he remembered this event in years to come. At that moment, Li Nao felt the area below his body soften. The horns that should have punctured him had struck a small batch of sand instead. Li Nao had already sunken into the quicksand. Despite being under the sand, Li Nao did not feel suffocated in the slightest because the sand had left air pockets around his nostrils. The sand granules could exert force on their own. Thus, Li Nao would not be able to breathe the sand in. Li Nao immediately realized that black had saved him. Soon, Li Nao felt the sand pushing him upward until he was eventually pushed out of the ground and into the sky. Suddenly, light flooded Li Nao's vision. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young man wearing a silver mask standing in front of him, while he himself was sitting in a crumpled heap on the ground. After the fight with the alien beasts, his clothes were in tatters, leaving a part of his body completely exposed. Li Nao was immediately overcome with embarrassment. He also realized that the mask that Black was wearing was different from the one in his memory. Black's mask was also no longer just silver like it had been on Star Web. It now had faint patterns all over it. Li Nao had seen this mask at the 100 buildings, but had assumed that it was being worn by one of Black's less committed fans. Yet, it turned out to be Black himself. Li Nao was about to express his gratitude when he saw that Black was already holding out a set of spirit chi clothes for him. However, Li Nao had already lost an arm and a leg. Hence, he could no longer wear clothes on his own. Suddenly, Li Nao remembered the changing rooms he had read about in inappropriate books. Is Black going to help me change clothes? Please no. Lin Yuan had no idea what was running through Li Nao's head. He had helped Zhang Xiaobai to regrow his hand in Millstone Town. Moreover, when he fought against Chun Hongfeng on Star Tower, he had healed the hole in his shoulder bone. It was no longer a secret that Lin Yuan had healing abilities. Just as Li Nao started to blush from the inappropriate thoughts flashing through his mind, Lin Yuan raised his hand and a green beam landed on Li Nao. Soon, the pain in Li Nao's body started to wane and his superficial cuts and injured internal organs started to heal. Then, Li Nao's arm and leg started to feel itchy at the point they were missing. Li Nao looked down and saw his arm and leg slowly regrowing. This made Li Nao widen his eyes. There were too many rumors about Black on Star Web. Li Nao had noticed Black but was skeptical of most of the rumors. But now, he realized that most of the rumors were real. Moreover, the rumors did not live up to reality. Li Nao finally knew why Black called himself a healing-type spirit chi professional despite having such powerful combat abilities. As a member of the previous Radiance 100 sequence, Li Nao was not only stronger than the other young experts but also had more experience. Thus, Li Nao could tell how powerful Black's healing abilities were. Healing-type spirit chi professionals were very rare. There were only 1 to 2 of them in a group of a few hundred spirit chi professionals. In the beginning, healing-type spirit chi professionals had mediocre combat abilities. They were only able to become useful once they reached C rank and their phase evolved to silver grade. Before that, they would be nothing more than dead weight in the group that needed to be protected without being able to offer much healing treatment. This was why many guild alliance teams needed healing-type spirit chi professionals. They knew how rare healing-type spirit chi professionals were, yet they only ushered in those who could meet their standards like celebrities. There were only 3 healing-type spirit chi professionals in the Radiance 100 sequence. Besides White Devil, the other 2 were sequence number 76 and sequence number 81. All of them were able to become members of the Radiance 100 sequence because they were not purely healing type. All of White Devil's healing type phase had attacking abilities. In fact, her healing abilities were not as powerful as that of sequence number 76 and sequence number 81. Li Nao felt that White Devil was a power offense type spirit chi professional who only wore the mask of being a healing type spirit chi professional. A person like this had impressive individual combat abilities, but they were much less useful in a team. Gao Feng used his own power to prove the value of a pure support-type spirit chi professional in a team. Pure healing-type spirit chi professionals would be even more valuable than Gao Feng was to a team. Li Nao had never heard of any healing abilities that could regrow limbs. Even king-class experts could only seek out high-class spirit craftsmen and ask them to create prosthetics out of jade-textured wood and metal spiritual ingredients after losing limbs during battle. The prosthetics differed greatly from real limbs. During the battle, any excessive force would break them. Hence, once a spirit chi professional lost a limb, it would be virtually impossible for them to rejoin a team of equivalent power. They would have no choice but to resign themselves to weaker teams. In the past, there had been an instance where a member of the Radiance 100 sequence lost his right hand. It was much more common to lose hands than it was legs and feet. Nonetheless, this member of the Radiance 100 sequence's rank started falling precipitously from his initial rank of sequence number 58 until he was eventually kicked out 2 years later. Black's technique could perfectly regrow limbs. Li Nao had heard the rumor that Black had regrown Zhang Xiaobai's hand in Millstone Town. However, there had been no recording of the incident, and the news had only spread by word of mouth. Thus, not many people believed that it had happened. It was only when Black used the ability again during the fight on Star Web that people realized how terrifyingly strong his healing abilities were. Since then, they all believed that Black had indeed regrown Zhang Xiaobai's hand. Nonetheless, no one had proven this fact. Zhang Xiaobai seemed to be hiding something as he rejected all interviews. Li Nao felt that no matter how strong Black's combat power was, he could still call himself a healing-type spirit chi professional based solely on the fact that he had this ability. Unlike White Devil, who was essentially only pretending to be a healing-type spirit chi professional but was actually a combat-class spirit chi professional, Black was the opposite. If he had been willing to heal the large team, there would still have been at least 10,000 contestants by the 3rd day of the test. When phase and spirit chi professionals were fighting against alien insects and abyss demons, an attack from a Class 4 alien insect would only severely injure a Platinum Fae but not be enough to kill it. If healing-type spirit chi professionals were around, they could slowly heal the injuries. But if the attack led to broken bones and severed limbs, it would be impossible to rejoin them. As a result, Only phase that relied on elemental attack stood a fighting chance after being crippled by the alien insects and abyss demons because they could still unleash attacks. But if the phase relied on their physical bodies in combat, being crippled would reduce them to sitting ducks. Previously, the combat abilities that Black demonstrated made Li Nao feel he was a genius, that he would never be able to compete with him. But now that he knew how powerful Black's healing abilities were, and that he had this irreplaceable technique, Li Nao realized the strategic significance of Black. From a certain point, it could be said that Black's strategic significance was more important to the Radiance veterans than his power was. Li Nao felt that once Black became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, he would be able to become a Radiance Knight at the very least, if not a Radiance Envoy. Li Nao had never had the authority to witness the power of a disciple of royalty. However, he felt that any of the 3 moves that Black had demonstrated had reached the level of a disciple of royalty. After his limbs were fully regrown, Li Nao hurriedly stood up and respectfully thanked Black. Next, he lowered his head to gaze at his tattered spirit chi clothes. Luckily, he had worn waist armor made from metal spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, he would have been in a wholly unpresentable state. But he remembered that they were all men, and there was nothing for him to be embarrassed about. After all, Li Nao frequented public baths. Just as he was about to start changing, he noticed that the sand had created a changing room for him. Li Nao had not expected Black to be so thoughtful. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the rumor that Black had not even turned 20 years old yet. Now that he was in close quarters to Black, Li Nao could sense the youth emanating from him. Li Nao thanked Black again. He picked up the blue and white spirit chi clothes that Black had given him and entered the changing room. Li Nao knew Black had pulled him into the sand castle to protect him. He could also tell Black wanted him to be part of the Radiance 100 sequence. Li Nao was extremely grateful for this. Black had casually gifted him with an opportunity. In the past year, he had been doing all he could to increase his power and nurture the new Fae he had contracted. A year later, Li Nao might not end up as one of the last 10 rankings. He only ended up with such a low rank this time because he had failed to make a final sprint, but also ended up being targeted by other members. Li Nao was filled with gratitude toward Lin Yuan, but the latter was not on the same page as him. He had been watching the test from the sandcastle for 2 whole days. There were at least 50 contestants who were worthy of being part of the final 10. Lin Yuan did not want to interfere too much with this so the 50 of them could fight freely. After all, there were a limited number of spots, and the 50 comparable contestants needed to battle it out to determine who was actually stronger in terms of resilience, faith, character, and communicative ability. Eventually, it would all boil down to power. There was no question that Li Nao was stronger than all of the other contestants in all these facets. He especially towered over them in terms of his leadership skills. Moreover, at least 4 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence had started conserving power and gathering in the Central Territory from the moment the 3rd day rolled around. Evidently, the 4 of them intended to team up. This was a very logical outcome. However, Li Nao's preference to be led by his heart was also not wrong. Lin Yuan felt that Li Nao did deserve to be a Radiance 100 sequence member. Thus, he stepped in to save Li Nao. Lin Yuan's action caused Iron Prison to furrow his brow. Moon Empress, your disciple is blatantly giving Li Nao a leg up. This isn't fair to the other contestants. Cicada Song could not hold back from slapping his forehead when he heard this. Iron Prison had been willing to sacrifice his bloodline for the Moon Empress. So why was he also intentionally saying something that would upset her now? Tianfeng stowed away the peanuts he had been playing with and said, Iron Prison. Anyone can tell that besides the Moon Empress and Cicada Song's disciples, Li Nao is the most outstanding. His phase also have the most potential. There isn't much fairness to speak of in this test. Is it fair to the other contestants that the 4 previous Radiance 100 sequence members are colluding? There isn't any external element in this test. Everything depends on the contestants' individual powers. I don't see anything wrong with Black using his power to help Li Nao. Rather, I think that Black's action shows that he's an even better leader than Li Nao. Black is helping the Radiance Federation to pick out true talents. Iron Prison, I think that you should accept a disciple. With a disciple, your mindset and thought processes will change. Your phase are all dragon species phase. Coiling Dragon Valley's previous head of the family has gained immortal power. Coiling Dragon's Valley will be taking over Whale Ocean Commerce's position as one of the top 3 factions. Long Tao is suited to be your disciple. While researching Coiling Dragon's Valley, I also looked into Long Tao. Both of you are eccentric. He will definitely grow into a strange personality as well. Iron Prison's face darkened when he heard what Tianfeng said. You're the eccentric one. You're the strange person. However, Tianfeng's words did strike a chord with Iron Prison. Recently, he had been butting heads with the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon, Chef Supreme, and the rest during imperial meetings more often. Even Cicada Song's opinions had differed from his more often than not. Could it be because they had accepted disciples? Iron Prison cast a look at the silver pillars, and his gaze landed on Long Tao. Iron Prison turned away and started to mull deeply. His eyes darkened, and his thoughts were indiscernible. Star Web was also a cacophony of activity over Black's action. As opposed to Iron Prison's comment about unfairness, the people on Star Web were full of praise. Missing the past. I cried when Li Nao was about to be pierced by the horned demon, but why did he sink into the quicksand? Is Black going to eliminate Li Nao? Mountain Thoughts. Hey, what are you thinking? If Black wanted to eliminate Li Nao, he could have just used the sand. Besides those that can fly, everything else would have sunk underground. Moreover, the sand castle can fly. This means that Black's sand elemental source-type lifeform can levitate. Clearly, Black wants to keep Li Nao around. Tai Chi Guzheng. My son saved my new husband. How touching. Is Li Nao in the sand castle now? Rest of life. Black performed wonderfully. I used to just be a casual fan of his. But now, I'll be a fan for life. Gangster Rabbit 88. Besides Black and Gao Feng, no one is more suited than Li Nao to be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. I admit that I didn't think much of Li Nao at the beginning, but after seeing the way he contributed to the team, I can't ignore him. Most of the people watching the Radiance 100 sequence selection were drawn to heroics. After watching the test for 3 days, they all felt a sense of attachment to the contestants akin to how they would feel about the characters of a television show. None of them wanted to see the characters die. As opposed to the energy on Star Web, a fierce battle was ongoing at the central territory of the testing ground. Gao Feng was no longer helping to heal anyone. The 2 spirit spring lilies were continuously replenishing Gao Feng's spiritual power, while the breeze hibiscus protected him by creating a gust of wind around him. The breeze hibiscus was Diamond X/Fantasy V. The wind did not have any combat effects, but any elemental attacks that drew near or people who tried to attack him would end up blown away. The alien beast tide had cornered the central territory to a size of only 300 square meters. Only 100 were still left viciously fighting. Numerous contestants had been blown almost 500 meters away into the alien beast tide and ended up devoured after they tried to attack Gao Feng. Gao Feng picked up the 2 spirit spring lilies and breeze hibiscus before walking toward the center. The people who saw him all understood that they needed to back away. The 4 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence watched as Gao Feng stood at the exact center. The 4 of them decided to protect each side of him and secure the most advantageous position. At that moment, Gao Feng positioned his posture in a way that said, I won't attack you, but you better not attack me either. Where he stood, Gao Feng seemed like a starting point. The previous Radiance 100 sequence members entrusted their backs to each other because Gao Feng was at the center. All of them used their phase to defend one side of Gao Feng. Their phase drew a clear line in front of them. The meaning was clear. If anyone crossed the line, they would be attacked by the 4 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence. After fighting for 3 days, these 4 experts finally revealed their full power. All of them had more than 1 Platinum/Fantasy Fae. These members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence could be said to represent the limit of power that these contestants could attain. Now that they were on guard with their phase, nobody dared to cross the line. It would be fine if all of them attacked together. But if one person tried to attack on their own, they would be sealing their fate of elimination. All the remaining 100 people felt that they had a good chance of emerging as part of the final 10. Once they became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, they would not only bring honor to their family and enable their family members to walk around with their heads held high, but their own futures would be extremely bright. Once they became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, they would be able to receive resources that they would never have had access to otherwise. In the 1 year that they were members of the Radiance 100 sequence, the Radiance Sacred Hall would provide them with 5,000 Radiance dollars at least. This would be enough for them to buy a Bronze/Epic Fae and evolve it to Platinum/Fantasy. But it went without saying that they also had to first comprehend a willpower rune. It was a challenge for most people to comprehend a willpower rune, but it would not be difficult for the contestants who were still surviving. There were many of them who already had willpower runes prepared and ready. They just needed to find a suitable high-quality Bronze Fae. Becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence was a chance for them to elevate themselves. After fighting to this point, none of them were willing to give up. Li Nao was already done changing and had stepped out of the changing room. He walked to Lin Yuan and saw that he was watching the fighting that was taking place on the ground. Li Nao stood next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had returned Red Thorn to the Spirit Lock spatial zone before he fetched Li Nao to the Sand Castle. Otherwise, Li Nao would be currently staring in shock at the six-winged Red Thorn instead of calmly analyzing the situation with Lin Yuan. Black. No one will be able to break through the wall of wind that Gao Feng's phase created around him. Hence, he will definitely be able to secure a spot. Zhang Zihao, Du Su, and the rest are stronger than the other contestants. The 4 of them will definitely be able to make it to the end. Thus, including you and me, there are 3 spots left up for grabs. The comments on Star Web reflected the same thoughts. 3 to 5 years, besides Black, Gao Feng, Li Nao, Zhang Zihao, Du Su, and the other members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence who have all but secured spots in the final 10, I wonder how the rest will be able to fight for the final 3. This competition is too intense. A youngster with a dream. I also think that given their individual power, Gao Feng, Zhang Zihao, Du Su, and the rest in the Central Territory make up the strongest contenders on the ground. There are some contestants who have comparable strength to Du Su and Zhang Zihao, but they will have to take on the group of 4 at the center. Such an action can only end in elimination. It was a good idea for Zhang Zihao, Du Hao, and the rest to join hands from the start. Source of happy water. Du Su and Feng Zong's phase are too powerful at constraining. Feng Zong's poison-type phase poison is slow-acting and can kill from a distance away. However, it takes too long to take effect and isn't good at defense. Du Su's main phase intelligence is too low. Once it goes into a frenzy, it doesn't listen as well to Du Su's instructions. I think that the 2 of them aren't capable enough. Lin Yuan did not share the same opinions as the Star Web comments and Li Nao. After Red Thorn returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the 8 seas of flowers lost their roots. Although the seas of flowers could continue to sustain themselves by consuming alien beasts, they would quickly end up trampled if they were not supplied with energy. At that time, the Central Territory's burden would multiply. Every contestant would want to secure a position in the Central Territory. At that time, even Lin Yuan would end up attacked if he joined the fray. It was possible that the other contestants would attack the group of 4 at the center even before the seas of flowers crumbled. Less than 10 minutes later, a voice shouted from among the contestants. The alien beast wave is much more intense now than it was before. My phase discovered that the alien beasts have already eaten half of the 8 seas of flowers. Soon, we will be faced with a bigger struggle. If we don't head to the center, we'll all be eliminated. Rather than being eliminated, why don't we put everything we have into a final charge? This voice triggered the contestants. Only around 80 contestants were left. Rather than fighting among themselves for the last 3 spots, it seemed like a better idea to eliminate the 4 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence so they would have 7 spots to go around instead. At that moment, someone else shouted, in past Radiance 100 sequence selections, only 3 or 4 members of the previous Radiance 100 sequence were left. If all 5 of them re-enter the Radiance 100 sequence this time, won't that mean that our batch is too weak? That will be really embarrassing. These 2 voices caused Zhang Zihao, Du Su, Feng Zong, and the others' expressions to darken. Clearly, someone was trying to target them and wanted to make use of a herd mentality to induce a group attack. Before they could speak, several contestants ordered their fays to cross the line that had been drawn. Feng Tsong ended up in the worst state. His main fey spat out all of its venom, but the contestants were not afraid of him at all. His main fey's venom attacked the blood. After the contaminated blood stewed for some time, it would eventually congeal and lead to death. When they first started fighting the alien beasts, Feng Tsong had led a group of defense-type spirit chi professionals on his own, and used his main fey to spread its venom around a large area to contaminate all the alien insects and abyss demons in the area. Next, he instructed the defense-type spirit chi professionals to fend off the alien beasts. Within 3 minutes, all the alien insects and abyss beasts' blood congealed and they died. In the past, the contestants would have been terrified of Feng Tsong. But there were only around 70 contestants left. The fight would be over in 2 minutes, much less 3 minutes. No matter how strong Zhang Zihao, Feng Tsong, and the rest were, they would not be able to take on so many contestants at once. Under the attack from the barrage of fays, Zhang Zihao managed to hold his own while 2 of them were immediately eliminated. The last one fought to the point that he did not have an ounce of strength left in him before he was wiped out with 1 stab. Just as the remaining contestants were about to launch another round of attacks at Zhang Zihao, he shouted, "Piercing damask white vine. Ignite your vitality and form a net of vines." The vines next to Zhang Zihao started to grow rapidly with him at the center. The vines interweaved and formed a 20-meter tall pile of vines. Zhang Zihao was a defense-type spirit chi professional. His most powerful defense-type ability was to instruct the piercing damask white vine to protect him with the ability withered vine protection. He was certain that given the contestants' lack of spirit chi, they would not be able to break through the vines in less than 5 minutes. After using this ability, Zhang Zihao had assured himself a spot in the final 10. The others hurriedly rushed forward to fill the 3 gaps around Gao Feng. None of them tried to attack Gao Feng. While Zhao Zihao, Feng Tsong, Du Su, and the rest were surrounding Gao Feng, the latter had received the bulk of the damage from the attacks that the 4 of them dodged. The air currents around Gao Feng blocked all the elemental attacks, burning several contestants around him. These unlucky contestants ended up eliminated. Thus, no one dared to attack Gao Feng, given how powerful he was. The contestants who had been at the outermost layers of the central territory had all wanted to take on the people in the middle of the base. But after the circumstances changed, these contestants had been unable to react in time and ended up devoured by the alien beast wave. For some reason, the alien beast wave had increased several times in ferocity. It seemed that something was hurting them forward. As she watched the alien beasts charging toward her, a female contestant covered in dirt cradled her broken arm as she said to her heavily injured main fey, "Iron-skinned gorilla, toss me at the wall of air around Gao Feng." The girl's instruction was very rushed, and the iron-skinned gorilla was devoured by the alien beasts immediately after tossing the girl. The girl flew in a perfect arc and crashed against the shield of wind around Gao Feng. At that moment, the girl felt excruciating pain akin to her organs being set on fire. Starweb had turned the pain sensitivity up to 100% for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Thus, even a small injury received on Starweb would feel the same as if it had been inflicted in real life. The girl was ejected far away after she crashed against the shield of wind. Just as she was about to crash into the alien beast tide, the girl was suddenly transported out of the testing ground. At that moment, the contestants standing in the Radiance Sacred Hall opened their eyes and realized that they had returned to reality. It dawned on them that the Radiance 100 sequence test had come to an end. A cheer arose from the group. The cheer had come from the girl who had just been about to fall into the alien beast tide. "The test ended before I died. This means that I'm a member of the Radiance 100 sequence." After the contestants were eliminated, they would have to continue to watch the test. Thus, the contestants all knew how everyone had performed. The contestants instinctively looked around them to see if the strongest experts were around them. They quickly noticed Lin Yuan standing next to Gao Feng. The contestants were all shocked when they saw the mask Lin Yuan was wearing. They realized that the person they thought was a fake fan of Black was actually Black himself. All these contestants felt like someone had painted a clown face on them. But this feeling was quickly replaced by excitement as they scrutinized Black and Gao Feng. Gao Feng had become famous from this test. However, Lin Yuan's popularity had not only started today. Even before he joined the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Black was already very well known on Star Web. It could be said that he was the cream of the crop of the younger generation. This was the first time that Black had appeared in reality. If they were not currently in the Radiance Sacred Hall and the two Federation envoy groups were not in attendance, not to mention the spectating members of royalty, many people would have started asking Black for his signature. Li Nao, Zhang Zihao, and the previous Radiance 100 sequence members stood together. At present, only Li Nao and Zhang Zihao were smiling because they had managed to return to the Radiance 100 sequence and recaptured the glory that came with it. The previous Radiance 100 sequence members were downcast but not indignant. At that moment, Lu Wenqing said from his golden pillar, "This year's Radiance 100 sequence selection has officially come to an end. The final 10 contestants, please ride the jade-holding cinnabar cranes to the silver pillars." Lu Wenqing's words made all the contestants' breaths hitch in their throats. 10 golden cranes with jade patterns on their feathers and each with a jade piece in their beaks flew out and positioned themselves in front of the 10 contestants. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng lifted their legs and climbed aboard the back of the jade-holding cinnabar cranes in front of them. Once they sat securely, the jade-holding cinnabar cranes flew to the silver pillars. They were brought to the silver pillar that corresponded to their performance in the test. Lin Yuan saw that there were 9 empty silver pillars to his left. This meant that he had attained sequence number 91. As he looked through his mask at the Freedom Federation envoy group, he thought, the appetizers are over. The real fight is about to begin. Gao Feng sat directly adjacent to Lin Yuan on the pillar meant for sequence number 92. Next came Li Nao, followed by Zhang Zihao. The person at the end who had attained sequence number 100 was the girl who had been rebounded by Gao Feng's windshield and almost fell prey to the alien beasts right before the test ended. Once the 10 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence took their seats on the silver pillars, the Radiance 100 sequence representing the Radiance Federation's top young experts was finally complete. The eliminated contestants looked at the 100 figures on the silver pillars sadly. However, they could not help but start clapping. Li Nao and Zhang Zihao shared a look. It was very difficult for contestants to acknowledge the contestants who had been part of the previous batch of the Radiance 100 sequence. This was because Spirit Chi professionals were naturally competitive with each other. Bullying was common. Many people felt that they would be able to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence as long as they could find an opponent they naturally countered. Every person had tried their best in that large-scale test. They had not competed against each other in the past 3 days but instead worked together. After their interactions over the last 3 days, the contestants now felt genuine respect for these final 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Yu Tian, who had managed to squeeze in as sequence number 100 at the final moment, had weaker combat power than the other contestants, but her instruction to her main Fae to toss her into the air was still a smart tactic. Star Web was full of cheers. The Star Web reporters who had been watching the test had finished writing their articles. After the test ended, they just needed to fill in the names of the final members, and they would be able to submit their drafts. The posts from the Star Web reporters quickly took center stage in all the forums and comments. However, the cheers were so intense that people had not started reading through the information. Many of the audience on Star Web had experienced the Radiance 100 sequence selection themselves and had related to the entire experience. They did not need to read the posts to understand what had transpired during the test. At first, Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty had been disappointed about how Black had not emerged from the sandcastle at all throughout the entire test, as it resulted in their audience numbers being lower than expected. As a result, they had no choice but to swap to Li Nao and Gao Feng's perspective views. But after the test ended, their live streaming rooms immediately exploded with activity. The members of the audience who had been waiting for Black's perspective view in Lu Shuang and Poison Beauty's live streaming rooms all returned to their original live streaming rooms when Black became sequence number 91. An exciting discussion started. The most hated gray. I already said that Black would make it into the Radiance 100 sequence. I told you also. Insanity. You didn't need to give your opinion that Black would become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Anyone with eyes could tell. Black is the best. He not only became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence himself, but he even brought 2 people along with him. Not evil. Please. Gao Feng didn't need Black's help. If Gao Feng had not been waiting for Black and headed for the center territory instead, he might not have encountered the first alien beast wave. Li Nao also wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Taichi Guzheng. Nonetheless, Black and Gao Feng are more powerful than the others. Li Nao and Zhang Zihao are far from his level. Spirit without Moon One. There's no need to disparage any of them. All of them are the Radiance Federation's young experts. I'm just curious now about what Black's title will be. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence did not choose their own titles. Instead, it came from the Star Web users who posted ideas on the Radiance Sacred Halls forum. The thousands of titles would be listed in the forum where the Star Web users would be able to vote over the next 48 hours. The one with the most votes at the end would become that member of the Radiance 100 sequence's title. However, the Radiance 100 sequence members could change their titles if they were not satisfied with them. For example, Zhao Xiaochun had been eating non-stop during her Radiance 100 sequence selection. She had managed to eat 3 pig knuckles and 5 chicken thighs by the end of the selection. As a result, she had received the title of glutton. When she found out what her title was, she went to the Radiance Sacred Hall the next day and changed it to food hater. Although her official title had changed, people still associated her with the title glutton. Chu Ci was currently sitting with the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer in the Return from Faraway Mansion. As Chu Ci watched Lin Yuan on the silver pillar, she felt as though the past 10 months had been a dream. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan was still a weak young man who ran a spirit lifeform store. He had been struggling to maintain a livelihood and skimping and saving to earn Chu Ci's school fees, so he would eventually be able to send her to university. Chu Ci would do other students' homework to earn money so that she would be able to buy more medicine for Lin Yuan. But ever since the time Lin Yuan went to see her at school and gave her the bronze sharp iron horn bowl, everything had changed. Chu Ci did not know how Lin Yuan became a creation master or how he obtained so many precious resources. She also had no clue how he became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence despite not having Spirit Chi professional talent. But she did know that her brother must have struggled significantly throughout this journey. Chu Ci's eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Lin Yuan. Her heart swelled with pride. No one knew better than Chu Ci how hard life had been for Lin Yuan in the past. Although the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were happy that Lin Yuan had become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, that was the extent of their feelings about the matter. This was because they felt that it was only right for him to attain such a position. If not for the rule that new members of the Radiance 100 sequence could not reach ranks above sequence number 90, Lin Yuan could have competed for sequence number 1 against Lu Jie. Lu Jie turned to look at Lin Yuan. In a way, the two of them were side by side. It would even be possible for him to fight alongside Lin Yuan in the future. This thought caused Lu Jie's stony expression to shift. This came from his delight over being able to fight side by side with Lin Yuan, and because he had just heard from the Insect Queen that the Blade Queen Bee had shown signs of transforming. The Blade Queen Bee had comprehended a willpower rune when it fused with the Firefly Demon fetuses. Since the Insect Queen controlled the Blade Queen Bee using psychotoxin, it did not restine the Blade Queen Bee's grade. This meant that as long as the Insect Queen allowed the Blade Queen Bee to roll grades, it would be able to trigger a special world cleansing and become a myth-breed insect species Carcinoma Fae. It would then become a fairy through the Firefly Demon fetuses. There would be a definite risk in allowing the Blade Queen Bee to roll grades. However, greater risk would also bring with it greater rewards. The Diamond X/Fantasy Blade Queen Bee was already from a completely different level from the Diamond X/Legend Blade Queen Bee. But the gap would be even wider when it reached Suzerain/Myth Eye. There had been no record in the Radiance Federation of insect species Carcinoma Faes transforming into fairies. However, Lu Jie had heard from Lin Yuan that Carcinoma Faes gained numerous wings when they transformed into fairies. Lin Yuan had said that because he had managed to combine the sea burial lotus flower with the fairy's heart and turned it into a fairy, The fairy that the sea burial lotus flower turned into had 6 wings right out of the gate. It had transformed to such a degree because of the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and because of the spotted coral jade. The spotted coral jade was what had transformed the sea burial lotus flower's bloodline. Without pure spirit chi and an external item, the Blade Queen bee would only be able to transform to 4 wings at the very most. Once he used all 12 firefly demon fetuses, the insect queen would be able to orchestrate the 12 4-winged fairies. As the fairies transformed from the insect species carcinoma phase continued to evolve their bloodlines, Lu Jie felt that his hard work would eventually enable him to catch up with Lin Yuan. At that moment, within the Freedom Federation envoy group, Li Yang said to the Goddess of Mercy, "Next, we will be challenging the 10 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence to a fight. We'll also try to involve a few disciples of royalty." Before Li Yang could finish speaking, the Goddess of Mercy interrupted him. "You're in charge of this. You don't have to run it by me. As long as nothing happens to Chen Yu, I don't care what happens." The Goddess of Mercy had only come because of Chen Yu. When she heard about his situation, she had been afraid that he would be in danger. There was no other reason someone who hated being bothered as much as her would go to such lengths. Swimming in the freezing lake water mirror behind the Freedom Mystic Temple was much more interesting than spectating the Radiance 100 sequence test. The Goddess of Mercy saw Chen Yu as her future. She was not against his participation but would not hesitate to step in to save him if he were in danger. Given that the Goddess of Mercy had ascended to the title of goddess and possessed an 11 stars sacred source life form, she was certain that she would be able to achieve greater things once she freed herself from the curse. Li Yang looked displeased when the Goddess of Mercy interrupted him. However, he did not voice his unhappiness. It seemed as though he had already become accustomed to being interrupted by her. Since the Goddess of Mercy did not care, Li Yang planned to carry out his plan as intended. Li Yang said to Yu Changjian, Yanling, and Kai Hua, "The 3 of you go and prepare." Next, Li Yang turned to look at Chen Yu and said, "I hope that you will proceed with our original plan and drag in Lu Yifan. Next, pull in another 1 or 2 disciples of royalty besides Gao Feng. I'm sure you know what to do. If you can pull in 2 disciples of royalty, I will give you a 7 stars precious instrument once the matter is over. If you can't drag in Lu Yifan, pull in 3 other disciples of royalty besides Gao Feng, and you will still receive the 7 stars precious instrument." While Li Yang was speaking, his gaze fell on Black. He did not know what Black's identity was, but he felt that Black's power was comparable to that of a disciple of royalty. Chen Yu's chest throbbed. He had been in life-or-death situations countless times. Every time, the Goddess of Mercy had swooped in to rescue him. As a freedom envoy, he eventually learned how to act in ways that guaranteed his own benefits. The best way to secure his own profits would be to obtain the 7 stars precious instrument that Li Yang had just promised to give him. Chen Yu did not want to involve Lu Yifan because he had crossed swords with Lu Yifan before and knew how powerful he was. Lu Yifan's Fei with the Baron bloodline was especially troublesome. Thus, Chen Yu preferred to involve another 3 disciples of royalty rather than Lu Yifan. However, Chen Yu knew that, as a freedom envoy, his target would have to be a Radiance envoy. If he said that he wanted to challenge Lu Yifan, the Radiance Federation would have no choice but to agree on account of upholding their pride. But if he challenged one of the Radiance Federation's royalty's disciples, the Radiance Federation would be sending these disciples to their deaths if they agreed. After all, he was 3 or 4 years older than them on average, and his Fays were all myth breed. To a young genius, 3 years was a gap as wide as an ocean. Although Li Yang appeared to offer 2 options, there was only one right answer. Before he made his decision, Chen Yu looked at the Goddess of Mercy and asked, "Teacher, can you help me check how old Black is?" The Goddess of Mercy immediately responded, "Black is definitely younger than 19 years old." When he heard what the Goddess of Mercy said, all the worry vanished from Chen Yu's heart. He immediately took a step forward and declared, "The Radiance Federation's younger generation is indeed impressive. We, the Freedom Federation Envoy Group, not only came to spectate but also to engage in a friendly match with the new members of the Radiance 100 sequence." Chen Yu always struggled to see past Black's shroud of mystery. Although Black had demonstrated such astonishing tactics, there was too little information available on him. If Black's real age was around 28 or 29 years old, which was the limit for a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Qian would have had to slow down and contemplate further. If he was 28 or 29 years old, Black would be older than him. If the Radiance Federation had planned it out intentionally, there was a possibility that Lu Yifan, two other members of royalty, Gao Feng, and Black could work together to take Qian Yu, Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian on. It would be bad if they made a mistake and wrecked the plan. Qian Yu knew that the goddess of mercy had taken hold of her birth horoscope. An expert who had taken hold of his birth horoscope would be able to tell another person's age with one glance. This was why Qian Yu had asked the goddess of mercy to take a look at Black's age. When he discovered that Black had not even reached 19 years old, he stopped worrying about him. Even if he was a genius, how strong could a 19-year-old spirit qi professional be? Setting himself, Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian aside, even the members of the Freedom Federation were geniuses. All the hesitation that had existed in his heart vanished, and he could challenge Lu Yifan and another two disciples of royalty without any worries plaguing him. Their side's advantage came from Yu Changjian, Yanling, and Kaihua's sacred source lifeforms being complements. It was not easy for sacred source lifeforms to be linked together. This was the first time in the Freedom Federation's history that three sacred source lifeforms could link up with each other. After all, unlike source-type lifeforms that most King-class experts could easily obtain, sacred source lifeforms were extremely rare. The Freedom Federation had the Fae with the Baron bloodline, while the favored experts of the Freedom Federation's royalty had devils from the Demon Church that they could form contracts. The Faes with the Baron bloodline could control a type of natural power and were synonymous in a way with heavenly family Faes. However, they were not as reliant on nature to grow. All they needed was someone to nurture them. They were life forms that had formed contracts with nature. The devils from the Demon Church controlled inauspicious power. They prioritized strengthening their bodies or souls. Devils that could evolve their bodies would possess powerful combat skills as well as strange abilities. Devils that leaned toward their souls were skilled at seduction and strategic mind games to lure their victims into dropping their guards. The people from the other federations were more afraid of the devils from the Freedom Federation than they were of the Faes with the Baron bloodline from the Radiance Federation. The aura from the Faes with the Baron bloodline could suppress lifeforms of the same type. This suppression was understandable by humans. However, the ugly appearance of devils and the inauspicious aura that radiated from them would cause goosebumps to rise on any person's skin. When the contestants, members of the Radiance 100 sequence, and the audience on Star Web heard what Qian Yu said, the connotations of those words immediately took hold of them. The contestants had similar thoughts to that of the Star Web audience. All of them looked forward to the friendly match proposed by Qian Yu. They wanted to see if the top talents from the Radiance Federation or Freedom Federation were stronger. It could be said that a sense of honor and duty arose in the hearts of the contestants and Star Web audience. A fervent discussion broke out on Star Web. Deep Mountain. I wanted to go to the personal page that the Radiance Sacred Hall just created for Black to give my suggestion for his title. I was just about to leave the live streaming room when the Freedom Federation suggested the friendly match. Clear, go for it, Radiance Federation. Crush them. Nicholas 7. According to the rules of the past few years' Radiance 100 sequence spectating, the new members of the Radiance 100 sequence will take part in the friendly match. The Freedom Federation will definitely send out stronger opponents. Black will have to reveal more of his phase now. Spirit of Mountain Water. I'm looking forward to the fight. Since it's a friendly match, the two sides probably won't use any lethal attacks. Amber Button impossible. The bet between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation is charged to maximum voltage. I'm willing to bet $5 Radiance that this only has the facade of a friendly match. There's definitely more to it than meets the eye. The Star Web users and contestants were looking forward to this match because they did not have much foresight. The members of veteran and top factions who were paying attention to the situation all knew that the Freedom Federation envoy group was baring their fangs now that the Radiance 100 sequence selection was over. This match was going to be extremely important. These people's gazes were fixed on Black, Gao Feng, Li Nao, Zhang Zihao, and the rest with their fists tightly clenched. The two federations were about to flex their muscles using their young experts. Normally, the match's result was unimportant because it was not a fight between the current Radiance envoys and Freedom envoys. However, the Freedom Federation envoy group had proposed the match in the Radiance Federation's royal capital, in front of all the citizens of the Radiance Federation, right after the Radiance 100 sequence selection had ended. If the Radiance Federation lost this match, it would be a serious blow to the entire Radiance Federation. Besides Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Xia Qing, and Gao Feng, the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence on the Silver Pillars frowned. The four of them already expected this to happen. Long Tao was from the top faction Coiling Dragons Valley. Half of the Radiance 100 sequence members were from top and veteran factions. These people had all guessed that the Freedom Federation envoy group would make their move after the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended. But those had only been speculations. When it actually happened, they still could not help but feel their chests contract. As members of the Radiance 100 sequence, all of them kept the Radiance Federation in mind at all times. They knew there was no permissible result for the friendly match other than victory. Even if they died, they had to safeguard the Radiance Federation's glory. Qian Yu looked at the 13 members of royalty sitting on the golden pillars as though he was waiting for a reply from them. However, the 13 members of royalty did not have any intention of replying to Qian Yu. At that moment, Lu Yifan replied loudly, "The Radiance Federation will accept the Freedom Federation's challenge. It is customary for the other party to decide on the rules of the challenge. The Freedom Federation can decide on how the challenge should proceed." Lu Yifan had been in seclusion in the barren mystic realm, preparing for the major Federation meeting that would take place 2 years later. The major Federation meeting was attended by 2 batches of envoys from each Federation. The previous batch of Federation envoys would be the main attendees, while the later batch would be the substitutes. Lu Yifan had been a substitute at the last major Federation meeting. The 3 days that the Radiance 100 sequence selection lasted felt extremely long to many members of the audience. Meanwhile, it was a massive test for the contestants. This was because they had no concept of what the major Federation meeting was. The major Federation meeting took place once every decade on an uninhabited continent. This continent was far from the vastness of the Radiance Federation, but it was about 1/5 the size of the Divine Wood Federation. Then, 30 participants from each federation would represent their federation to take on the other participants. There were many ways to contend against each other. There were one-on-one battles, duo battles, and 5-person group battles. Every person could only step foot on the dueling stage once. There were many approaches as they involved the strategies of each team. In a complicated structure, each participant would be transported to a random location in the Federation after the individual and team battles were over. At that moment, the participants would move around freely in the Federation, making use of whatever strategies they had. The goal was to conquer as much territory as possible. This test would last for a full 6 months. When Lu Yifan participated in it last time as a substitute, he had witnessed the cruelty of the major Federation meeting. The dueling ground was just a method to thin out the number of participants. In the last major Federation meeting, one of the Radiance envoys had been grievously injured during the dueling stages. 3 Radiance Knights had lost their lives, and every substitute member had returned covered with injuries. This was why the Radiance Federation did not allow their substitutes to participate now, but just to gain experience from watching. After the major Federation meeting was over, the previous batch of Radiance envoys would retire and go into seclusion. 2 years later, Lu Yifan would meet his fate. As such, Lu Yifan was rather happy that the Freedom Federation had come to cause trouble in the Radiance Federation, as this would allow the Radiance Federation's younger generation to learn how evil the other federations could be. Lu Yifan's gaze fell on Black and Gao Feng. Given that Cicada Song had accepted Gao Feng as his disciple, Gao Feng definitely had more up his sleeve than what he had already demonstrated. Thus, Lu Yifan felt that as long as Gao Feng possessed something special, he would be able to become a Radiance Knight even if he could not become a Radiance envoy. Lu Yifan did not know what Black's circumstances were, but he was still full of hope for him. After all, Black had beaten that person's celestial stairway record. This was enough to prove his talent. When Qian Yu heard what Lu Yifan said, A relaxed smile spread across his face, and he said, "If that's the case, I'll come up with something off the top of my head. Why don't you come down and play with me? We'll each lead a team and have a brawl." Qian Yu's use of the word friendly was just superficial. If the two federations truly had a deep friendship between them, they would already have started a merry feast instead of proceeding with this so-called friendly match. However, Lu Yifan had not given him the chance to say much more before he went straight to the point. If only Li Yang were present, Qian Yu would not dare to say such a thing on the Radiance Federation soil despite being a freedom envoy. But now the situation had changed. The goddess of mercy's arrival filled Qian Yu with confidence. Qian Yu's words caused the expressions of the members of Radiance 100 sequence to change. The contestants and audience on Star Web fell silent. In the age of the Spirit Chi awakening, Star Web was the Radiance Federation citizens' only pastime. It was tightly interwoven with what they considered life itself. Although these people were already managing their personal pages on Star Web, on top of watching live streams and fighting on Star Tower, they also paid attention to any exciting event that took place. But after hearing what Qian Yu said, the people who had intended to watch the friendly match all realized that it was not just any ordinary exciting event. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were celebrities in the Radiance Federation. It could be said that 80% of the Star Web users had been a fan of a member of the Radiance 100 sequence at least once in their lives. The Radiance envoys had a similar status to the members of royalty. They were the backbone of the Radiance Federation. Regardless of Qian Yu's background or the fact that he was a freedom envoy, dragging Lu Yifan in immediately piqued the fury of the citizens of the Radiance Federation. Lucky little panda. What is going on this time? How can they be so insulting? How dare they involve Lord Yifan? Kill them. Scar of Hidden Star. I'm hopping mad. Do your best during the fight. Smash all the people from the Freedom Federation 6 feet underground. Fruit Kernel. Black, I used to be such a big fan of yours. I'm not asking for much. Just do your best this time to beat down all the people from the Freedom Federation. Otherwise, I will immediately switch camps and become your hater. I know sour and sweet. The Freedom Federation envoy group better not be trying to cause trouble. The bet we have with the Freedom Federation isn't that far away. But why do I feel like the Freedom Federation might have a scheme in mind? The contestants who had been eliminated were all looking at the Freedom Federation envoy group. Qian Yu had already participated in the major Federation meeting, so the eyes of the thousands of geniuses on him did not bother him in the slightest. However, Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian could not help but feel the tension rising. The 13 members of royalty had not expected Qian Yu to involve Lu Yifan. However, none of them could do anything now because the decision of whether or not to participate and how the match proceeded lay in the hands of Lu Yifan himself. Lu Yifan said loudly, "I am willing to participate. Under normal circumstances, the last 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence should be taking on the last 10 ranks of the 100 sequence of the opponent." Now that Lu Yifan had agreed, a different thought entered Qian Yu's mind. Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian had participated in this year's Freedom 100 sequence selection. However, the three of them had massacred half of the contestants. As a result, the invigilators had had no choice but to pull them out of the test and give them the ranks of sequence number 88, sequence number 89, and sequence number 90, while the original members of the Freedom 100 sequence who held these ranks participated in the Freedom 100 sequence selection instead. Although this went against the rules, Kai Hua, Yu Changjian, and Yu Changjian were still members of the Freedom 100 sequence. If he, Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian killed Lu Yifan instead of involving 3 disciples of royalty, what could the Radiance Federation do about it? There was always risk in a fight between Spirit Chi professionals, regardless of whether the intention was friendly or malicious. An accident might not be the result of an overzealous opponent but might also be because the expert had failed to defend themselves. If he did manage to kill Lu Yifan in such a public setting, the Radiance Federation would not be able to assign blame. Otherwise, they would end up the laughingstock of the entire main world. At that point, even if the Radiance Federation gained another Class 5 Creation Master, they would not be able to command the same amount of respect that they currently did. Qian Yu had not expected Lu Yifan to attend the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Previously, Qian Yu had only tried to come up with ways to involve the disciples of royalty but not the Radiance envoys. Although Qian Yu had agreed to Li Yang's terms, it would also mean that he would have to put himself at risk. He could not be as confident as if he was only battling Lu Yifan. If he could kill Lu Yifan through this friendly match, he would still receive a significant reward once he returned to the Freedom Federation, even if he did not meet the requirements to obtain the 7 stars precious instrument from Li Yang. Qian Yu cast a greedy glance over at Lu Yifan as though Lu Yifan himself was a treasure trove. A moment later, Qian Yu said, "Then let us begin." When they heard what Qian Yu said, 3 people's expressions changed. These 3 people were Lin Yuan, Li Yang, and Yin Lin. Li Yang's gaze darkened as he looked over at Qian Yu. Qian Yu had changed the plan on his own and ruined Li Yang's original plan. Or rather, he ruined the partnership between Li Yang and Second Page Revival. The partnership with Second Page Revival was vital to Li Yang. In the past, Li Yang would definitely have stopped Qian Yu from changing the plan in such a way. However, the goddess of mercy was present. Qian Yu was the goddess of mercy's favored expert, so Li Yang needed to give her the necessary respect. After ascertaining that the decision could not be changed, Li Yang intentionally avoided looking at Second Page Revival. He and Second Page Revival had their own motives for entering into the partnership. Neither of them asked the other what their motive was. They were just making use of each other and did not have any real ties. Hence, Li Yang decisively abandoned Second Page Revival after weighing his own circumstances. Li Yang could not feel secure without seeing Sixth Page Lashing. He also had not seen even a hair of the 4 horsemen that Second Page Revival had mentioned. Li Yang decided that he would break off his side of the agreement. He murmured under his breath, "Second Page Revival, you're useless now. Die." Li Yang's expression was stern, and his fist was tightly clenched. Having witnessed numerous sacred source lifeforms, he knew how terrifying their abilities could be. Sacred source lifeforms' abilities surpassed that of phase abilities and exclusive skills. Phase could combine their exclusive skills and abilities to produce magnified attacks. And so could the 3 sacred source lifeforms belonging to 3 members of the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. When the 3 sacred source lifeforms combined their abilities, they could even kill opponents stronger than them. Lin Yuan's own sacred source lifeform was very special because it was formed from the fusion of 2 sacred source lifeforms. Even if they had not been fused, Lin Yuan still would have been able to wield the sacred sword to produce attacks above his current level. Lin Yuan had heard the news from Yin Lin. After receiving the news, he had been trying to devise a way to deal with it. Luckily, good news eventually came in the form of Gao Feng contracting his sacred source lifeform. Although Lin Yuan knew that he was powerful, he would not dare to be so arrogant as to think that he could compete with a Radiance envoy. No matter how strong Fantasy Breed Phase were, there was still a large gap between them and Myth Breed Phase. Freedom envoys were the best that the Freedom Federation had to offer. Even if the Freedom Federation could not produce pure spirit chi and elemental energy like Lin Yuan could, they could still nurture their phase to the same level as Zhongzhe and Gulang had. Lin Yuan was not afraid of taking them on. But besides him, Gao Feng, Li Nao, and Zhang Ziheo, the other contestants did not even have Diamond/Fantasy phase. If they had to take part in a real fight, they would end up as nothing more than fodder. If Lin Yuan were matched with Qian Yu, he was not confident that he would be able to protect Gao Feng. Lin Yuan had not told the Moon Empress about Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian. He only mentioned the Freedom Federation scheme. Thus, Lin Yuan silently decided that he had to find a way to change the current situation. Yin Lin's brow was furrowed even tighter than Lin Yuan's. She had been trying to come up with a plan to send more disciples of royalty in to help Lin Yuan. However, Qian Yu had promptly slammed the door shut on this plan. Given Yin Lin's knowledge, there was no question that she knew how terrifying 3 cooperating sacred source lifeforms could be. When she sensed that the situation was not looking good for Lin Yuan, she stood up and said, "The friendly match seems interesting. It makes me want to take part too. But since it's a friendly match, fairness is the most important. From what I know, Qian Yu, The 9 people you brought with you aren't sequence number 91 to sequence number 100 of the Freedom 100 sequence, but sequence number 88 to sequence number 97. 3 of them are even lucky enough to be favored by the Freedom Federation's royalty. According to my knowledge, there is only one disciple of royalty among the Radiance 100 sequences, sequence number 91 to sequence number 100. This would be sequence number 92 Gao Feng. How can an unfair fight be considered friendly? Yin Lin's words completely stripped Qian Yu's scheme bare. As a result, Qian Yu's expression changed immediately. He had said what he said because he had not been afraid of the Radiance Federation turning down his proposal. Even if the Radiance Federation knew that they had not brought sequence number 91 to sequence number 100, they were still newcomers. If the Radiance Federation wanted to maintain its magnanimity, it could not dwell over such a trivial thing. Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Chongjin being favored by the Freedom Federation's royalty had been a secret that the Freedom Federation Envoy Group revealed to the Azure Federation Envoy Group as bait to convince them to form an alliance. The Radiance Federation's royalty was supposed to have no clue regarding this. But now that Yin Lin had revealed the secret and decided to participate, the Radiance Federation no longer needed to maintain any sort of magnanimity. Now, there was no question that the Freedom Federation was the one trying to pull off a treacherous scheme. Chen Yu glared at Yin Lin. He had personally gone to offer her the proposal but had been turned down. Could it be that the Azure Federation Envoy Group had intended to side with the Radiance Federation from the beginning? But was this the stance that Yin Lin herself was taking, or the entire Azure Federation? Since Yu Chongjian, Yanling, and Kai Hua's identities had been revealed, Qian Yu had no choice but to abandon the idea of using them to hunt down Lu Yifan. Yin Lin had spoken the truth, but there was no way that Qian Yu could agree to it. There are many experts favored by the Freedom Federation's royalty. It doesn't have any significance. The people in our team are all newly chosen members of the Freedom 100 sequence. Just like how Gao Feng participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection despite being the disciple of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Qian Yu cast his gaze on a young man white with short white hair and plain features and thought, the young man that Nana has been nurturing for 20 whole years also has the disaster world faceless beast now. Qian Yu became more terrified the longer he looked at the white-haired young man. At first, Qian Yu had not intended to showcase this white-haired young man. Every time the disaster world faceless beast was reincarnated, it would cause people's minds to blur. Moreover, the young man had formed a contract with one of the 7 major devils in the Demon Church. Not even every member of the Freedom Federation royalty could form a contract with one of the major devils. The 3 members of royalty who had contracted major devils were given the title of God. Only the disciples of the Freedom Federation's royalty and the Freedom Envoys were aware of this young man's presence. Despite being disciples of royalty, not even Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Chongjian were fully aware of this young man's background. Qian Yu was filled with confidence as long as this white-haired young man was around. Lan Sun finally knew why Yin Lin had asked him to support her no matter what. He knew that she was siding with the Radiance Federation but did not expect her to make her stance so obvious. He wondered what spell Lin Yuan had put over Yin Lin. However, the fact that Yin Lin had contracted 2 sacred source lifeforms had to be kept secret no matter what. This was one of the Azure Federation's secret weapons that they would only debut at the major Federation meeting 2 years later. Lan Sun used his spiritual energy to communicate with Yin Lin. Lordess Azure Envoy, I can fully support you in your decision to help the Radiance Federation. However, under no circumstances can you participate in the fight. I will support you in anything as long as you don't enter the fray yourself. Yin Lin froze when she heard what Lan Sun said. He was her teacher. Although he addressed her as Lordess Azure Envoy, she knew that it was because he cared for her. She also knew that he did not approve of her participation because the members of the Azure 100 sequence she was leading had not made any preparations, unlike the 3 favored experts from the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. Even the Radiance 100 sequence had 2 disciples of royalty. Yin Lin fell silent. If she could not personally participate in fighting alongside Black, the least she could do was to send in 2 more of the Radiance Federation's disciples of royalty. At that moment, even the contestants in the Radiance Sacred Hall and the audience on Star Web with the slowest reactions, had detected the strong odor of dynamite and realized that there was more to this situation than met the eye. It was as though the three federations were cracking their knuckles toward each other. Additionally, both Lin and Qian Yu had brought up Gao Feng's identity. This allowed the contestants and audience to understand why Gao Feng was so powerful. It turned out that he was Cicada Song's disciple. Everything made sense now. When the balloon flower bloomed above the Radiance Federation and released a shower of lava, an irreconcilable grudge was formed between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. The Azure Federation had always been allied with the Radiance Federation. Lin's involvement had poked holes in the Freedom Federation's plan. As a result, many audience members on Star Web started paying attention to this Azure envoy and gained a good impression of her. After a moment of silence, Lin said, "A friendly match is only interesting if it's fair. Only one of the Radiance Federation's disciples of royalty is involved. Why don't you add in 2 more of the Radiance Federation's disciples of royalty and remove the last 3 ranked members of the Freedom 100 sequence? This way, both sides will have a team of 10, making it fair. Qian Yu, I'm sure you don't want to see the 3 sides fighting messily. I don't want to be the factor that pendulums in the middle either. So, I'll just add some fun. I'll take out a major sea demon, a specialty of the Lantis mystic realm. Excluding the 2 Federation envoys, I will give it to the member from the victorious side who performs the best." Lan Sun smiled bitterly when he heard what Lin said. The Azure Federation's Lantis mystic realm, Radiance Federation's Barren mystic realm, and Demon Church were all mystic realms of the same level. Everything that was produced inside them was precious. The major sea demon Lin promised away was about the same level as an intermediate devil from the Demon Church. Lan Sun was truly confused and curious about what Lin Yuan had said to Lin in the Fey carriage. The moment Lin spoke, the white-haired young man flinched. It was as though he would be able to obtain the major sea demon as easily as he could take candy from a baby. The 13 members of the Radiance Federation's royalty all looked surprised. They had not expected Lin to offer such a thing for the sake of the Radiance Federation. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "I will also offer a Fey with the barren bloodline that has achieved a truly barren bloodline to the best performing contestant, excluding the 2 Federation envoys." Almost immediately after, the Goddess of Mercy said, "A Fey that has gained a truly barren bloodline and a major sea demon. How interesting. If that's the case, I will offer a pregnant intermediate devil from the Demon Church." The Goddess of Mercy paused before going on to say, "I will offer a big devil to the most outstanding member of the winning side, excluding the 2 Federation envoys. However, I have a condition." At that moment, the Goddess of Mercy looked at Lin Yuan and said in a curious tone, "Not even 19 years old and yet already this powerful. I'm very interested in you. I will give you an opportunity to open the door to heaven by being my favored expert. What do you think?" The Goddess of Mercy's gaze had landed on Black for some reason. She had a wealth of experience and was never interested in nurturing descendants. Black had not demonstrated his full power during combat. But even if he did, it would not mean much to the Goddess of Mercy, who had already awoken her birth horoscope. Thus, the Goddess of Mercy's interest in Black was unrelated to how remarkable he was. Another reason was her attraction to beauty. Besides increasing her power, collecting resources, and garnering authority, her biggest interest was in garnering the finer things in life. When the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty obtained precious yet adorable Fays, they would choose to nurture the Fays. However, the Goddess of Mercy would not do so. Instead, she turned them into specimens that she mounted in her palace. She preferred the quiet elegance of death over the beauty of life. The elegance of death was more deserving of admiration. A few years ago, the Goddess of Mercy had invested resources into nurturing a small team of 200 people. Every person on the team was requested to contract fairy source-type lifeforms after comprehending a willpower rune. After contracting the fairy source-type lifeforms and evolving them to fantasy breed, the Goddess of Mercy would immediately kill the fairies that had displayed their appearances and characteristics before sealing the fairy bloodline within them to turn them into toys. Then, she hung the dolls made of the fairy source-type lifeforms on the wind chimes at the front of her palace. From a distance, it looked as though the fairies were flying. But in reality, they had been killed to be turned into beautiful handicrafts. Due to the deaths of their main phase, the members of the team spirits were injured and reduced to vegetables. The goddess of mercy had sent every team member to the marsh world to do hard labor. The goddess of mercy's exquisite body hid the carnage and brutality within. She was so hedonistic that anyone weaker than her in the Freedom Federation trembled before her. One of these people was Li Yang. The goddess of mercy always acted according to her own fancy. If he opposed her, she would injure him seriously even if she did not kill him. In the past, the goddess of mercy clearly had the chance to contract the second of the 7 big devils in the demon church. However, she gave up on the second devil in favor of the third despite the second being more powerful and having more potential because the third devil had a more pleasant appearance. The goddess of mercy's preference for looks had reached an almost insane level. Black's face was covered by the silver mask. No matter how outstanding his aura was or how beautiful his bone structure was, none of these were important to someone who only fixated on looks. The goddess of mercy felt that she should not set her sights on one young man. However, no matter how many times she tried to tear her gaze away, it drifted back to him. She even felt a twinge of affection in her bloodline. It was very difficult for the goddess of mercy to become interested in a person. She only said what she said in such a public setting on the Radiance Federation soil because she was now interested in Black. Besides that elderly man, no one else in the Radiance Federation deserved to be called a god. Once a spirit chi professional gained the ability to utilize their birth horoscope, they would have a strength that was no different from that of a god. They would be able to fight using more than just their phase. This was the reason the goddess of mercy's fishtail could block the image of the golden the arch bamboo. The goddess of mercy was clear that if she crossed swords with the elderly man, they would be stuck in a deadlock where she would not be able to defeat him, and he would also be unable to protect the Radiance Federation from her. An 11 stars sacred source lifeform was completely different from a 10 stars sacred source lifeform. Only one of the goddess of mercy's 2 sacred source lifeforms had reached 11 stars. But if she triggered the 11 stars sacred source lifeform with his full power, all the lifeforms between the royal capital and Lantern City would lose their lives. Other than the elderly man, the heavenly family fae that Moon Empress had adopted from the heavenly family cottage had already reached eternal power. A heavenly family fae that reached eternal could not even be discussed in the same sentence as a normal fae that reached eternal. Given the heavenly family fae's relationship with the Moon Empress, it would definitely step in to help if she attacked the Radiance Federation. If these considerations were not present, the goddess of mercy would not have tried to recruit Black so publicly but directly snatched him away. Before Lin Yuan could react, the Moon Empress frowned and balled up her left fist. Cold Moon and Mystic Moon collectively thought, "Oh no!" The Moon Empress doted on Lin Yuan and was exceedingly protective over him. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were afraid that the Moon Empress would attack the goddess of mercy. Both of them knew that the Moon Empress had also started going down that path after she unlocked her birth horoscope. Although the goddess of mercy had started almost 10 years before the Moon Empress, the goddess of mercy had been unable to advance her power due to her bloodline. If they really started fighting, it was likely that the Moon Empress and the goddess of mercy would be evenly matched. However, it would not be beneficial to the Radiance Federation if the Moon Empress really lost her temper. The other 12 members of royalty's expressions also changed. Although none of them were looking at the Moon Empress, they had sensed the change in her aura. At that moment, a voice said clearly from one of the silver pillars, "Please get it through your head that I'm a citizen of the Radiance Federation. Moreover, I already have a master and will not be your favored expert." The young man's voice was very calm. However, the voice shook up the entire Radiance Federation through the Star Web broadcast. Star Web had already gone into a frenzy from the moment that the goddess of mercy publicly recruited Lin Yuan. Memory Inc. What the hell? A member of the Freedom Federation's royalty publicly tried to recruit Black. Is Black that strong? She's openly trying to rob the Radiance Federation. Little Zhang's cries dried up. Didn't you guys hear that Black hasn't even reached 19 years old yet? Why does this age remind me of someone? Damn, isn't Black the same age as Lin Yuan? XXX tired. This member of the Freedom Federation royalty is so disgusting. Is there no one left in the Freedom Federation? How dare she openly lure Black? Dream of you. Didn't you hear that the Freedom Envoy leading this envoy group is the favored expert of this member of royalty? If Black agrees, his power will skyrocket. Do you think that Black will be able to resist such temptation? Maple dance. Even if he can't resist it, he still has to. As Black's loyal fan, I will become his enemy if he agrees. The discussions on Star Web were going wild. Although Black had put on a shocking performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection, they wondered how much power he had demonstrated while he was holed up in the sand castle. The member of the Freedom Federation's royalty had invited Black despite him not revealing his full abilities. This was an acknowledgement of his abilities. After all, this was not the first time that the Freedom Federation envoy group had attended the Radiance 100 sequence selection. But such an incident had never happened in the past. But before the Star Web users could discuss any further, Black had given his answer. His response fully displayed his stance and sent the Star Web users into another frenzy. What he said about being a citizen of the Radiance Federation called forth an invincible and unending strength from their bloodlines. Black had gone on to mention that he already had a teacher and turned down the member of royalty's offer. Regardless of whether or not Black's teacher could compete with this member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Black's attitude made him deserving of being idolized by those people who did not use to think much of him. Daydream Starry C. Good job, Black. As long as I still have a breath in me, I'll support you to the end. Dawnlight. I saw on StarWeb that someone did not think Black had enough power to represent the Radiance Federation's young generation, but I think he is worthy of that position. Little Bookworm. When Black said that he's a citizen of the Radiance Federation, it made me want to chug 2 jugs of beer. Passing water. Aren't you curious about who Black's teacher is? This is the first time I've heard Black say that he has a teacher so publicly. Black's words ignited the passion of the audience on StarWeb and caused the Goddess of Mercy to frown. The Goddess of Mercy thought that her desire to kill Black would bubble up. However, she soon found that she could not bring herself to feel that way about Black. Rather, after being rejected by him, she wanted even more to become close to him. After she realized how she felt, the Goddess of Mercy was stunned. She did not understand why she was suddenly acting as though she was under a spell. It would be an easy fix if she was truly under a spell. However, this was not what was happening. The Moon Empress had been suppressing the anger and murderous urges within her. As a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty, she knew that she should not attack the Goddess of Mercy. She had to hide her power in order to draw out the 2 members of Tower Cannon. But the Moon Empress could not stand by and watch as the Goddess of Mercy targeted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words had been like medicine that soothed the ugly emotions within the Moon Empress. Yet, his words also left her feeling dejected. The Moon Empress took a deep breath and relaxed her fist. The Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon were about to launch their attacks on the Radiance Federation. Presently, the Radiance Federation was playing a big game of chess. Lan Sun sensed the tension between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation and could not help but feel very unlucky. He was not afraid of a fight breaking out between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. The Azure Federation had always remained neutral. If the 2 sides started battling it out, it would undoubtedly affect the Azure Federation's trade. However, neither side would end up attacking the Azure Federation. No matter which federation the Azure Federation sided with, they would end up disrupting the balance. However, the Azure Federation could no longer sit on the fence of this fight after Lin declared her support for the Radiance Federation so publicly and even exposed Chen Yu's scheme. Lan Sun had promised to support Lin. Since the tension had already been created, Lan Sun decided that the 2 sides should compete on a dueling ground to avoid serious accidents. Since both federations intend on sending their young experts and a federation envoy, I shall be the dealer and start a bet. Both federations can support their own teams, and the members of royalty can enter their own bets. No matter how many resources you bet on your team, the losing team will have to compensate for it. Moreover, I'll also add in 3 top-grade Strangewater as a dealer's gift to the winning side. Alarm bells rang in Li Yang's head when the goddess of mercy tried to recruit Black so publicly. Although he had broken off his side of the partnership with Tower Cannon, Second Page Revival would be smart enough to sense that something was wrong if the situation deviated too far from the original plan. That would be bad. He could break off his side of the partnership with Second Page Revival, but he still needed to borrow her strength. If Second Page Revival sensed that something was wrong, he would not be able to borrow her strength. Li Yang had no idea why the goddess of mercy had done something so insane. She had ignored all the geniuses in her own federation and tried to recruit a genius from another faction, only to end up rejected. Li Yang did not know if the goddess of mercy was embarrassed, but he was definitely extremely embarrassed for her. Lan Sun's proposal had set the parameters. As a result, the situation would not change too much from his original plan. Li Yang was the first to speak. I will bet 10 island whales, 3 of which have S-rank strategic class. I'll also add in 1 ton of spiritual ingredients from Myth Breed phase. Li Yang's bet caused the jaws of all the contestants and the audience on StarWeb to drop. 10 island whales and a ton of spiritual ingredients from Myth Breed phase were immense wealth. In terms of radiance dollars, it would take billions to nurture 1 mature island whale. Although there were many different types of Myth Breed phase of all various shapes and sizes, only the main parts of the Myth Breed phase that had valuable medicinal value that would be of use to creation masters could be used as spiritual ingredients. Even if the Myth Breed phase was enormous, it would take at least 300 of them to produce 1 ton of spiritual ingredients. Such wealth was incomprehensible for a regular person. Additionally, 3 of the 10 island whales strategic class had reached S-rank. The island whale of S-rank strategic class was twice as valuable as the regular island whale. But before the crowd could express their marvel, a clear voice said, "Something like this doesn't deserve to be used as a bet." When the goddess of mercy publicly tried to recruit Lin Yuan, fury surged within the Moon Empress. Although she was aware of what the big picture was and knew that she needed to suppress her anger as part of her duty as a member of royalty, but she still needed to vent in some way. Li Yang was the best channel for her to vent through. Li Yang's face froze when he heard what the Moon Empress said. 10 island whales and a ton of spiritual ingredients from Myth Breed phase were definitely not a small sum. Giving out this sum of resources, Li Yang would not be bankrupted. However, he was not a creation master, and there was no way he possessed as many resources as the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress' words made Li Yang understand what her intention was. She was going to use resources to one-up him, but this did not enrage Li Yang but rather delighted him. This was because he had 2 safety nets within his team. The probability of him losing was 0. The more the Moon Empress offered, the more Li Wang would be able to earn. Na had been willing to send her precious disciple over and was using Li Yang as a cover. Given how much Na adored her disciple, he definitely had at least 5 precious instruments. Luo felt that even if Na's disciple did not step in, Yanling, Kaihua, Yu Changjian, and Qian Yu would be able to defeat the participants that the Radiance Federation sent out. In recent years, the younger generation that had emerged from the Freedom Federation had been the strongest batch in a century. The confident Li Yang said loudly, "The Moon Empress truly lives up to her position as a Class 5 creation master. You have a wealth of resources in your possession, to the point that 10 island whales and 1 ton of Myth Breed spiritual ingredients mean nothing to you. How about this? I'll match however many resources you put in." The Moon Empress' expression did not change in the slightest, but there was now a layer of scorn in her voice as she said, "Li Yang, I remember that the intermediate devil you contracted has evolved into a major devil. It has produced 1 seed of Satan. I will stake 20 island whales, 3 of which have reached strategic class S rank, 2,000 tons of Myth Breed spiritual ingredients, 50 tons of creation breed spiritual ingredients, 500 law crystals, 50 world crystals, and 10 cleansed immortal bodies. I don't need you to match my resources. You just need to stake the seed of Satan." A strange expression came over Li Yang. The seed of Satan would spawn a devil with the bloodline of a major devil. Only one could be produced at a time, and it was mostly used to carry on legacies. Other devils could absorb the seed of Satan to comprehend the abilities within it. A devil could only fuse with one seed of Satan in its life. The seed of Satan that Li Yang's devil produced was desired by all other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty because the devil that Li Yang had contracted was very special. No matter how many times the other members of royalty offered a trade for the seed of Satan, Li Yang turned them down. The Moon Empress has not contracted a devil from the demon church. What use could she have for the seed of Satan? She had offered 10 more of the island whales than Li Yang had, as well as 2,000 tons of myth breed spiritual ingredients, 50 tons of creation breed spiritual ingredients, 500 law crystals, 50 world crystals, and 10 cleansed immortal bodies. Given Li Yang's power, he would be able to obtain the first few types of resources as long as he was willing to invest time. However, there was no way that Li Yang would be able to obtain the law crystals, world crystals, and cleansed immortal bodies on his own. Every person in the Freedom Federation only cared about his own profits, and the members of royalty were no exception. Every time the Freedom Mystic Temple received greetings, the members of royalty who were creation masters were seated apart from the other members of royalty. The Freedom Federation's Class 5 creation masters were treated far better than the other members of royalty. The Goddess of Mercy was a Class 5 creation master. Every time Li Yang begged the Goddess of Mercy for creation master resources, she would require him to pay an immense amount of resources. She asked more of him than if he asked the same of any other Class 5 creation master from the Spirit Mother Federation, Sand Continent Federation, Violent Wind Federation, or Black Tongue Federation. This was the reason the members of the Freedom Federation's royalty all had deep ties with the Class 5 creation masters of other federations. Class 5 creation masters could produce very precious resources. As such, Li Yang badly wanted the resources the Moon Empress offered. Normally, he would never use the seed of Satan as a stake in a bet. But when he remembered that there was zero chance of the Radiance Federation winning, Li Yang decided to agree. He kept in mind that he was in the Radiance Federation, where he would not have any safety nets in any negotiations or bets. Li Yang took out the seed of Satan. When the black and purple crystal appeared in Li Yang's palm, evil inauspicious aura poured out of it. Since Lan Sun is acting as the dealer, we shall leave our resources with him. He will give the resources to whichever side ends up winning. The Moon Empress took out a pendant made from a moonlight stone and said, "All the resources I mentioned are within this moonlight pendant." She tossed the moonlight pendant to Lan Sun. Since Lan Sun had volunteered to be the dealer, he had been prepared to hold onto the stakes from both sides. The stakes offered by the Moon Empress and Li Yang caused the other 12 members of the Radiance Federation's royalty to share looks. The Moon Empress seemed to be coming from a place of confidence where she was certain that her disciple would be able to defeat the Freedom Federation envoy group and win the intermediate demon offered by the Goddess of Mercy. The trade that the Moon Empress secured later that involved Li Yang's seed of Satan was meant to enable the intermediate devil to gain a new ability. The Moon Empress was making plans for Lin Yuan. However, was the Moon Empress so certain that Lin Yuan would be able to defeat the members of the Freedom Federation envoy group? If the Freedom Federation envoy group had the confidence to propose the challenge, they had to be sure of their imminent victory. Although the Radiance Federation was already prepared for this fight and the members of royalty had no intention of losing, the audience on Star Web had temporarily lost their ability to think. They knew that the Moon Empress had negotiated an earth-shattering bet with the Freedom Federation's royalty. The regular people who had not even heard of the island whale before had no concept of what the items that the Moon Empress had mentioned were. But they knew that these items were very valuable. When Li Yang and the Moon Empress made such large bets, the Goddess of Mercy became interested and said, "There are probably many uncontracted fairy source-type lifeforms inside the Radiance Federation's treasure vault. I want 300 of them. In exchange, I will stake 150 complete fairy bloodlines. Additionally, I will throw in 200 different types of insect species carcinoma phase, 5,000 bronze/epic phase, and 100 bronze/legend phase. What will the Radiance Federation offer me?" The Goddess of Mercy's words set Star Web off. Things like the island whales, myth breed spiritual ingredients, and creation breed spiritual ingredients were far too foreign for regular people. However, bronze/epic and bronze/legend phase were used by low-class spirit chi professionals, and everyone knew of their value. They cost 3,000 to 4,500 Radiance dollars each. 5,000 of them would amount to hundreds of billions. Chu Ci had been called the #1 genius in the Radiance Federation when she revealed that they had the bronze/fantasy obsidian iron wild bull. Maple forest snowy night. What? 5,000 bronze/epic phase and 100 bronze/legend phase. Oh my god. I'm getting dizzy. I can't imagine what would be able to match such value. Guan Haoyan. My mother just asked me why I'm kneeling. I also want to know the reason. My knees just acted on their own. Peace is bliss. Just how confident is the Freedom Federation that they are willing to offer such a sea of resources? Both the Moon Empress and the Freedom Federation are so confident. Who do you think will win? Glassheart. With such an enormous bet, I think that Lu Yifan, Black, Gao Feng, and the rest will have to give it their all. After the momentary shock, the audience on StarWeb had noticed that the situation was not normal. Previously, many people had held on to the naive belief that the Freedom Federation had suggested the friendly match as a test for the bet with the Radiance Federation that would take place 2 years later. But after the bets were made, all of them threw such naive thoughts out of their heads. After all, neither side would be willing to lose all that resources. Additionally, the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation were far from being on good terms. The excitement that the audience on StarWeb had felt had changed into a rage when Lu Yifan was involved. But now, the rage had turned into nervousness and somberness. Regardless of what the result ended up being, this match would inevitably spill the blood of heroes fighting for the sake of the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy had thrown in such stakes because she wanted to trade off a batch of resources she possessed. She had the hobby of collecting fairy source-type lifeforms and turning them into dolls. Thus, she wanted to obtain more fairy source-type lifeforms that were not in her collection. If she gave the 150 fairy bloodlines to the fairy source-type lifeform, their bloodlines would be evolved. But this method would only be fully effective the first time. One use required the use of exactly 150 fairy bloodlines. The Goddess of Mercy also collected carcinoma phase as toys. She had done many experiments on carcinoma phase and found insect species carcinoma phase to be the ugliest. Hence, she wanted to use insect species carcinoma phase to trade for some animal type or plant type phase. She did not need to offer legend and epic quality phase. But since the Moon Empress had used this method to overpower Liang and the Freedom Federation's might, the Goddess of Mercy did not mind doing the same to the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy's Class 5 Creation Master level was very high. She had easily defeated the Bamboo Monarch during the last Creation Master competition. The Goddess of Mercy had offered so many Creation Master resources to put the Radiance Federation in a difficult position and to use the chance to accumulate even more. However, the Goddess of Mercy's plan had failed. Before anyone else said anything, the Moon Empress said, "I accept this stake. There is no problem with you using the fairy bloodlines to trade for fairy source-type lifeforms. But it's too greedy of you to use 200 insect species carcinoma phase to trade for other carcinoma phase. Insect species carcinoma phase are the most common carcinoma phase. Their value is far from that of animal-type carcinoma phase and plant-type carcinoma phase. I won't be using carcinoma phase to trade for your 200 insect species carcinoma phase. However, your stake also doesn't equal the value of what I'm about to offer. You'll need to add another 5,000 bronze/epic phase and 150 fairy bloodlines." The Goddess of Mercy frowned when she heard what the Moon Empress said. Nonetheless, she became interested. What was the Moon Empress going to offer? Its value was equivalent to 150 fairy bloodlines, 10,000 bronze/epic phase, 100 bronze/legend phase, and 200 insect species carcinoma phase. This was enough to pay a Class 5 Creation Master for a year. No one in the world would dare to hire a Class 5 Creation Master to work tirelessly for a year because Class 5 Creation Masters were already the richest group of people in the world. Moon Empress, if what you're offering satisfies me, I don't mind entering the bet with you. 5,000 bronze/epic phase and 150 fairy bloodlines aren't worth much to me. You definitely won't turn down my offer of one pure eternal heart, replied the Moon Empress calmly. The Moon Empress had decided that she was going to announce herself as a Class 6 Creation Master. News of the current clash with the Freedom Federation would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire main world. This was the best time for the Moon Empress to announce that she was a Class 6 Creation Master. Once the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group was over, she would declare to the world that Lin Yuan was her disciple. Once that happened, no matter how outstanding Lin Yuan became, her status as a Class 6 Creation Master would allow her to continue attracting more attention than him. She might even be able to strike fear into all who bore ill intent toward him. The other 12 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation already knew that the Moon Empress could purify the Eternal Heart. Nonetheless, they were still shocked by what she said because they had not expected her to declare her newly attained Creation Masterclass to the world at such a moment. The Moon Empress pulled the full attention of the Goddess of Mercy and Liang onto her before the fight to dim the spotlight over Lin Yuan. She was truly going to as many lengths as she could for his sake. But there was more than one benefit to this than just helping him to keep possible predators off his scent, as it would also test the reactions of the Goddess of Mercy and Liang after they heard this news and use it to make a guess about whether the Freedom Federation could also reach the same Creation Masterclass. In the battles between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, the Radiance Federation had always been the weaker side. After all, the Radiance Federation had only become part of the 3 major federations after the Moon Empress became a Class 5 Creation Master. Before the Moon Empress became a Class 5 Creation Master, the Radiance Federation only had 2 Class 5 Creation Masters and lagged significantly behind the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation. The amount of top Creation Master resources a federation possessed was dependent on the number of Class 5 Creation Masters they had. This was because the top Creation Master resources would eventually turn into powerful combat power. It could be said that the weaker Radiance Federation had only been able to stand toe-to-toe against the Freedom Federation all this time because of how well they banded together and the elderly man who had held down the fort before the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon, and the rest came into their own. Although the elderly man and the Moon Empress had not changed their titles to include God or Goddess despite attaining that level of power, they were still mighty enough to deter the Freedom Federation. After the Goddess of Mercy heard what the Moon Empress said, she said with an incredulous expression, "I can't believe your Creation Master level has broken through that level too. You're actually able to purify the Eternal Heart now." While she was speaking, the Goddess of Mercy's countenance darkened. Her words shocked the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty as well as Lan Sun. From her words, they realized that there was already someone in the Freedom who could also purify the Eternal Heart. Everyone could tell from her expression that the Goddess of Mercy was not talking about herself. Lan Sun gasped internally. He had not expected the bet he proposed to lead to such a revelation. If both the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation now had Class 5 Creation Masters who could purify the Eternal Heart, they were more than worthy of being classified as Class 6 Creation Masters. This would usher in a new era for Creation Masters. The purified Eternal Heart could help experts that had reached eternal power to take a step beyond that level. Previously, the Azure Federation and the Freedom Federation had been in the lead, while the Radiance Federation remained in their shadow for some time before eventually catching up. But now, it was the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation who were in the lead while the Azure Federation had slipped behind. If none of the Class 5 Creation Masters from the Azure Federation could break through to this level soon, the Azure Federation would not be able to hold out when they eventually had to face off against the other 2 federations. This thought caused Lan Sun to sigh. Today's battle was akin to 2 federations foreshadowing the power they would be demonstrating during battle. Lin had inserted herself into this battle from the beginning and even allied with the Radiance Federation. If a battle truly broke out today, Lin's choice to lean toward the Radiance Federation might be the more advantageous one. Moreover, regardless of which federation the Azure Federation decided to side with, their priority would be to obtain the Eternal Heart. The Freedom Federation placed its individual profits above all. If the Azure Federation wanted to work with the Freedom Federation, they would have to negotiate under the table with the various members of royalty. If they worked with the Radiance Federation, whose royalty acted as one entity, the chances of success were undoubtedly higher, and they would have to jump through fewer hoops. Regardless of which federation the Azure Federation obtained the purified Eternal Heart from, that federation would require the expert who had attained eternal power to swear on it using their birth horoscope. The Azure Federation would ask the same if they gave away high-class creation master resources to other federations. Given the chaotic state of the main world, only strong power would be able to grant salvation. A year ago, fights started breaking out in many federations with Class 5 Creation Master. The repercussions had been significant. If the Azure Federation partnered with the Radiance Federation, there was no question that the Radiance Federation would be willing to give the Eternal Heart to friendly parties. Regardless of the other party's request, they would do it as a favor. Regardless, Lan Sun still had to deliver the news back to the Azure Federation, so the 12 Class 5 families could hold a meeting about the matter before making any concrete plans. Li Yang's expression had also changed vastly. Previously, Second Page Revival's brow had been furrowed as she took her bearings in relation to how circumstances were unfolding. She also pondered what Sixth Page Lashing's objective was. But after she heard that the Moon Empress could purify the Eternal Heart, the body she was possessing started to sway slightly. Soon, the gray eyes turned purplish-black. In the inverted image of these purplish-black eyes, 2 black candles were burning with purple flames. Under the candlelight, a breathtakingly beautiful girl slowly opened her eyes inside a black coffin. There was a common-looking toy hanging around her neck. There were 4 wings sprouting from the toy's back that radiated the aura of death. It was as though they were the messengers of death himself. A moment later, the body stopped trembling, and the eyes returned to gray. But at the same time, the image of a black candle rose to the surface of the skin above this person's heart. The figure walked forward until he was at the front of the group. An extremely elegant smile spread across his plain face. He looked as languid as the royalty of the past, reclining under the afternoon sun in the garden and sipping on sweet fruit tea. It was a huge boost of morale when the Moon Empress accepted the Goddess of Mercy and Li Yang's bets on her own. After the Goddess of Mercy and the Moon Empress handed the additional stakes to Lan Sun, he quickly glanced over most of them as a check before storing them inside his spatial equipment. But when he got to the Moon Empress Moonlight Stone pendant, he was temporarily dazed. There are no problems with the bets from either side. Now, before Lan Sun could finish speaking, the Goddess of Mercy cut him off and said, "Lan Sun, I want to see the Eternal Heart for myself before we proceed." Lan Sun instantly looked annoyed. "Damn, what did you just say? You didn't ask to see it when the Moon Empress mentioned it. But now that it's in my hands and I've looked at it, you suddenly need to see it. Are you trying to say that I'm untrustworthy or something?" Lan Sun scoffed and injected spiritual energy into the moonlight pendant he was holding. Soon, a heart made of crystal appeared in Lan Sun's hand. The heart flew around an exquisite scorpion with silver and yellow scales. There were color-changing gems that resembled stars dotting the silver and yellow scales. The gems shone with a strange light. They looked like opals that were used to adorn accessories. The scorpion's tail was a different color from the scales, and it looked almost transparent. There were many thin gold threads within the scale. These threads moved freely within the tail. When the Goddess of Mercy saw the crystal heart and the scorpion, she could not help but say, "A purified golden opal earth mother scorpion's heart. The Moon Empress is actually willing to give up the heart of the golden opal earth mother scorpion. It is one of the top 10 poison-type phase. It just so happens that I have a use for this eternal heart. Let me thank the Moon Empress in advance." The Goddess of Mercy spoke as though she had already won. The Moon Empress replied calmly, "Let me also thank you for giving the Radiance Federation these resources, Consort of Mercy." Next, she turned to address the contestants. "These phase will go to the people who perform well in the test." The Moon Empress words caused the Goddess of Mercy's gold and red fishtail to thump a few times forcefully. Although she maintained the faint smile on her face, a grinding sound could be heard coming from her mouth. Li Yang might be a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, but he was not stepping in now because it was a confrontation between the Moon Empress and the Goddess of Mercy. Lan Sun's expression was interesting, to say the least. Everyone in the world knew that the Goddess of Mercy's previous title was the Consort of Mercy. By calling the Goddess of Mercy the Consort of Mercy while maintaining her title of Empress, she was clearly placing herself above the Goddess of Mercy. The Moon Empress did have the right to do so because she had surpassed the level of Class 5 Creation Master. Moreover, the Moon Empress possessed a heavenly family fae that had exceeded eternal. Even if she did not have more power than the Goddess of Mercy, she would still be standing on equal ground. The Moon Empress was trying to exert pressure on her, and the Goddess of Mercy did not have any rebuttal. The Goddess of Mercy had only thought about herself during the bet, while the Moon Empress had promised all the spoils to the contestants. This action warmed the hearts of these geniuses of the Radiance Federation. Nonetheless, the members of the Freedom Federation Envoy Group were unbothered because they were used to such behavior in the Freedom Federation. All the other 12 members of the Radiance Federation's royalty knew why the Moon Empress was targeting the Goddess of Mercy. She had openly tried to poach her disciple. From how much she loved him and how protective she was over him, it was already impressive that she had not directly attacked the Goddess of Mercy. But there was no way she was going to leave the Goddess of Mercy's ego unscathed. Although the fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had not officially begun, Qian could tell that the Goddess of Mercy was close to being checkmated. He hastily said, "There is one disciple of royalty among the Radiance 100 sequence, while my side has 3 experts who are favored by royalty. For the sake of fairness, I would like to invite another 2 of the Radiance Federation's disciples of royalty to participate. Every one of the Radiance Federation's disciples of royalty must have been nurtured meticulously. As such, I'm sure the Radiance Federation's royalty won't be opposed to me picking the disciples." An evil aura immediately exploded from Chef Supreme when he heard what Chen Yu said. Zhong Zai's curse that had caused him to lose control of his bloodthirst for battle had come from Tower Cannon. Chef Supreme would never believe that the collusion between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon could be simple. Most of the people from the Freedom Federation side would pick Zhong Zai in order to take advantage of the curse. In the past, Chef Supreme would have been incredibly worried. But now the situation had changed. Lin Yuan's gift had suppressed Zhong Zai's curse, and Zhong Zai's combat power had reached a whole new level. Moreover, after his period of seclusion, his phase powers had also improved. A few days ago, Chef Supreme had evolved Zhong Zai's sacred source lifeform. In fact, he really hoped that Zhong Zai would be picked. Since the other side wanted to pick, the Radiance Federation was in no position to say no. Soon, Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and Ji Chongding's attendants fetched Zhong Zai, Gu Lang, and an He to the Golden Pillars. But this was not all. The Star Web audience realized with shock that Yu Zhe and Zhu Ming, as well as the elderly man's 2 attendants, had jumped down from the Golden Pillars and were walking over to the Silver Pillars. The audience on Star Web held their breaths. Could it be that there were 2 other disciples of royalty among the Radiance 100 sequence? The minds of the audience members who were familiar with the previous members of the Radiance 100 sequence immediately went to Zhao Xiaochun, Lu Jie, and Xia Qing. Lu Jie had retired from the Radiance 100 sequence when his main fae became seriously injured. But now, he had made a triumphant return as sequence number 1. Xia Qing had first participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection 3 years ago. She started as sequence number 91 but rose to sequence number 1 the following year. This year, she had been beaten down to sequence number 3. Zhao Xiaochun's improvement had been extremely outstanding. She jumped over 20 ranks into the top 10. No one was guessing Long Tao to be a disciple of royalty because he had been sequence number 3. It was not exceptional for him to have risen up a spot to sequence number 2. It had taken Long Tao 3 years to reach sequence number 3. Every year, he improved his rank by about 10 spots. Hence, his performance had not been as outstanding as Xia Qing, Lu Jie, and Zhao Xiaochun. While the members of the audience were busy guessing, Yu Zhe, Zhu Ming, and the elderly man's 2 attendants stopped below the 1st and 3rd silver pillars before all dropping to one knee. Lu Jie and Xia Qing had jumped down from their silver pillars and landed on the ground. Lu Jie now stood between Zhu Ming and Yu Zhe, while Xia Qing stood between the other 2 attendants. At that moment, there was no question about Lu Jie and Xia Qing's identities. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence selection had always guessed about Xia Qing's identity. Thus, they were not overly shocked by this reveal. Meanwhile, Lu Jie had held Long Tao completely down with just a few insect species carcinoma phase. The Diamond/Fantasy 4C King Cretaceous Dragon had not been able to fight back at all. Previously, Lu Jie's rank had been around sequence number 30. Given his current rank, it could only be said that his power had skyrocketed. 2 years ago, Lu Jie had been unable to fight because the Insect Queen's roots had been injured. All the previous members of the Radiance 100 sequence knew that he had left the Radiance 100 sequence. Hence, they were all astounded by Lu Jie's increase in power. Currently, Lu Jie was standing in the position of sequence number 1 in all his glory. It turned out that he was Chief Guard Ye's disciple. As Lu Jie and Xiaqing walked forward side by side, Zuoming and Yuzhe walked behind Lu Jie while the other 2 attendants walked behind Xiaqing. The discussions on Star Web were going wild. Time is like love. Damn. My favorite member of the Radiance 100 sequence has always been Lu Jie. Although he disappeared 2 years ago, I never stopped liking him. It turns out that he's Chief Guard Ye's disciple. As a citizen of Cold Frost City, I'll never forget what he did for us. I'm watching you. I'm a member of the Cold Frost Guards. When I arrived at the scene, he was already out of spiritual power, and the Insect Queen was heavily injured. Nonetheless, he continued instructing the almost fully crippled insect tide to hold back the dimensional lifeforms. Lord Lu Jie is truly deserving of respect. Cloud Husk. Both Xiaqing and Lu Jie are disciples of royalty. One of them is sequence number 1, while the other is sequence number 3. If both of them participate, Lord Lu Yifun's team will have a much better chance of winning. Constellation C, to be honest, I've already made it to the Celestial Stairway Hall. You can check my battle statistics. Look at the anonymous names who are also young. Most of them are disciples of royalty. Frankly, disciples of royalty might not be weaker than Lu Jie and Xiaqing. Rather, they might even be stronger. Don't ask me how I know because I might have encountered one of them. Building blocks. Why do I feel like Black and Lin Yuan are getting more and more similar? Besides their different phase, they are identical in age and even aura. I can't believe it unless a person can have 2 different Fey arrangements. The various popular live streaming rooms were also abuzz with activity. Normally, people would be poking fun and making jokes. Yet, not a single person was doing it now. This was because these people knew that there were about to be 10 elites who were strong enough to represent the Radiance Federation that were about to lay down their lives to fight to the death with the Freedom Federation. In the past, the scholars and creation master academics would be stripping Xiaqing and Lu Jie down. They might even be reanalyzing Black's phase. But now, none of these scholars and creation masters wanted to do so. Instead, they held their breaths and silently prayed as a form of support. When Lu Jie and Xiaqing arrived atop the golden pillars, the entire Radiance Federation held their breaths as they gazed at the full radiant picture that was Lu Jie, Xiaqing, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and He. There was no question that the 5 of them represented the strongest combat power in the under 25 demographic in the Radiance Federations. Although He, Gulang, and Zhongzhe were shrouded in mystery, the public also did not know much about Lu Jie and Xiaqing's methods either. Not even the Radiance 100 sequence members knew what Xiaqing's main Fey was or exactly how many insect species carcinoma Feys Lu Jie had. However, they had all already seen how Gao Feng had single-handedly supported a team of 10,000 and kept them afloat against an insect tide. Thus, no matter how strong the other disciples of royalty were, they would be strong enough for Gao Feng's standard. At that moment, both Lu Jie and Zhongzhe's eyes were on Lin Yuan. When the 6 of them were discussing battle tactics, Lin Yuan had given Zhongzhe a large box of the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen. Although Zhongzhe's curse had not been fully cleared, he would be able to take on anything without fear after using such a large box of the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen. With this thought, Zhongzhe clenched his fists tightly. His power had come a long way from the Guard Yi banquet. Zhongzhe from the 2 time periods could not even be compared in the same sentence. Half of the merit for his evolution went to Lin Yuan for giving him the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Elemental Pearl. This Heavenly Maiden Sleet Elemental Pearl had purified the Fiery Sky Ho's bloodline. The power of the Fae with the Baron bloodline came more from its bloodline than its grade. The fiery Sky-Ho had already been capable of rolling its grade during combat in the past. Now, doing so would be easier for Zhongzhe than ever. A few months ago, Zhongzhe had been sparring with Lin Yuan. Now, he was likely going to fight alongside Lin Yuan. Zhongzhe naturally thrived in battle and liked to fight against powerful opponents. But, compared to the enjoyment he felt when he fought against Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe preferred to join hands with Lin Yuan to take on the Radiance Federation's enemies who had dared to insult them. Lu Jie's thoughts were simple. He was going to stand in front of Lin Yuan throughout to protect him, thereby performing his duty as Lin Yuan's retainer. The only other thing he was going to do was do everything in his power to defeat the enemy. And his eyes were on Lu Yifan. He had been following in Lu Yifan's footsteps from a very young age, and he badly wanted to fight side by side with Lu Yifan. He wanted his senior brother to see how much he had grown. In the past, he would have racked his brain to come up with a way to be one of the participants. But now he was not going to do so. This was because he knew that his position in the team would overlap with that of Lu Yifan. He was not the best candidate for this fight. However, the decision was not up to him. The Freedom Federation Envoy Group was going to choose who from the Radiance Federation was going to participate. At that moment, Yanling, Kaihua, Yu Changjian, and the other members of the Freedom 100 sequence had walked over to Qianyu. In case of accidents, the Freedom Federation had sent more members of the Freedom 100 sequence than usual. The body of the Freedom 100 sequence member that second page revival possessed did not step forward. As such, Li Yang frowned at her. This was when he realized that her gaze was very different from before. Previously, second page revival's gaze had been dead and dark. But now, her gaze was full of confidence and elegance. It was as though there was nothing on earth that could cause her to falter. This extraordinary change in attitude caused an unknown pressure to fall onto Li Yang's shoulders. When the member of the Freedom 100 sequence that second page revival possessed met Li Yang's gaze, a smile of amusement played on her lips, and she sauntered over to him. Second page revival's action astonished Li Yang. Li Yang felt that with the mountain river grain god bells around, second page revival should be terrified of being noticed by the Goddess of Mercy and the Radiance Federation. But now, she had the courage to stand within 5 meters of the Goddess of Mercy. There was a large gap between Li Yang and the Goddess of Mercy's powers. If Li Yang was paying attention, even he would be able to sense that something was wrong if he was in such close proximity to second page revival. Hence, he was certain that the Goddess of Mercy could too. Yet she did not. The change in second page revival made Li Yang feel as though the situation had veered completely off course from his original plan. He had abandoned second page revival, but she was also not going to uphold her side of the deal. But eventually, Li Yang decided against exposing second page revival because he knew that both of them had the same goal of taking down the Radiance Federation. A large lamp hung in an enormous castle. The lamp was not luminous on its own, but the entire hall was almost blindingly bright. The light came from the crystal heart above the lamp. The crystal heart seemed to house a ferocious beast that intermittently released a shocking aura. A string of pearls hung down from the middle of the lamp. The string of pearls did not look special, but it shone with 9 colors. Upon careful inspection, the pearl string was a string of small squares. It was as though the squares could release dimensions of their own after absorbing a type of power. 8 large black coffins were positioned in a circle at the center of the enormous hall. 6 of the black coffins were tightly shut, while 2 were open. The beautiful girl that just awoken touched the long purplish-black hair behind her. The contrast of her ivory skin and upturned eyes should have made her come across as cold. But her small and pretty nose neutralized the coldness of her eyes and made her appear elegant and dignified. The occasional smile that spread across her face morphed her overall expression into one of slyness. It was as though a scheme that could bring about the catastrophic destruction of every living thing had just appeared in her mind. She looked at the figure next to her wrapped in a red robe and said, "Thank you, First Page Crimson. When the little toys are broken, you'll need to wake up first to take charge of the situation." Although I didn't wake up naturally either, but because of the fact that the loss of the Gardner Konjac seeds will affect the sleeper's revival, the fire in my birth horoscope has been ignited. I don't need to sleep anymore. You can sleep a while more. I'll wake you when it's time. The figure wrapped in a red robe said in a hoarse androgynous voice. Warbler Candle, don't have too much fun while the 7 of us are sleeping. The sleeper's revival is not only meant to wake us up faster. Don't get in the way of the larger purpose. Second page Warbler Candle raised her hand and plucked the gold earring from her ear. She tossed it to the ground before using her broken pointer finger to touch the earring. Vitality and soul power immediately flowed out from this earring. Soon, the earring turned into a muscled man wearing golden half-armor. The man knelt before second page Warbler Candle and said, Mother, please give me an instruction. Second page Warbler Candle frowned slightly. It was as though she hated being called this way. You can just call me Lordess Second Page. Sister Falling Rainbow's tower is now called the Tower of Truth. Go to the Startling Lines continent and bring back the Tower of Truth. When Sister Falling Rainbow wakes up and finds out that her tower's name has changed, she will definitely melt it down and build a new one. There aren't many endless scarlet gold rocks left. Sister Rainbow cannot be allowed to continue to waste them. Second page Warbler Candle placed her hand on the head of the man kneeling in front of her. Soon, second page Warbler Candle plucked a toy from the man's head. It was a caricature of the man in golden half-armor. Second page Warbler Candle casually strung it up on the string around her neck that resembled both a vine and a snake. It thudded softly when it bumped into the doll of the young girl with gray wings. First page Crimson said, Fifth page Truth wants to rule over the Startling Lines continent. He wants to use their resources to charge toward the road to heaven. I want to collect another birth horoscope, so I'll leave him alone for now. Second page Warbler Candle said casually, Crimson, your plan and actions are always so slow. Second page Warbler Candle said to the man in golden half-armor, If that's the case, go up to the Radiance Federation through the spatial transport mirror. Seek out sixth page Lashing. Even if the Radiance Federation's royalty ends up noticing you, then eliminate him. At that point, you'll be the new sixth page. You shall be called sixth page Inverse Growth. Before heading to the Radiance Federation, go to the dimensional pool and pick a dictator's body. Consume its bone marrow and turn it into your sacred source life form. First page Crimson did not comment. Before he entered his black coffin, he removed his robe. In an instant, a red tentacle emerged from the robe. The red tentacle overshadowed even the blinding golden light coming from the ceiling. The odor of contamination mesmerized second page Warbler Candle, and she relaxedly stretched. A moment later, the odor of contamination disappeared from the hall. The string of birth horoscopes hanging from the lamp lit up with golden light that flooded the hall again. When she saw that first page Crimson's coffin had closed, second page Warbler touched the 2 toys around her neck and said, I clearly had more than 10 toys before I fell asleep. I can't believe Epic God Palace broke all of them. Only little revival is left. Now that I'm awake after 3,000 years, it's time for the black candle to be relit. At that moment, a man with righteousness written all over his face appeared in the Spirit Food Pavilion. It could be said that the entire Radiance Federation was focused on the fight between the teams led by Lu Yifan and the Radiance Federation Envoy Group. The Spirit Food Pavilion was at maximum capacity, and there was not even space to sit. There were many well-to-do families who had booked tables in the Spirit Food Pavilion for the entirety of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. During this time, they would leave Star Web as they pleased to eat at the Spirit Food Pavilion before returning to watch the competition. Time in Star Web passed at the same rate as that of reality. When 1 second passed in Star Web, 1 second passed in reality as well. Hence, Star Web had retained the feeling of hunger and sensitivity to ensure that people did not end up accidentally hurting themselves while they were logged in. The situation was tense as the Freedom Federation Envoy Group was in the midst of picking another 2 disciples of royalty. Star Web was full of opinions on who they thought was going to get picked. However, no consensus was reached because they had no idea how much power Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Anhe actually had or even what their main phase were. Their position within a team was also a mystery. Thus, there was no point in guessing. Hence, most of the comments were about Lu Jie and Xiaqing. Although more people on Star Web idolized Lu Jie, They did not have high hopes for his performance during the upcoming fight as his fighting style was too mundane. All he did was use his main Fey to commandeer a sea of insects. This technique might work on people who were on the same level as him, but he would be at a disadvantage if he had to face Feys that were capable of large-scale attacks. An example would be Black Sea of Sand and the Expanding Sea of Flowers. Lu Jie would be helpless against them. While the audience on StarWeb was watching with their breaths held, the servers and managers in the Spirit Food Pavilion were not allowed to log into StarWeb during working hours. Hence, they rushed up to serve the righteous-looking man. All of the servers remembered him. The man ordered a few dishes and sipped on strong wine. He looked like he was waiting for something as he kept palming his phone. This righteous-looking man was Sixth Page Lashing, who had been holed up in Feng Ro's home all this time. Feng Ro had not visited the Spirit Food Pavilion for 4 straight days. This confounded all the servers of the Spirit Food Pavilion. Feng Ro was usually puffed up on her immense inheritance and the fact that she was a Class 2 creation master. As such, she regarded the Spirit Food Pavilion as her food court. She saw the Spirit Food Pavilion as her main hunting ground for attractive toys. Even when she found a partner, she could continue to return to the Spirit Food Pavilion to dine. It was extremely strange for her to disappear for 4 days. Sixth Page Lashing had returned to the Spirit Food Pavilion, but Feng Ro was not with him. The Spirit Food Pavilion servers were all being eaten up by curiosity. Is it possible that Feng Ro dumped this man? Feng Ro seemed so interested in him, but it didn't even last a week. It turns out that he's nothing more than a pretty face. At that moment, Sixth Page Lashing's phone started to ring. He snapped his fingers and an invisible spirit chi barrier surrounded him in a 3-centimeter radius. This barrier would ensure that no one would overhear Sixth Page Lashing's phone call. When he picked up the call, a gentle female voice said from the other end, "Ah Shua, Tower Cannon has definitely noticed that you didn't act as per Second Page Revival's deal. This trip to the Radiance Federation is Tower Cannon's first important operation. Your lack of cooperation will make it very difficult for the operation to proceed. You infiltrated Tower Cannon to find out that secret. Although you haven't uncovered it yet, Captain has decided that you should return. If anything happens to you, our team will lose a main attacker, and the other members will be devastated." Sixth Page Lashing frowned deeply when he heard this. He could not remember the last time someone addressed him as Ashua, and the name felt very foreign. However, the captain's decision and the right thing to do were different. The team might be afraid that he would sacrifice himself, but Sixth Page Lashing could not shake the feeling that there was something very wrong with Second Page Revival. He had not cooperated with Second Page Revival because he wanted to find out exactly what she was up to. All the other 7 pages of Tower Cannon had resources they could not touch. So why had Second Page Revival claimed she could use them all? There had to be a reason. Sixth Page Lashing needed to find out what it was. This would make the past 40 years he had spent as a spy in Tower Cannon worth it. When he came to this decision, Sixth Page Lashing replied, "Shikai, don't call me Isha next time. Address me by our team name, Precious Sword 4. Otherwise I will be confused. I will return to the team once I have ascertained Second Page Revival's identity." Sixth Page Lashing hung up without hesitation and took out a Star Web card. Normally, a person's Star Web card had their signature on the back. But Sixth Page Lashing's card did not have it. Every Spirit Chi professional who became a creation master would obtain a second Star Web card.